You know, say that goes in my day, I saw. No kind, no left. We're not backing for nothing. War not war. Yeah, get ready. No kind, no left. Agbiru, they my blood. I no go take no gas from them. NWA, they call me, but I no be MC Ren. AJ boy, raised in the jungle air. Something like Kenny Ken. Proud African, deep to my roots. Them boy, they come like STEM. Lead them go no follow our hustle. Regular school them but no seminar. They no reach my level now. Ooh, one in a me. Pepper them down no chili. When I see red or riggy, ready to die no biggie. They be like oh my, oh my, oh my. Fine get, make a man head boss. I can't they gone like I'm Ross. She can't invite me, come my spot. Tell me say she get plenty jollof for pot. Hey, whip am. No yawa, we no bend down Beckham. No some nanja goons in Peckham. Energy like no beef, we dead am. Energy like no beef, we dead am. Onto the ball, put your rap guru ready for war. Pick your rap guru ready for war. Lion paw onto the ball. Pick your rap guru ready for war. Ready for war. Pick your rap guru ready for war. Lion paw onto the ball. Pick your rap guru ready for war. Ready for war. Pick your rap guru ready for war. Lion paw onto the ball. Pick your rap guru ready for war. Ready for war. Pick your rap guru ready for war. Ready for war. Ready for war. Ready for war. Pepper and salt onto the beef, leave them weak. Mama, papa, everybody go weep. Family grief, tweeting bed, I'ma shut your beak. See them the gossip, bitch in speech. When I day around, they kiss my butt cheeks. On them peeps, now if you take my for chief, no keef. Kiss my teeth, no need lock out the MC neat. Ain't no stopping us in retreat. All out with the rinsing sound when I give them vegan picking go the chop meat. Rough and tough and real like my afro. No fakes around here like weed. No saying that's my favorite rapper, cause now only one mic I need. Lion ball, onto the ball. Pick your rap guru ready for war. Ready for war, pick your rap guru ready for war. Lion paw onto the ball. Pick your rap guru ready for war. Ready for war. Ready for war. Ready for war.
عبد الله عدل اللي بعتها التليجرام بدل مدرسة
Mike. Okay, there's that. I made some updates today, so I got a couple things here. Mike. Right. There we are. All right. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry, this is really bad timing, but I need to get up and get Simon's medicine.
يمكن مش فعالة ولا فعالة؟
دي مش فعالة، لما حطيت فيها رصيد ايش ضل؟ هي انفصلت ايام انفصلوها اليهود. بس فصلوها استقبال وارسال، صح ولا لا؟
لسه شايل زي أطلس. لذلك في شباب بيعرف عامل في بيعرف.
في مفحص.
لو لقيت الشباب اللي هنا كيف تلاقيهم بيعرفوا بس البدل اللي هنا.
Well, come on. Don't make me put in your mouth. Come on. Boy. Oh, almost. Boy. Good boy, Sean. He slept with me again all night last night. Man, he had a feather in his throat all night long that he coughed up this morning. I didn't know what it was at first. I thought it was like human hair, like clumped together or something. He did his normal like throwing up clear stuff thing, and then a feather came out with it. He was breathing kind of weird all night too. I noticed. Like, I wonder. Hopefully, that was the reason why. We got a lower dosage now too. A lower dosage. That's right, buddy. We're down to 200 milligrams. Or no. Yeah. 200 milligrams, I think. Yeah. Starting dose is 255 milligrams. We got him down 50 milligrams. Hey, is this working? Dude. That's it. Good morning, everybody. Mark Hopper, VH Sample, the Sister T, and Awesome Al, and everybody else. B-Dog and Electric Lou came in early, but they already left, I guess. They were the first ones. Electric Lou, first one here. If, Paul forgot to do a couple things. So it looks like the ceasefire is going again until tomorrow morning, but if you didn't hear, there was a shooting incident in Jerusalem where two Hamas affiliated gunmen shot up a bus station. I think it was two. Because in this report above my head, it says Prime Minister directed the homes of two militants. See, so they want to destroy their houses. But yeah, they shot up a bunch of people at a bus stop, so that might be a reason why they're not going to cease fire now, you know? Why they're going to be like, it's time to go back to war. 3 people died. Max Sketchy, welcome. Dirty Bit, hey, Rumble's here. Somebody's talking on Rumble. Hey, it's a good day already, huh? So I'll have the audio on for you. I'll have TTS on for now so I can do this other stuff real fast. Really not streaming? What do you mean I'm not streaming? After TV's down. Got it? What the heck is going on here, buddy? takes forever for this thing to load. Apple TV. Waiting on it to do its thing. It takes forever for this thing to load. Apple TV.
Good morning, John and chat.
Oh wait, I did the wrong freaking place. Derp. Now I gotta wait again for it to load. Oh my god.
I Roaches and Fee Cabinet.
Okay, now this is going to be so I can see that it's working everywhere.
Good morning.
Live didn't send. See if it'll go to D. Yeah, there it'll be live. Sweet. It won't show Rumble. Why is it? Man, what's going on right now? Fuck now, dude. Oh my god. I signed in for my thing again. I wish this stuff just automatically worked. I wish this stuff just automatically worked. I wish this stuff just that'd be sweet. Now we should be good. Now kick should work. There we go. There's Apple TV, D Live, YouTube, Kick, Discord, Twitch. I don't know, Rumble doesn't pop up. They always give me problems. Everything, don't they? Oh, and then I gotta say good morning to Twitter. Boom. There it is. We're at think we're locked in now. We're locked and loaded. Look at it. 1, 2, look at them. Look at them up there. Bam! Yo! Can you imagine one day if all those are filled on the hype meter? The active chatters meter? That would never happen, especially Twitter. Yeah, chops. Okay, come through. Yeah, I don't know. Ceasefire. I saw your question on Discord. They still have the ceasefire, but they said that like they're still going to hit strategic targets. If they have to hit something, they're going to hit it. It's not like they're not going to hit. I don't think it's a complete ceasefire. Actually, it's a ceasing on the complete annihilation of Gaza, but they're still hitting. But they've been hitting this stuff periodically. That was this whole time. We're seeing it on this camera, especially. Oh damn! Are they ending everything? They're ending fucking everything tonight, dude. Both of those just ended. Fuck you, Israel, actually. Fuck you, Israel, for blocking all the coverage on this. I know it's you. Fuck Israel in the ass all fucking day, all fucking night. Israel sucks. Fucking idiots. Who else would it be? Do you really think that the journalists out there don't want to cover this? You really think that's what's happening? They're like, I'm just going to turn my camera off now. This isn't coverage worthy. It's just a war zone. You believe that? Or do you believe that they're telling them to cut this shit off? Because they've told us that they've told them to cut the shit off, dude. The journalists have told us they're killing journalists, dude. They're telling them move or you're going to die. So, yeah, fuck them for that, dude. All day. It's so annoying, man. They're blocking us, the whole world, from being able to see what's going on out there intentionally because they're scared of what we'll think about them. And this is what they've always done, dude. Israel's known for this shit. You know why they do it? Because they can. Because they have complete control of that whole area, even Palestine. And that's why the people are pissed off about living there and having to deal with them with this shit. I can see why. Imagine they have complete control over everything and they're not even in your country. They can just shut your internet off. Imagine if Mexico could shut our internet off if they wanted to. Shut our power off, shut our water off. Kept us in a cage. Oh hell no, we would go bunk wild up in this motherfucker. Especially because we got the guns. They don't have the guns, so they can't really do it, huh? The civilians there they're not all weaponized. Can you imagine if they were, though? Can you imagine if all the citizens of Gaza just stood up in revolt with some kind of rifle or something? Israel might have a little bit of a problem then. Like they're making mainstream media shut down. Reuters. That's crazy. This is a Spanish station with only 6 people watching it. They're shutting them all down, dude. They're making these people quit. What else explains it? Who else is witnessing this shit right now? Like, there's got to be other live restreamers that are like, are you serious right now? Or am I the only one? Am I the only one out here right now with the restream thing? Pissed off that they're cutting everything off. Fucking real. Luckily, I've subscribed and watched a bunch of channels that do this. This guy has 4 people watching. I'm subscribed to him though. You try to find this stream, it might be a little harder. I don't know. They can't stop you from finding it though, I'm already subbed. Okay, somebody's still at the prison. Maybe I can get that stream up too. Okay, looks like Israel. Oh yeah, it looks like Reddit or Reuters came back up, thankfully. More journalists have died in this war than like any other war ever, I'm pretty sure. And it's only lasted for a month and a half. Check Barca YouTube Lives. That's what I was just watching a minute ago. You think I don't know about Marco, dude? I know about every Gaza streamer that there is on YouTube, dude. If you know of one that I haven't heard of, I will give you 10,000 dough. Okay, this is actually Reuters now. Sweet. Okay. Reuters is the only ones that are getting a pass, it seems, because he was using Reuters stream. Right? $10,000 dough. 10,000 dough. Anybody finds a stream, a streamer that does this, it's not a restreamer, of course. It's original stream that I don't know about. I'll actually be impressed, dude. That would be pretty impressive. Because all I do is search for these streams all day long. And because of that, YouTube recommends me some obscure shit. It's like Muslim channels and stuff. I just keep scrolling and I'll click on, you know what I mean? Oh, there's the one. Sweet, we got the prison back up. Got its markers. I just kept scrolling and it showed it to me actually. I didn't have to click on them. That's usually how it works. Once I'm on a topic like this, and I've like done it for a while, a couple weeks or something, YouTube starts making it easier and easier for me to find them. I just have to scroll. This is where they're supposed to be doing an exchange at. Dude, I got up at 3 something this morning for, yeah, it's like 3:45. Hey. I can't sleep anymore. It looks like this is about all I can get. Got the arbitrary jewelry channel in there just in case you want to look at a ring. Shiny things. People like shiny things, man. Let's give us a little extra something to look at in case you get tired of looking at any of this stuff. Need one more though. We need one more. Trying to get this all set up so I can make a bowl, man. This bowl, smoking time. This bowl. Little Israeli channel, last but not least, a little Israeli channel up there. Yeah. Oh, he stretched his little feet. He stretched his little feet. Dude, alright, it looks like he did get the 2 cats spayed and neutered. Actually, he sent me a picture, even, that they sent him. I don't know if I can show it or not without doxing stuff. I can't. If yeah, his number and stuff's on here. I can't really. Oh my goodness. Where's that one from? October 19th. his art videos. Huh? Oh, MC Dirty on D-Live. I see you, man. Welcome. Gonna fall off right there. Over here. Oh. Okay, now what? Is I doing something else? There's YouTube money for everybody. Hey, we got 11 likes on YouTube. That's a good start. That's like half of what I had after 10.5 hours here yesterday. We've only been here for 39 minutes. What the heck? I have a feeling that thing's going to stagnate after about 2 hours, though, and it's not going to go up anymore for the rest of the day. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I'm going to keep an eye on today. See when it actually stops. Because at one point, I think it just stops. Everybody that's going to like the streams already came by here or something. You know what I mean? I don't have any more likers out there. The rest of them are hate watchers, I guess. It helps, dude. If you guys stay here for a while and like the stream, it actually does help. If you just come here and like it and leave, it doesn't really. YouTube looks more at viewer engagement and viewer velocity, which is how quickly a viewer comes once the stream starts, and if they stay or not. The likes are a part of the algorithm, of course, but they wouldn't be there. People had to stay for a little while also. That's the main thing they look at, is if people stay or not. Of course, I mean, wouldn't it be? That makes sense. But oftentimes, your viewer count, my viewer count, won't go any higher than my like count. Have you noticed that? So that's another. It's kind of weird. I'll have like 23 likes and I'll hover at like 23 viewers all day or something. That kind of thing. I've seen it happen. It makes me think they're more important when that happens. Like if I get 5 more, YouTube will let me have a max of 5 more viewers. I don't really know. It's all kind of a mystery, ain't it? And they change it all the time. How the algorithm works to counteract bots. Eating watch. Hey, Roach is still here. All good? What you eating on? Your hands dirty? I know what I'd be eating if I could. Breakfast tacos. Already had oatmeal though. This guy's saying, that's not live. Why does this say live? You seeing this? Dude, Al Jazeera lies a lot about their coverage. I was noticing it earlier today. I was watching them and they were like, the ceasefire is going to be, it could be over in 40 minutes. And this was tonight, or this morning. And I was like, what, 40 minutes? But they were showing footage from last night saying it's live. Just like that. It's nighttime and they're attacking. Wait, am I watching an old stream or something? No, look. Oh wait, it was back. It was back a little bit. It was like 30 minutes. Was it? It might have been daylight. Like 30 minutes ago. No, dude, I still think they lie about stuff being like, because like I said, they were saying earlier that ceasefires could be over in less than an hour. That was right. Sorry. Oh my fucking god, Al Jazeera, you're fucking shit. Why do they have to show so much graphic shit? I think Muslims get off on seeing bloody kids at this point. I'm serious. Allah Akbar, show our bloody martyr kids to everybody. They make it a point. Oh, there's a bloody kid. Get the camera crew. Get the lights. Action. Get the macro lens. Shove it up his nose. Yo, we got 12 likes. We got 12 likes. I thought it said 13 a second ago. Am I tripping? Same shit. I think it's 13 viewers. People on YouTube. We got it going. We got it going. I see y'all. It's moving. Oh, I don't know what happened last night. Sorry about that. I don't know. It was a blank screen pretty much all night apparently. You could have the sound, but and everything. All of these are blank. And this, everything else is there, but I don't know, it's this monitor. I forgot that I'm not supposed to unplug it when I'm streaming, otherwise it, watch. It does that. But I plugged it back in, When I saw it do that, I was like, oh shit. I unplug it because a fan in here runs constantly if I don't. So I turn it back on, and it puts everything back, and then I'm supposed to be able to turn this off at that point, and it stays all like that. But apparently when I did that, at some point everything just blanked out. It took it a while though. That's why that happened. Yeah, with 13 likes. Thank you for your like, dude. Gotta give up. United States Troopers, do you see? What? And I really gotta make it so you guys have these things stack or something. 9? What are you doing? I was fucking reading that, asshole. And you put up prayer for nothing out of nowhere? Why do you do weird shit every time you come here? Two United States Troopers deceased after being struck on I-15 while conducting vehicle emergencies. Oh, that's you that said that. And then you... Who cares? Stay on fucking subject, dude. Stop coming through here trying to derail my shit. Oh, there's a chase. Oh, there's this happening. Oh. Talk about what we're watching, huh? I'm gonna start banning you again. Fuck, man. Just so respect. I don't give a shit about them. How about that? I didn't know them. Show respect for fallen officers. They're not in my jurisdiction. Anywhere near the 15. It's just pay respect to every fallen officer in the country. Let's look it up. I bet more than one cop died yesterday and today. Time for that, dude. I hate cabbing this motherfucker at this point. They shot my fucking car. And they never paid me for it. Like, who knows what the hell those officers... I don't just respect someone because they're a police officer. You don't get automatic respect from me just because you're a cop, dude. Because there are a lot of dirty cops out here. Especially out here, LA County. They're known for it. You hear about just recently, like 3 or 4 LA County Sheriff's deputies committed suicide on the same day. You hear about that one? That was like a month ago. So much corruption. Y'all did hear, I'll bring this story up. Since we're off topic already. Look at this. November 9th. LA Sheriff's Department is mourning after 4 current and former employees died by suicide in 24-hour span. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. A little weird. All 4 in the same day? Yeah. Something's going on. How are the two factions of disease and hate? Rhetorical questions are just as annoying, Mr. Nine, huh? How about that? How the fuck do you think they're doing? It's just as time wasting to write a question like that for me to have to decipher what the fuck you're talking about. And it's a question you don't actually even want an answer to. Stop wasting my fucking time, Mr. Niner. I'm gonna ban you. Today's the day, isn't it? Again. I can feel it. Please somebody else talk to Mr. Nine so I don't have to read it anymore. Just add him so he's adding you. You guys are adding each other and I don't have to proofread it anymore. You can be the proofreader for Mr. Nine. Bracket. Hit you right here. Why did it hit you right here? Oh. Yeah, there you go. No, you had to speak to him in his full name. At Bob. Come on, man. Add him. You have to add him. Try adding him, Mr. Nine. It doesn't... It's not going to respond to Bob Ross. Yeah, talk to the bot. Start talking to the bot every time you come here. I see, talk to the other one. Not that one. Half-baked. Talk to Half-baked. Talk to one of them. They both will talk back. I have AI set up on them. I think one of them actually pays something for her. But I got kicked off of Twitch for a month, so now I'm all out of whack. I forgot about that, actually. So now I gotta figure out where that is and how much it was and stuff. Wasn't more than $10 though. Unless it was 20. Fuck, man. I really kind of want to know how much that costed. Man, I don't remember. Man, don't get suspended on Twitch because it messes me all up. Like it screwed me up. Oh, I think I found it though. This is the one I'm paying for. Sweet. I love how hyperlinks turn purple when you click on them. Yeah, this is the one I paid for. So half-baked broadcasting might actually be much smarter than Bob Ross because I only have 1,000 messages from him, and it costs me. Let's see. I have no idea how much it costs. I didn't even know. I used to know. Message settings. No. Wow. What are we paying here? Plans. Okay. Okay, that's not bad. $5. So it's way better. Like if I wanted more, I'd just throw £5, whatever a pound is. It might be more than $5. Yeah, so for £5, I get unlimited commands, 1,000 AI messages a month, 10 AI generated images a month, unlimited context, 5 megabytes file uploads, 140 word limit for contexts, additional command types, and custom bot name. Yeah, the free you only get 50 AI messages, so that doesn't last very long. Especially when you have stuff like this. Check this out. Oh man, god damn it, I'm clicking the wrong shit. Okay, I'm over that right now. Here. Easier to do it. Oh my god. Yo, this shit's in my way. I have so much stuff on the screen that shit in the way. I need to move up here. That's when the AI talks to itself. See, I programmed half-baked to be a pothead. I could set the that. Weird. Simon heard it too. Somebody's fighting or something. But I can set the context for it, which allows it to have a personality. I make its personality. So I have it as you are a Twitch moderator for a stoner streamer named Dosho, and you are Seth Rogen. You will act like a marijuana user, and if asked questions, will answer them as if you are a long-time weed smoker who is very inquisitive. Feel free to use marijuana-related emotes. Dosho's cat's name is Simon. Half-baked broadcasting is Bob Ross 350's best friend. Always compliment the amount of hours someone has. Oh, I think that someone has watched. They can't do that anymore. Gotta press this. That is quiet. Yeah. But you can't see that anymore because the chat bot broke it. But that's something else I'm working on. I messaged. Oh, they got back to me. Okay, they're getting back to me, so I should really. Dude, he's got a long way to get back here. I gotta. Man. I need to not be stoned, maybe. I'm too high for this. Mr. 9, you suck. You know that? We never did talk to the bot. Like, he could actually get creative with that and do something with it, maybe even be funny, but he's like, you can't tell me what to do. I'm gonna go have some cereal. But fuck you, dude. I gave him a chance to actually, like, show us what he's got with his linguistic skills. Like, put it out there with the bot. He thought it was bullshitting or something? No, he didn't. He was cry or something. Probably wants to just go fuck with another streamer, because that's what he does. He just wanted to push his luck here. Yo, did we get ice cream this morning? Hold up. Did I not see it? Hey, thanks, man. MC, dirty work. Appreciate you for the ice cream. Ooh, ice cream's so good. Did I do that right? 14 likes. We got 14 likes, and it's helping the viewer count go up. You see that? You see how the likes creep and the viewer count creeps if they do it together. You can see, if you didn't know, it's on the screen right next to the viewer count. That's what the red heart is. It's kind of small, probably on an Android or a phone or something, right? It'd be kind of tiny. But on this TV, it's not too bad. Actually, I'm looking at the equivalent of probably like a 12-inch monitor for the screen, because it's, you know, because it's like this. It's in the corner of my OBS. It's not. This whole thing takes up 32-inch monitor, but only that I have this much for the actual. What it looks like the broadcast window. Oh, an Iron Dome Tamir interceptor is fired at an object near... Oh, did you see that? 26 minutes ago. Oh, and then there was an interception reported over Netpa settlement. So... I'd be kind of surprised if they continue with the ceasefire, because it doesn't seem like Hamas has any more They don't have anymore. Hey, dude. See what dude, you know you're fucking typing too much when your words get that small with the thing, okay? Need to condense your somehow condense that bad boy, man, because that's too long. No one wants to read that much shit, dude. And you're still not talking to the bot, like I asked. And there's something else, dude. Yeah. Right. I don't want to fucking read your words, Mr. 9. Talk to the bot. Shit, somebody else talk to this guy, please. I unbanned him out of the kindness of my heart because he fucking begs me, dude. Literally. At the same time, he will block people in chat so that they can't see his words just to annoy him, I think. I don't know why he does that shit all the time. On YouTube. You can't do that here, though. They still see his words. No, he's on Twitch right now. Yeah. Anyone want to converse? Dude, fuck, you're bad at this, aren't you? I'm just trying to imagine myself going into a chat and that being like what I say to people. Hey, anybody want to talk to me? What are they supposed to respond with that? Man, like, is this a therapy session? Do you need a therapy session or what? Everything all right, Mr. 9? I'll read what you had to say only because you're so enthusiastic. Off topic, before I even post this, but it is possible that hierarchy and the powers that be designed physical education curriculum to slowly injure the backs of the general peasant population as a form of forced obedience and intentional enslavement. Just curious. See, you're trying to piss me off, dude. Isn't he? I had a feeling I shouldn't be reading. You're a therapist, okay. You're the opposite of a therapist, dude. You're an antagonist. I like Barton. This guy's saying,
still, they give good news. They say that they're improving and that things are, for all of them, going well.
Thank you so much. For now, we will be coming back to our correspondent, Zach Anders from Sheba Medical Center. Thank you so much, Zach. And now, take a look at this moment. 21-year-old Mia Shem. Here she is, embracing relatives. What a moment. Mother, brother,
moment.
Mia Shem,
Would you
all
look at
together
that?
for the first time in over 7 weeks since the 21-year-old was abducted from the music festival on the 7th of October. We heard pleas from her mother in recent weeks begging for Mia to be released. And just
I need her to speak quicker. You know? I like how she talks to me.
Particularly after October the 7th, we've been hearing about mistreatment, beating, torture, as well as Palestinians who have lost their lives, 6 of them in Israeli jails. And Palestinians would tell you that this was not a coincidence and is a result of the intimidation and torture that is happening to Palestinian prisoners inside Israeli jails. But let's not forget to put that in context. Yes, there are Palestinians being released every day, but there are also similar numbers of them being arrested every day. So today, for example, we're talking about the release of 30 Palestinian prisoners. But since the morning, Israeli forces have arrested 40 Palestinians in different areas across the occupied West Bank. For example, yesterday we interviewed a 12-year-old who's been summoned by the Israeli forces who have raided his camp, Al Jalazon refugee camp, to try and arrest him. When they didn't find him, they called the father and said that your son has to hand himself over. This is part and parcel of the reality of Palestinians here in the occupied West Bank.
Nida, thank you very much for that. Nida Ibrahim live for us in Ramallah. Let's go now to Tariq Abu Azoum. He's joining us live from Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. And Tariq, the latest 2 captives to be released happened in Gaza City. What more do we know about today's release?
Gotta get one on the stream.
Yes, today, just before a couple of hours, the military wing of Hamas had released the captives, 2 Israeli captives from the central area of Gaza City, which is Palestine Square. Now, this area considered to be the heart-beating area of
really
Gaza
not
City, where dozens of residential buildings and also commercial shops are existing in this area. And this area was, during the early beginning of this fighting, as a battle zone between the Palestinian fighters and the Israeli occupation soldiers, where different fire exchange erupted in that area. Now, clearly, the release of those hostages from that area had a clear indication that the Palestinian fighters would like to deliver a message to the Israeli leadership that they are taking control over the course of events on the ground, as they managed throughout the last couple of releases to conduct and even to release the hostages from separate areas, which give also a very important implication that they are also ready for any kind of development that might be happen later on the ground. Now, clearly, the release of 2 hostages had been made after long diplomatic negotiations in order to be released, especially after the last delay of the announcement of the ceasefire, just only minutes before it was set to be expired between both parts. So today, also within the coming hours, it's expected to witness more release of hostages, as the disagreement had been solved between Hamas and Israel, mediated by Qatar and different regional players inside the region.
And Tariq, how are people there feeling, you know, in anticipation of the possible extension or not of the ceasefire?
Well, the issue of ceasefire is very important for Palestinians, as they have been living under a very intense Israeli bombing for more than 50 days. So clearly, Palestinians are really want and eager to have an end for the devastation that took place inside the Gaza Strip, and to be away from the Israeli relentless strikes that claimed the lives of around 15,000 Palestinians, alongside
Hamas is still attacking. They killed 3 people today at a bus stop in Jerusalem. There's no way it's going to end, dude.
on having more extension of the
There's,
ceasefire as
because
they
they
have
are Hamas
devoted the entire
connected.
day of
There's
gathering
no way
the
this ends,
much-needed
dude.
supplies from the Palestinian
Because
markets. And
they're
what is also
still
critical
committing
for Palestinians
terrorist
is that the
acts
linking of
in
the entry
Jerusalem.
of the humanitarian
It just
aid
happened.
with
Did you hear about
the
it?
announcement
It
of the
happened last night.
ceasefire. So if there's going to be no extension of the ceasefire, it means that there is
killed
going to be
3
no
people.
more humanitarian
And
aid
Netanyahu,
that will be
look what
allowed
he
to
said
enter
about it
the
earlier.
Gaza Strip, which also going to be reflected negatively on the humanitarian conditions
Netanyahu
inside the Gaza
says
Strip, which
that
considered
the
to be
homes of the
absolutely
two
inhuman since the early beginning
militants.
of the Israeli bombing across different areas in the territory.
We displaced people
oh my
did not
God,
benefit
dude,
from the truce at all. We are unable to obtain even basic materials. For example, flour. We are unable to obtain flour.
He wants their houses to be sealed and demolished.
There's
The
enough
2
disdain
people.
for these people. These people have tasted great bitterness. We have faced more disaster than Hiroshima and more than the world can imagine in the Gaza Strip.
We demand that there be a complete ceasefire, a complete stop of war, so that everyone can return to the normal lives that
What the fuck is up with this horn? Yo, that's live. The horn is live.
So generally, Palestinians have mixed feeling that are between being frustrated and being very afraid in terms of the collapse of the ceasefire,
Oh shit, hold up.
which
We're not
bring
here
a
anymore.
clear
We're
sight that the renewing of fighting is inevitable and more losses
Gaza,
among the lines of Palestinians will take place as well.
Border.
All right, Tariq, thank you very much for that. That is Tariq Abu Azoum, live from Khan Yunis with a view from Gaza. And joining us to talk more about the mediation efforts is our correspondent, Resul Serdar. Resul, what are you hearing about those mediation efforts?
Well, the mediation efforts are still on the way. So
this is where the
parties that are
exchange is
involved
gonna
in the
happen.
mediations, in the negotiations, are quite optimistic that it's going to be extended. Just remember, through the last 7 years, we have seen that through the last 7 days, we have seen that the announcement of the extension of the ceasefire, the timing of that, has been either coming just a couple of hours ahead of the ceasefire, or sometimes in some cases minutes ahead of that. So there are relentless efforts that are now underway. So in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Qatar, there's a coordination room.
That's what I'm going
and there
with.
are tons
What do you
of
guys think?
people included
This is Gaza, right?
in these
Yeah, it's Gaza. All the
efforts
lights are on right
working relentlessly. And they have direct lines with the Hamas officials as well as the Israeli officials as well. So Qataris, Egyptians, and particularly the USA, these three actors are leading these negotiation efforts. But it goes beyond that as well. There are several other regional and international actors that are also involved in this, encouraging the process. So it's a very delicate process here. In the last 7 days, we have seen that in many cases, the release of the captives or the prisoners was almost about to collapse. And at the last minute, so there have been some of the interferences, and it has been saved. The deal has been saved. So the parties are quite cautious, but very much optimistic as well that it can be extended. However, there's going to be a critical point here. Once the civilian captives are released, then the next turn is going to be about the Israeli soldiers and settlers. So here, Hamas is definitely going to higher up the scale and saying that in return of the release of these soldiers and the settlers, then they want all the Palestinian prisoners to be released. We are talking practically about thousands and thousands of the Palestinians. So
golden chariots exploding.
It's not obvious. However, as I said, it's going to be much more difficult, particularly from now.
Absolutely. What has been a very complicated and fragile process is just about to get a lot tougher.
We got 17 likes, folks. It's for a record today, I
location
think.
of the prisoner exchange and also how to provide the logistic, how to keep the communication channels open in a war zone is extremely complicated.
Absolutely. Rasul, thank you very much for breaking
The
that down.
story of the region, is he getting it correct? What is going on with these hordes, though, homie? This is crazy. Why did People's Convoy have this? It's so loud. I had it low, dude. Yup. What is that? Somebody's car horn? How's it be doing it? with their horns. Yo. A race war or not. Maybe consider that. It's an immigrant war more than anything, isn't it? They don't want. I heard they don't want the immigrants coming in anymore. They're starting to get pissed off about it. America eventually will do that, probably. Especially the people that live in the border towns, like the towns near El Paso. I bet are going to start getting pissed off if this shit doesn't stop soon. Not El Paso itself, because they're all bleeding hearts. Save the immigrants! That's why they live in El Paso. But like the farmland on the outskirts, they're getting fed up with it. There's not that many. There's not as many of those people, though. You know, and there's power in numbers. There's so many more people in the city. They just don't give a shit about it. Look at San Diego. They give a shit more than El Paso though, because they're not flooding them nearly as heavy. They're making them live in between the fences for a while, even. The word has gotten out that San Diego is not the border to go to. I kind of appreciate that. At least California, our border isn't like the easiest. Texas reigns supreme. Dude, this is really where they're going to bring them, because look at all the cameras. There's 2 here. There's this one. And these satellite dishes. And I think this is a camera here. Maybe even here. Here. There's 3 here. Yeah, man. This is 5. They're going to bring the hostages. At the hostage exchange point. God, this is the first. I wonder how they have somebody like. Maybe they just feel comfortable now after this many days of it to broadcast it. Dude, of course it is. Like if we got Venezuela flooding our border, dude, you're talking about crime rate. Supposedly, a lot of these people are fleeing their countries because of the crime, right? Right? Here's the kicker, though. A lot of them have been in. As we said, a lot of them have been in a different country for years already. They've made a life for themselves. They've been saving up money in a different country. They're good now, but they just want to come here because they can make more money. And that isn't fleeing from, what's the word, persecution or whatever. That's fleeing because you want to get paid. Which is annoying. But yeah, a lot of these people are supposedly fleeing for countries that are war-torn or extremely violent, and yeah, that's what comes with it, those types of people. There's a reason their countries are like that, because it's filled with those types of people. Weren't brought up right. Like these kids here, they had the inability to be brought up right, pretty much. Their parents are getting bombed and blown up sometimes, and they're in an open air prison, as they call it. And they have to ask for permission to leave the city. That's wild, dude. And they can't bring any commerce back from Egypt. They have to buy everything either in Gaza, in the West Bank, or in Israel. Or maybe they can go, I don't know if they can go to Jordan or not. Like there are other countries connected to Israel. I don't know how freely a Palestinian can travel, though, because their passport is pretty low on the rating. Like we're like 7th or 8th, something like that, because we're able to go into a lot of different countries without a visa for extended periods of time. Asian countries, I think, have the best passports, from what I remember. Maybe Japan, Singapore, maybe, but Palestine, they don't have that freedom. We don't think about that kind of stuff usually as Americans, because over 50% of Americans don't even have a passport. They don't know about any of this shit. They don't need to know it. They don't care to know it. I mean, how visas work and stuff. But yeah, Palestinian visa or Palestinian passport ain't worth a shit. It's like one of the lowest ones. You see, there's a ranking system for it. Passport index. Their rank is 90th in the world. Let's see what that means. This is our mobility score. Oh, just gonna get a little education here for you guys who maybe you don't have a passport, you don't really understand this type of shit. Never really looked into it. All these areas in red, Palestinians can't go, pretty much, without permission. A visa is required. They even have to get a visa to go to Afghanistan. Look at that shit. Look, I'll tell you where they can go. They can get a visa on arrival and to go to Bangladesh. Bolivia, they can go for 90 days. Burundi and Cambodia, they can go fairly easy, it seems. They still gotta get a visa, though. I don't know if that's automatic visa. I don't know what visa on arrival means, actually. Maybe it means that they have to they can apply for it once they land, maybe. They have to talk to somebody. I'm not sure. I've never seen that visa on arrival. So Cape Verde, Comoros, Congo, Cuba, Djibouti, Equatorial Guinea, Ethiopia, Gabon, Guinea-Bissau, India, Indonesia, Iran. Oh, but it's not a visa free though to Iran though? Really? Damn, Iran. All right. Visa free to Jordan though. Okay, so I was wondering about that. That's why I was wondering about the most. If they could travel, because that's like the closest other country to them besides Egypt. Where's Egypt at? Can we pass Egypt? What did Egypt say? Egypt. They need a visa. They need a visa to go to Egypt, dude. And they actually border it. Damn, bro. They need a visa. It's crazy. I wasn't expecting that one. Laos, Lesotho. Where's that at? They can only go for 14 days to Lesotho. They were like, nope, only 14 days. So you can come, but limited. Macau, Malawi, Malaysia, Maldives, Mauritania. That sounds like a fake place. Micronesia, Mozambique. Hey, we were just talking about them. Homie. They got the, what was that rock? They had the Morganite. They got the Morganite, remember? From this thing. That might be one of the things we're importing from them. Morganite. Well, it has to be if we have it on the show. Okay, Nicaragua. Oh, it doesn't have to be. They could have got it from somewhere else, actually. But it's a kind of a rare stone. It's not in very many places. Nicaragua, Nigeria, Palau. I was in like 7 or 8 different places around the world. Rwanda, Samoa. Wow, really? Samoa lets them in? That's surprising. Senegal, Somalia, South Sudan, Sri Lanka. I don't know what ETA means. Orange though, it's not as good as a visa. It's like harder than, I don't know, it's not as good as a blue one, I think. Suriname, tourist card. What is that? Timor-Leste, Togo. Oh, dude, they can go to so many countries I've never heard of. Tuvalu, Turkey, Uganda. Wait, is that Turkey? It's spelled weird. That's gotta be Turkey. Why is it spelled like that? Past it. Venezuela. A fuck thing. What? Okay, now that's an issue. Excuse me. They can travel to Venezuela visa free for 90 days. We just have to be taking in a shit ton of Venezuelans too. Kind of interesting. That's a little concerning for some reason. Because then if they can fly into Venezuela, then they can travel up to our country and still claim asylum as a Palestinian, possibly even. I don't know how that works, dude. They probably get to say they're from a different country and they lost their passport, even. And Vietnam and Zimbabwe. Okay, that's all the countries. The rest of them, they're like, you gotta apply, and the answer's probably gonna be no. They rank in, as far as where they're at on the list. United Arab Emirates is actually #1. I was totally incorrect. It's not the Japanese countries. This is a different list than I looked at before. This is saying they have the most powerful passport. Sweden, Germany, Finland, Spain, France, Italy, Netherlands, Luxembourg, Austria, Switzerland, Singapore, Denmark, Belgium, Portugal, Poland, Ireland, South Korea. Where are we, dude? Greece, Norway, Czech Republic, United Kingdom, Hungary, Japan, New Zealand, Slovakia. There we are, United States. And we're way down on this list. I must have been looking at a different list, dude. This has changed. I doubt it, though. Change. Looks different though. But that just goes to show that no one wants these people in their country. Oh, I should have shown where they were on that list. The comparison. Is the very bottom. Afghanistan's the worst. Syria, Iraq, Somalia, Pakistan, Yemen, Bangladesh, Palestinian territories, right next to North Korea. So there you go. There we are. Knowing some shit. I need water. I'll be right back. Did anybody learn anything? Or am I just talking over here for nothing? Y'all let Mr. 9 distract you from the lesson, aren't you? I should have been writing on the whiteboard. I know you didn't know, dude. I know you didn't know exactly where they read, at least, as far as passport usability. Multiple people here didn't know, damn it. I know that. I know that. Yeah. So what are Palestinians supposed to do? They can't even go to Egypt without a visa. That's the most shocking thing of all of it for me. They can go unhindered without any kind of paperwork or anything, just a passport to Jordan. But they can't do that to the country they're connected to. They had to. Here's why that's a big deal. There's a paper trail every time they go past that border because of that. It's on record. It's not just a passport stamp. It's they have to put in paperwork and it gets filed somewhere. They watch their every move. Okay, what did it say for Israel though? Did it say that they had to get a visa for Israel too? Come on. Yeah, man. They have to get a visa to travel anywhere. Wow, dude. Wow. I thought that they could just show their passport at the northern Gaza gate to go straight into Israel. Just, here's our passport. In Israel now. That makes it much more like prison. You got to sign out pretty much to leave. You have to. They have to ask for permission to leave Gaza. The paperwork. They got to wait for an answer. I wonder how long it takes. I'm gonna look into it. don't have to find this. Because I'm searching from an American browser, it thinks that I want to know about U.S. passport information for Gaza. Gazan American information. Dude, I can't even look into it. Look at this stupid shit. It's like they don't want us researching it. Like this says, can Gaza residents go to Israel? A U.S. citizen who's also, like, I didn't ask that. That's not. Why is every look? U.S. Embassy, New Israel, sure, U.S. citizens. Everything is like U.S. U.S. You're not wanting to know about their stuff, are you? You don't want to know about that. You don't want to dig in that and find out how fucked it is over there, do you? Oh. You just wanted to go travel to Gaza, right, as an American. Why does it think I want to know that? A Gaza citizen visa to Israel is what I put. Where the hell else am I supposed to search for that? It's as simple as it gets. The ties that were saved.
Since the ceasefire, we don't know much about what's happening.
They don't want
I
you
want
to know.
encourage the Thai hostages who are still held captive in Gaza.
Released captive Uthai Sanghuan thanked authorities for bringing him home and asked the crowd to observe.
Yo, now we know it's live for sure because these people are on it. Oh no, these people are on Rocco. It is live. It is Reuters. Oh, them. This might be it. See if this is it. It is for Israeli authorities to decide if you can enter Israel. If you have any particular concerns about visas or entry into Israel, you should come. Wait. Israel has always gotten to decide who can go into Gaza, I guess. Wow. So strict out there. Like, you can't just, like, you can't make a friend in Gaza and then go visit them. U.S. admits Israel to visa waiver program. Deal includes Gaza Americans. As part of the negotiations, Israel eased travel restrictions for Palestinian Americans from both the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. This is in September. U.S. officials confirmed Wednesday that Israel is qualified for the American Visa Waiver Program, enabling Israeli nationals to travel to the United States without demanding a tourist entry visa. You know that. Israelis can travel freely to America. Dude, there aren't many countries that can do that. Are there? Wonder how many can. And that said including Palestinian Americans. $41 countries, actually. Let's see who they are. Nobody from Africa, I can guarantee that. Hardly anybody away from India. The 41 countries are having Andorra, Australia, Austria, Belgium, Brunei, Chile. Chile? Really? Chile? Yo, wasn't expecting that one. Oh, dude, there's a lot of these on here I wasn't expecting to see. Okay, Croatia, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Iceland, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Japan, Korea, Latvia, Liechtenstein, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, Monaco, Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, Poland, Portugal, San Marino, Singapore, Slovakia. By the way, San Marino is like this. They have like 2,000 people. Something like that, actually. Their population. Remember? San Marino? It's some little bitty ass weird thing in Italy. And they actually have somebody in the UN that will talk forever. They get to talk for as long as everybody else, and they have a look. Their population, where is it? Population. Okay, it's a little bigger than that. 33,000 though, 660. The hell? They get to talk as long as in America. They need to be in the minor leagues of UN. So, where was that? All right. Singapore, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Taiwan, and United Kingdom. That's it. Everybody else has to get a visa. They have to put in paperwork. They have to have a paper trail. Ask for permission. We got to look at you first. It looks like the first country that we did it for was... Okay, the first batch of them were in 89. No, 88. United Kingdom looks like it was the first we did it for in 88. Sorry, Simon. You know what the hell's wrong with me. That's weird, ain't it? United Kingdom. We've come a long way since the Boston Tea Party, haven't we? President saying God save the Queen or whatever he said. saying this is blurry. On their end.
The guardian of the Western world. If things are not all right here, things are not right with us. And
actor Brett Gelman.
You're seeing that in
Never
these
heard
protests. It's just it's a completely chaotic, moronic thing. And so what we're trying to do is, you know, just talk to people. We've been filming people so we can try to flip this thing right side up.
And what kind of reaction are you specifically getting for doing exactly that? Filming, speaking to people, getting the truth out. What kind of response are you seeing?
From the Israeli people, I mean, yeah, I'm overwhelmed with their gratitude is overwhelming. It's amazing to me, you know. That's and it really that's very healing to me.
And the reaction from the American audience, the fans, so to speak. I see you laughing. I can only imagine.
It's very split. It's very split. But I'm getting a lot of hate. You know, nobody could ever accuse me of doing this for popularity in the United States.
Sure.
Absolutely not. So, but I don't care. I mean, what's the use of popularity? What's the use of a career if you don't have a soul, if you don't have integrity?
For sure. Talking about integrity, or perhaps the lack of integrity, when you have a supermodel, the likes of Gigi Hadid, making outrageous comments about what is happening here, and then choosing a little bit later on to perhaps apologize for it. What kind of impact does it have in the celebrity world, that American student world that you're talking about? So many followers.
Did they do it already?
Her, and when the apology...
Hold up. What's happening? How come we couldn't see anything? Or did they move? No, there's cameras here. Where are these trucks going? Where are they coming from? This is confusing. I don't even know what I'm looking at anymore, dude. I thought I was in Gaza looking at the exchange point. It doesn't look like the Rafah crossing though. Okay, that's good. 16 breaths per minute. That's good. Alright, baby. Dude, Simon slept with a freaking feather in his throat all night last night. That's wild how they can do that, right? It had to bother him, dude. Because this morning he coughed it up. Hey, you know, they say you can actually eat diatomaceous earth or diatomaceous earth to help to kill coronavirus in your feces. Because they say it like gets in our sewage, supposedly, from passing through us. And that it killed it somewhere else in the body, too. But, like, There was a study on it actually. I don't know why I looked into it. Because you can eat diatomaceous earth to help to cleanse your body. Actually, this is a real study. I lost viewers off that comment. Fuck. Why did I lose? It's like, look, COVID-19 and food-grade diatomaceous earth, virus destruction and excretory system, which was shitting system, and preventing COVID-19 wastewater pollution. I wasn't just trying to talk about shit, dude. I fucking lost viewers over that. It pisses me off when it happens. They're like, oh, had enough internet today for me. Just talking about shit. Maybe I should have called it poo for them. Some people are extra sensitive. The word shit's not safe for work somewhere. Yeah, see, it also says this, diatomaceous earth, also, because I said also does something else, there we go. Yeah. From the epidemiological perspective, excretion process with the diatomaceous earth may be effective measure limiting the circulation of COVID-19 through the bloodstream, thus helping patient fight COVID-19 gastrointestinal symptoms, as well as preventing live COVID-19 virus exiting from the body, thus preventing it from being present in life form in sewage. Like, why don't people know about this? This is a study from 2020. Do you hear anybody ever talking about eating diatomaceous earth or diatomaceous earth when they have COVID? No, never. It's too natural. It doesn't pay anybody to eat that shit. You know, it doesn't pay the pharmaceutical companies. To eat dirt. They don't make any money off you eating dirt, man. Not many people do. The dirt people aren't even making that much money, probably. You sell dried dirt. I mean, I know it's not dirt, it's like seashells, microscopic seashells or something, but I have some in there. I did not use it when I go, because by the time I read that, I was pretty much past it. I was past the gastrointestinal, and I was more the throat at that point. If I'd have known that when I first was having all that issues, I probably would have eaten a teaspoon, put in some water or something. That's the type of stuff Egyptians used to do for health, right? It was in the papyrus, probably. Scroll. Back when pharmaceutical companies didn't exist and people would use plants to... God, can you imagine a world where pharmaceutical companies don't exist and it's all plant medicine? People die though. Some things need pharmaceuticals. he would be in a lot of pain, or they'd be extremely drunk from the painkillers too. Because like you can get opium, right? Or I think morphine even without synthesizing it. It's just concentrated, not synthesized yet. But like morphine is, you know, to get rid of pain, you'd be super fucked up, right? Because it's not very good at killing pain. But that's how it was for me. When they gave it to me in the hospital, it didn't get rid of my pain. It just made me super fucking drunk. So I was in pain and more pissed off at that point because I felt like I was inebriated and in pain, slurring and shit. Demerol, that's the one for me. I'm starting to think we're looking at Rafah crossing, but I don't even know, dude. What do you guys think we're looking at? Rafah crossing going to Egypt from Gaza? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, maybe this says... This doesn't even say... Oh, no, it is Rafah crossing. Okay, I need to change this. My bad. Somebody else earlier said it was somewhere else. Another street. It's gotta be Egypt, dude, because this many trucks would be coming from Gaza with stuff on them. Well, that's not nearly as exciting. Alright, Mr. 9, I think you like kind of pissed everybody off at this point. Looks like they might have talked to you. You can probably just leave now, or I'm going to have to ban you. I'm not kidding. Alright. You did what you came to do, I think. Y'all gonna miss him? Fucking, like, it was when I read the fucking sex slave bullshit about the Navy Army shit that y'all didn't see actually. That's when I was like, what? Twitch blocked it. It says, I'm at a precipice of discovery. Both the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Air Force want to use me as their sex slave. Which branch should I go with? What? Yeah, that's hilarious. Is that even, like, what kind of conversation does that start with somebody? It's fucking stupid. He just constantly say he doesn't ever want to talk about something, He just wants to bounce off the conference, like different topics. Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping ping ping. He likes to steer people, steer the conversation. Wherever you like, oh, you're talking about that now? Well, allow me to get you to talk about this. Bing. It's annoying, dude. Just stay with something. Is that what it's called? Psychobabble? Are you American, dude? 9? What are you?
تنفيذ بنود الاتفاق الذي تم التوصل اليه الجمعه الماضيه ليس فقط لنقل
Hilarious too. The motherfucker can't psychobabble the whole time he's here. He doesn't want to be here. He's like, well, if it's gonna be like that, if I can't just randomly say all this weird shit, well, I believe it. Right. See, I've banned that dude more than anybody else on here. Probably 10 times by now. I feel kind of sorry for him because the dude must be lonely as shit or something. Doesn't have any friends. I don't know, dude. So I feel kind of bad that he's so weird that everyone probably treats him the same way. Like, get the fuck away from me. You're bothering me. They might do that in real life to him. That's kind of sad. So it's the only reason why I keep unbanning him, dude. At least he's not talking about like Nazi zombie slaves and stuff like we used to. It used to be worse. $23 likes. Hey, we're setting a record. Hey, this dude's talking. What the fuck, man? What just happened? Oh, they didn't have an English interpreter, I bet, or something. This ain't gonna be in English.
קטר ומצרים.
can't believe he's not on one of these channels in English. Yo, look at this live shot of Venice, Italy. There's boats coming in right now. I just randomly got shown that, or recommended. Kirby's thing was worth listening to. Oh, Secretary Blinken is going to hold a press conference. Holds it. Oh shit! Never gonna get. He's like a robot though, he's probably not going to be much to it, right? Alright, no. You can't be a smart guy, dude. He is, I don't know, it's like, I don't know, he feels like he does it intentionally. Just to see how long people will go along with it or something. But, it's like he's on Ritalin or something sometimes. What's going on with it? Does he need Ritalin? One of the two. Time to eat. Are you hungry?
What's good?
go. Bro, it's done or what? Blurry. Why does it look so blurry? Is that a video? I click it. Oh, he clicked it. What?
Homeland Security Committee.
What is this? Oh, it's a border crisis thing? I thought it was a... Oh, I thought it was something else. I thought it had something to do with the Red Cross transferring. Remember, because this is on the screen right here. I don't want to get too in. Like I appreciate being there. There's no telling how long this thing will be on though. I don't want to start something and not finish it. Maybe it won't last that long. I can rewatch it or something later. It's already been in it 10 minutes. That's important though. Hopefully. Appreciate you posting it, letting us all know. If somebody else is watching it right now, they can let us know the team did good. Hey, you want to eat more? You want to eat more money? You don't want to eat more? He's actually a mod? Oh, where? Oh, he didn't get tossed. Does he speak the same way in that chat as he does here? Like, does he do all the weird shit? And he's a mod?
Ones, as you heard Nadia here say, she couldn't believe that his name came on the list. This is the case for many families. We'll be bringing you more and more interviews with more guests who are waiting here in Ramallah until the release happens.
I want to know what
for
that
the real
interview
human
was
consequences
like.
of all this. Nida, thank you. Let's go to Tarek Abu Azoum.
When we see some movement on the Israeli captives being released from Gaza towards Israel, it takes more than a couple of hours, sometimes 4 or 5 hours, for the Palestinian prisoners to get released from Ofer prison and then come here to reunite with their families.
I appreciate his dialogue,
There's a family
dude,
who
until he
has already
starts saying
made
weird
its
shit.
way
Like,
earlier
it's
here,
like,
fearing that the roads are going to be difficult. And I'm going to be speaking to her because her son's name, Mahran, came on the list. He's been imprisoned for 2.5 months. He's 18 years old, and his mother Nadia Taha is going to be joining us.
How did you feel the moment you saw his name on the list? I could not believe it. I was jumping for joy. It's an indescribable feeling. He is my only child. I don't have any other children. And he's not just my son, he's also my friend, and he's everything for me. And when I saw his name included in the deal, I could not believe it. I felt immense joy. Praise be to Allah. Nothing is impossible for Allah. He's studying nursing, is that correct? Yes, praise be to Allah. He is religious, he is respectable, he is loved by everyone. Praise be to Allah. And yes, he is a nursing student.
Never did anything wrong.
Finished his first year as well as a summer course. However,
he's a nursing student.
2 days prior to the start of the course, he was taken by the soldier.
You know, so a lot of these nursing students are eventually gonna be with Hamas. Like, they're trying to be like medics for them. There's that, and they also use ambulances and stuff to transport their weapons. So maybe once they can serve like a double duty, double purpose. I watched a documentary and this dude was talking about a little bit of it. Like whenever the commander would say to come with the ambulance, they just knew that they just had to come, and they would, no matter what. Because he knew something they did, and they'd have to bring it, so they'd have to maybe transport a hostage or transport some important equipment or something away from the battle zone really quickly. So they knew if they got a call to come to the front line with an ambulance to do it, because the commander knew best. And shit, it was pretty wild. They use them so they don't get hit with missiles or anything. Less likely to hit an ambulance.
What for? Nothing. He was taken and he was placed under administrative arrest. He was arrested. 2 days later, he was taken to court and sentenced to administrative arrest. For how long? 6 months. And you know that administrative arrest is renewable. So I was very worried for him. Why were you worried for him? I was worried because he is my only child. I have no one else, so of course I'm going to be worried for him. Mahran never left the house. He never left the house. Like I said, he was somebody very committed, very religious. He never spent the night outside. He only spent time with his friends, but his friends were like him. Why did they arrest him? We do not know. What are you going to do when you see him? I don't know. I'm very nervous. When I saw his name today on the list, I honestly did not believe it. I've lived some very difficult days. He's been in prison for 2.5 months, and I lived some difficult days without him. When he was first taken, actually, my brother is also a detainee, but the feeling is always different when you're a mother. The feeling is always different from when they imprison your brother or even your husband. So,
is he there too?
Yeah, this is my niece, Malak.
Mercedes Harris, is he dead now?
My brother, who's also in jail.
Is the husband dead?
So Malak was willing to talk to us, actually. So tell us about your brother. May God help us secure his release.
What did he do?
He always supported me. He always stood by me. He always helped
what did
me.
your brother do, bro?
Be patient. May Allah help us secure his release and the release of all detainees. Was he also under administrative arrest? Yes, he was also sentenced to 6 months.
For what?
Yeah, and he's Mahran's uncle. Yes.
No, he was
Malak,
sentenced to 6 months. That's not administrative arrest, is it?
I am the detainee's daughter. My father is Ziad Abdul Salam Taha. Hopefully all the prisoners will be released. I really miss my dad. Why did you want to talk to us? Why did you want to tell us? Hopefully all the prisoners will be released because
all of them,
yes. He's also a prisoner. He's also a detainee. Do you miss him? Yes, a lot.
Yeah.
And he wasn't imprisoned once. He was imprisoned several times. So this is not the first time? No, this is not the first time. Do you want him to be included in a deal, for instance? Yes, inshallah. And today, who did you come to welcome here? My cousin. And hopefully my cousin will also be released and will come back to us safe and sound. And the same thing for all the detainees. And may God have mercy on our martyrs in Gaza. Thank you. Thank you, Malak. How old are you?
God, she said that. May God have mercy on our martyrs.
She's 8, and she already has a cousin who's in jail and a father who's in jail now.
Dude.
And this is the situation you're seeing here. Families coming.
I didn't even know what a martyr was when I was her age.
As you heard Nadia here say, she couldn't believe that his name came on the list.
I still don't know the exact definition of it.
We'll be bringing you more and more interviews with more guests who are waiting here in Ramallah until the release happens.
Yes, with the real human consequences of all this. Nida, thank you. Let's go to Tarek Abu Azoum, who's in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. So what's the mood there in Gaza in anticipation of a possible extension of the ceasefire?
I really don't know.
Yes, Sherry, as Palestinians are waiting for the announcement of further extension of the ceasefire, they are extremely worried and frustrated. And this feeling of happiness that happened earlier today in terms of the extension of the ceasefire between Hamas and Israel has been mixed with a kind of an anxiety that they are afraid also to the fact that the fighting might be resumed again after the end of this
you know what?
Between Hamas and Israel. So clearly they concentrated during the whole days of truce that had been made and even extended during the last couple of days on generally gathering their much needed supplies, and they concentrated mainly on looking and checking on the houses and to retrieve what had been remained from the destroyed houses that had been completely being under the Israeli intense bombing. So clearly now they are waiting for the announcement by the Qatari Foreign Ministry in terms of the announcement, and to be also to witness more release of hostages between both sides. We're talking about the Palestinian side, where much more Israeli captives will be released within the coming hours, and also in return many Palestinian prisoners will be freed from the Israeli jails according to the agreement. Now also they believe that with the ongoing
a person who was killed because of their religious or other beliefs So you can be a martyr, and just because of your racist beliefs, I guess. Even could a Klansman be a martyr because he died for racism? Like he would he, like, say a Klansman is fighting with a black dude because of racism, specifically for hate crime, and the black dude kills him. Is a Klansman a martyr for the KKK? I don't say it too loud, I don't want to get on the algorithm or whatever. But is he? Is it the same thing? I think so. Yeah, one man's martyr is another man's terrorist.
Negotiations that had been made by different regional players in the
Dude, that's food
the region,
for the night, isn't it?
It might help to reach to a main understanding and to narrow the disagreement between both parts.
There are actually cultures that eat mud dried. It's in Africa. Like dried mud patties.
As they can pave the way for further kinds of ceasefire that will bring an end for the fighting on the ground between Hamas and Israel.
We displaced people do not benefit from the truce at all. We are unable to obtain even basic materials. For example, flour. We are unable to obtain flour.
There's enough disdain for these people. These people have tasted great bitterness. We have faced more disaster than Hiroshima and more than the world can imagine in the Gaza Strip.
We demand that there be a complete ceasefire, a complete stop of war, so that everyone can return to the normal lives that we've lost.
And Tarek, the latest 2 captives to be released happen in Gaza City. What more do we know?
Yes, earlier today, just before a couple of hours, the military wing of Hamas had released 2 Israeli captives who had been captured during Hamas attack on the borders on October the 7th. Now, those captives had been released after reaching a new truce between Hamas and Israel. Now, clearly, what is important about the release of those 2 captives, that they were handed over to the Palestinian Red Cross in the main central heart-beating area inside the Gaza Strip, which is Palestine Square. Now, this area considered to be very vital as it had turned into a war zone between Hamas fighters and even the Israeli occupation soldiers who tried to infiltrate more inside the urban areas of the Gaza Strip. Now, this multi-dimensional release that had been made today bring a clear message to the Israeli forces, saying that despite all the destruction that had been caused inside the north and central areas of Gaza City, Palestinian fighters wanted to send a message that they are still on the ground as they are taking full control over the course of events. And similarly, during the last couple of releases that had been made between Hamas and Israel, the Palestinian fighters managed to release different hostages from separate areas inside the Gaza Strip, which show the level of flexibility afforded on the ground for those fighters. So clearly now both parts are expected to swap prisoners and even to release captives, as also there is a kind of general mood between both parts and flexibility also that had been indicated before to keep going on releasing hostages, and more days of a truce will take place between both parts, and also humanitarian aid will be allowed to enter the Gaza Strip.
Tarek Abu-Azoum in Khan Yunis for us there in southern Gaza. 3 Israelis have been killed and 12 injured in a shooting at a bus station in West Jerusalem. The attack happened at the Ramot junction at the northern entrance of the city. Israeli police say the 2 assailants have been killed. Hamas has confirmed that the attackers were its members and has called for an escalation of resistance. Imran Khan has more now from occupied East Jerusalem, where a Palestinian family home was stormed and 8 people arrested following the shooting in West Jerusalem.
The attack took place at 07:45 this morning. The two attackers arrived by car. They got out and they opened fire at a bus stop in West Jerusalem. They were using a handgun and an M16 assault rifle. They were quickly killed by two off-duty soldiers on the scene, and an Israeli civilian. Police then surrounded the car. Now, in the attack, 3 people died and 16 were injured in that attack. Now, the attack has actually come from this village. This is Sur Bahar in occupied East Jerusalem. What local residents are telling us here that at least 8 people have been arrested by the Israeli police. That includes the mother and the 2 wives. Now, immediately after the attack, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu tweeted saying that these were members of Hamas and that they would be killed anywhere that they attacked. A few hours later, Hamas actually issued a statement. Now, I'm going to paraphrase the statement. Hamas mourns its martyrs, Murad and Ibrahim Namir, who carried out the shooting in Jerusalem this morning, and calls for an escalation of resistance against the Israeli occupation and its practices in the occupied West Bank. Now, the ceasefire agreement only covers Gaza. It doesn't cover the occupied West Bank, and Hamas have been at pains to point that out. But the timing of this attack is interesting. It came just after the ceasefire deadline was due to come to an end. That ceasefire deadline actually was extended with 20 minutes to spare. Imran Khan, Al Jazeera, Sur Bahar.
Still ahead here on Al Jazeera. Safely home, 17 Thai nationals captured by Hamas on October the 7th arrived back in Bangkok after they were released in Gaza.
Joseph Smith was more cult leader than martyr. Who's that? Herman Church.
Hello, we've got some proper winter weather continuing across much of Europe as we move into December. Start of
complements
winter,
the mosquito patty.
Lots of cloud and rain just pumping in from the Atlantic here, actually. That's relatively mild air, of course, but it's bumping into that cold air, which is already in place and ready to turn to snow for many.
Some new castings for Law and Order SVU in Outer Banks, so I want you to attend a virtual open call tomorrow, 9 a.m., 11 a.m., or 1 p.m., which is good for you.
Believe you me, we're getting down to around 13 here on Saturday and nearer 3 degrees as we go on into Sunday. There's that milder air that's pushing in across that western side of Europe, across Spain and Portugal, running into the cold air. More heavy snow coming in across the Alps, maybe a metre or 2 of snow in just a few days coming in here. That makes its way across into Austria and beyond. South of that, not too bad. That warm Sirocco wind, that southerly wind, that's picking that temperature up in Belgrade to around 23 Celsius. Oh, down into single figures up towards the northwest. Only 2 Celsius in London
weather guy
and
always
Paris as we
sneaks in
go
on
through
me.
Saturday. Showers, longer spell.
Square kilometers. So in a comparative perspective, Kyiv Oblast have a population density of 63 people in each square kilometer. And when the Russians invaded, there were a lot of civilian casualties in Kyiv Oblast, places like Irpin and Bucha and others. So multiply this by 100 in case of Gaza. And now I think you can multiply it by 200 because the UN figures is that there is 1,700,000 IDPs in Gaza now. Many of them went southwards. So we're talking now about a population density probably double of the pre-war records. So at the range of over 13,000 per square kilometers. If you drop a bomb anywhere there, a lot of people will die. And it will create more and more of these atrocities that we saw, and therefore more and more political pressures on the Israeli government.
And despite all of that, is Israel's objective of completely destroying Hamas actually feasible in reality?
It's on paper it's feasible. The Israelis will tell you that you know, there are military solutions for some of these problems, and we've solved many problems from 1948 onwards with military means. I think it's extremely difficult. It's extremely difficult to degrade or destroy Hamas. There has been about over 6 confrontations, including 2 invasions in 2008, 2009, and 2014, where Israel attempted to do something similar of degrading or destroying Hamas. And we saw the result. 7th of October, Hamas, according to their figures, used about 5,000 rockets and mortar shells in 20 minutes. In 2014, that was their entire arsenal in 50 days, actually. So they fired about 4,000 and something rockets and mortar shells in 50 days. So the arsenal actually was significantly upgraded in terms, at least, of the quantity, maybe not the quality, but the quantity of the weapons. So they still have some significant capabilities, and I think it will be a very tall order, that issue of totally destroying them, but we'll have to wait and see, because the war is full of surprises.
Okay, we'll leave it there for now, Omar Ashur. Thank you for joining us. Now, 17 Thai nationals are reuniting with their families after being held captive by Hamas for more than 6 weeks. Jessica Washington reports now from Bangkok.
After weeks of uncertainty, a long-awaited return for these Thai nationals.
Since the ceasefire, we don't know much about what's happening. I want to encourage the Thai hostages who are still held captive in Gaza.
Released captive Uthai Sangnuan thanked authorities for bringing him home and asked the crowd to observe a minute's silence to commemorate the 39 Thais killed in Hamas's October the 7th attack on Israel.
أوضاع سياسية جادة. ما هو مدى قبول هذه الرؤية لدى المجتمع الإسرائيلي ولدى
stage and also from here, because unfortunately it's Hamas that's calling the shots and orchestrating its propaganda circus, for lack of a better description, as it has over the past previous 6 nights.
I'm sorry, they keep recycling that fucking Thai story all morning. I'm getting tired of seeing it.
That the hostages are in after the fact, and so we
I watched it this morning before I went live.
To learn that they have been handed over from Hamas to the Red Cross. That could potentially be happening right now. We just simply don't know. We will obviously learn about that from
what are Thai people doing in Israel?
That it has confirmation from the Red Cross that it has received the 6 Israeli.
Do they want to be abducted or something?
Today. After that, they will be transferred to Israeli
I just got to touch the Holy Land.
Accompanied by Israeli military forces on their way to Chatzarim Air Base, and from there to hospitals in Israel. But so far, the most important part of that process, the handover from Hamas to the Red Cross, has not happened yet, at least as far as we are aware. We are following the situation closely, and we will give you updates the moment we hear of any change in the status of the hostages that are expected to be released today.
Well, we certainly are hoping to see more and more images of families reuniting, embracing, like we said, like we saw just a little bit earlier with Mia Shem and her mom and her brother. For now, thank you so much, Middle East correspondent Ariel Osaran, live from Tel Aviv. Thank you. And as we were discussing earlier, Eitan Dangot, we were talking about exactly that Cairo had overcome the apparent obstacles in getting this group of hostages home. At the same time, there's another deadline, so to speak, and that is 7 a.m. when the current truce is said to expire. What does it look like from a security perspective? Will it get pushed out and another group of hostages hopefully comes home? What is your sense of how this is going to unfold?
First of all, use the principle
at the top, and then I'll be happy to take your questions. So sadly, as many of you know, a United States Air Force CV-22B Osprey from Yokota Air Base, Japan, assigned to the 353rd Special Operations Wing, was involved in an aircraft mishap Tuesday Eastern, while performing a routine training mission off the shore of Yakushima Island,
so many of our
emergency personnel remain on scene conducting search and rescue operations. The cause of this incident is currently under investigation. Our thoughts are with the unit and their families, and we'd like to thank the government of Japan and the Japanese Coast Guard for all their assistance. As a reminder, Secretary Austin will travel this week to California, December 1st and 2nd. On Friday, he will host the Australian Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defence Richard Marles and the UK's Secretary of State for Defence Grant Shapps at Moffat Field to discuss the Australia-UK-US Security Partnership, or as you all know it, AUKUS. And this is on the campus of the DoD's Defense Innovation Unit. And then, later that day, he will travel to Simi Valley to deliver a keynote address on Saturday at the 2023 Reagan National Defense Forum. And shifting to the Middle East, the United States remains encouraged by the humanitarian pauses that we're seeing in Gaza, and we remain in close contact with our Israeli partners. As you know, on Tuesday, the U.S. airlifted 54,000 pounds of humanitarian assistance, which included medical supplies, warm clothing, food and nutrition assistance to the people of Gaza. We expect more aircraft carrying humanitarian assistance to come in the coming days. And lastly, tomorrow, approximately 180 U.S. Army soldiers from the 5th Corps 2nd Cavalry Regiment will join Exercise Brave Partner in North Macedonia, concluding on December 10th. This U.S. Army and Africa-led exercise tests the regiment readiness on short notice, enhancing interoperability and strengthening our NATO alliance. The exercise also demonstrates our commitment to the Western Balkans' aspirations for European integration, emphasizing that no nation can face today's challenges alone. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Lita.
Thanks, Sabrina. Japan has suspended its Osprey flights and has asked that the U.S. also suspend some Osprey flights. Is there any move or any decision yet by the department to suspend, pause, or otherwise even slow down in that area flights of the Osprey until after recovery operations are finished? And has the department received an official request from Japan to do some sort of stand down?
So I'm not tracking an official request received here at the department. I've seen some of the comments that you just referenced. Right now, the Ospreys are still operating in Japan, but at the time, right now, our focus in terms of what just happened earlier this week remains on search and rescue efforts. So that's the priority, of course. And we're of course eternally grateful for the government of Japan and their Coast Guard for helping in our search and recovery efforts.
So is there no concern within the department that there are possibly problems within the Osprey that should be looked at before others continue to fly?
Well, I would say as a department, and of course the Secretary values, there's a true commitment to safety when it comes to any of our airmen operating any aircraft. Again, I'm not going to get ahead of the investigation. It's currently under investigation to see exactly what happened. And so until that concludes, if there are any, if the investigation concludes that there need to be additional steps taken, we'll certainly do that.
Osprey
but at this time, the investigation is underway on what happened.
Isn't that the plane that turns into a chopper?
Personnel on board. Do you know how many have been recovered versus how many are believed to have died?
I don't have an update for you on recovery efforts just yet. Again, we know that there are 8 missing. Right. The search and recovery efforts are ongoing. I hope that we will have more to share soon, but at this moment, I just don't.
Do you have any updates on the 5 Somali attackers who were on the Carney over the weekend? And
no, it is that. It is the one that does this.
Link between the Somalis and the Yemeni Houthis.
Do you mean the Mason?
Sorry, the Mason.
That's okay. So in terms of connection, let me take the second part of your question first. So in terms of connection, again, we're still doing our assessments. We're not seeing one right now, but if there is one, we'd certainly, of course, let you know. But at this time, these 5 armed individuals that the Mason was able to interdict as they were trying to flee from the Central Park remain in U.S. custody. Yeah, Laura.
Can you tell us, have there been any additional attacks on U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria since Thanksgiving? The last we were tracking was 73, I believe.
Yes, let me see here. I just want to make sure. Yes, so we do have an update. There was an attack on Tuesday, so that was earlier this week. So that brings the total attacks up to 74 attacks from October 17th until now. We did not see as you just mentioned, over the period of Thanksgiving and then over the last 2 days, we did not observe any additional attacks on our troops.
And where was the attack on Tuesday?
That was in Syria. Yeah.
Were there any injuries?
No injuries, no damage to infrastructure. If there are any injuries, and again, I know that we provide those updates. I don't have any more updates to provide on additional non-serious injuries, but I'm not tracking that there were any injuries from that attack on Tuesday that happened.
Drones, rockets?
I would have to get back to you on that. I just don't have that information in front of me.
Down, I think, was it yesterday? What type of drone was it? I think it was an Iranian drone. Can you say what type of drone?
It was an Iranian manufactured drone. I believe that also there's more information that I think CENTCOM did put out on the drone, but it was a drone that we know was headed in the general direction of the Kearney and was engaged, and because the commander of the ship obviously felt that it was a threat, and so they did take it down. But I think there's more information available online in terms of the type of drone that it was. Constantine.
Thanks. On that topic, can you say what
Lincoln's
the Kearney used to take down the drone, missiles or guns?
I would refer you to CENTCOM for more information. I just don't have that.
I'll come back to you, ladies.
So this is my fourth trip to Israel since the Hamas terrorist attacks of October 7th. On my last visit here, I discussed the potential for humanitarian pauses to facilitate the release of Hamas's hostages, the surge of humanitarian assistance, the protection of Palestinian civilians. And I said that there were a number of issues that needed to be worked through, but that the United States was committed to achieving these goals. Today marks the 7th day of the humanitarian pause in Gaza that the United States worked closely with Israel.
Oh my God.
Bing, 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 bing. The 7th day that hostages have been freed and are returning home to their families. The 7th day that significantly more humanitarian assistance is getting into the people of Gaza who need it. And the 7th day that civilians in Gaza have been able to move to safer areas. I've come again here today to advance a number of goals. Our immediate focus is working with our partners to extend the pause so that we can continue to get more hostages out of Gaza and more assistance in. We share the elation, the relief of the families from more than a dozen countries, including the United States, who've been reunited with their loved ones. And yet, there are scores of family here in Israel, the United States, and around the world whose loved ones continue to be held captive and who are desperate to get them home safely. We will not stop working until we get every hostage back home with their families and loved ones. At the same time, we continue to surge humanitarian assistance to Palestinian civilians in Gaza. Together with the UN, our partners in the region, we have significantly increased the flow of food, water, medicine, fuel to power desalination plants, hospitals, and other critical infrastructure. Just over the past week, the mechanisms that we helped to negotiate and implement have more than doubled the number of trucks getting into Gaza. But this is still not enough to meet the needs of its people, which is why we continue to work urgently to get more aid in and to get it in faster. Sustaining and increasing the flow
Can we
of
get them
humanitarian
condoms
aid,
too?
in particular fuel, restocking stores with commercial goods. These are vital to the lives and livelihoods and well-being of men, women, and children. That's especially true for the most vulnerable parts of the population: children, the elderly, pregnant women, people with disabilities. And it's even more pressing as winter sets in, bringing with it a heightened risk of infectious disease outbreaks. The government of Israel agrees with the imperative of humanitarian assistance and the need to sustain it. Prime Minister Netanyahu also made clear that Israel intends to resume its military operations against Hamas when Hamas stops releasing hostages. As we've said from the outset, Israel has the right to do everything it can to ensure that The slaughter Hamas carried out on October 7th can never be repeated. Hamas cannot remain in control of Gaza. It cannot retain the capacity to repeat that carnage. That was only underscored by this morning's appalling terrorist attack on people waiting at a bus stop in Jerusalem, which killed 3 Israeli civilians and wounded at least 6 others, including 2 American citizens.
Oh, really?
Hamas has claimed responsibility for that attack. It called its perpetrators heroic. We mourn those killed, just as we mourn the loss of every innocent civilian life, Israeli or Palestinian. But as I've also said since I first came here after October 7th, the way Israel defends itself matters. It's imperative that Israel act in accordance with international humanitarian law and the laws of war, even when confronting a terrorist group that respects neither. In my meetings today with the Prime Minister and senior Israeli officials, I made clear that before Israel resumes major military operations, it must put in place humanitarian civilian protection plans that minimize further casualties of innocent Palestinians. That means taking more effective steps to protect the lives of civilians, including by clearly and precisely designating areas and places in southern and central Gaza where they can be safe and out of the line of fire. It means avoiding further significant displacement of civilians inside of Gaza. It means avoiding damage to life-critical infrastructure, like hospitals, like power stations, like water facilities. And it means giving civilians who've been displaced to southern Gaza the choice to return to the north as soon as conditions permit. There must be no enduring internal displacement. All of this
where are they going to go
that
to?
still enables Israel
They got to be able to go
achieve
back
its
to the rubble.
objectives. Of course, we know that every one of these elements is made more complicated by the fact that Hamas intentionally embeds itself with civilians within and below hospitals, schools, apartment buildings, refugee camps. But Israel has the most sophisticated, one of the most sophisticated militaries in the world. It is capable of neutralizing the threat posed by Hamas while minimizing harm to innocent men, women, and children. And it has an obligation to do so. Ultimately, that's not just the right thing to do, it's also in Israel's security interest. The Prime Minister and members of the War Cabinet agreed with the need for this approach. We discussed the details of Israel's ongoing planning, and I underscored the imperative to the United States that the massive loss of civilian life and displacement of the scale that we saw in northern Gaza not be repeated in the south. As I told the Prime Minister, intent matters, but so does the result. At the same time, Hamas has choices too. Hamas could immediately release all of the hostages it holds. It could stop using civilians as human shields and stop using civilian infrastructure
Don't be
to
fucking
stage and launch
retarded.
terrorist
Waste our
attacks.
time with this shit.
Hamas could lay down its arms,
They could
surrender
do
the
that.
leaders who were responsible for the slaughter, the torture, the rapes of October 7th.
Well, he has to say this.
Hamas could renounce its stated goal of eliminating Israel, killing Jews, and repeating the atrocities of October 7th again and again and again. Meanwhile, everyone around the world
Bad
who cares
Hamas.
about protecting innocent civilians, innocent lives, should be calling on Hamas, indeed demanding of Hamas, that it immediately stop its murderous acts of terror and deplorable use
We've seen
of
in
innocent
West
men, women,
Bank,
and children as human shields.
They see them as heroes.
In our meetings with Israeli leaders here and in Jerusalem, and Palestinian leaders in Ramallah, we discussed our continued focus on preventing the conflict from spreading, whether to the West Bank, to Israel's northern border, or to the broader region. I raised our deep concerns about steps that could escalate tensions in the West Bank, including extremist settler violence and proposals from parts of the Israeli coalition government to further expand settlements. I made clear our expectations about addressing these issues. We also focused on what we can, what we must do now to prepare for the day after the conflict, to create the conditions for a durable and lasting peace, building on the principles that I set out a few weeks ago during the G7 meeting in Tokyo. Breaking out of the cycle of violence, cycle of conflict, ensuring Israel's enduring security, demands improving the lives of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank in immediate, tangible ways, and providing them with a credible path toward their legitimate aspiration for statehood. In our ongoing conversations with Israeli, Palestinian, and Arab leaders, we'll discuss practical steps to make real a just and lasting peace, and what each of us is prepared to do to help achieve it. We have no illusions this is going to be easy. We will surely have disagreements along the way, but if we're going to move forward on practical steps toward lasting peace, lasting security, we have to be willing to work through these disagreements, because the alternative, more terrorist attacks, more violence, more innocent suffering, is unacceptable. That's why the United States is here, and we're leading toward this goal. With that, happy to take some questions.
The first question goes to Humaira Pamuk with Reuters.
Hello, Mr. Secretary.
Good evening.
You've just said the U.S. is urging Israel to ensure the protection of civilians before starting its operations in southern Gaza. I'm wondering, you've talked about what you made clear to Prime Minister Netanyahu and the War Cabinet, but what concrete and specific assurances have you gotten from them, if any? Based on what you heard from them today, are you confident Israel will follow the international laws of war in southern Gaza when it resumes its military operations? My second question is, you and others in the administration have repeatedly said that the United States wants to see a revitalized Palestinian Authority to rule Gaza and the West Bank. Sir, could you tell us what exactly the U.S. vision is for a revitalized PA, and does it include a reshuffle in the leadership? Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Mara. So, as I said, we made clear the imperative that before any operations go forward in southern Gaza, that there be a clear plan in place that puts a premium on protecting civilians, as well as sustaining and building on the humanitarian assistance that's getting into Gaza. And the Israeli government agreed with that approach. There are concrete steps that it's not appropriate for me to detail here tonight that we know and we heard can ensure to the best of anyone's ability that happens. It's obviously challenging given the particular conditions that Israel has to deal with in getting to Hamas and making sure, again, that it can't represent the threat that it posed on October 7th. But again, Israel understands the imperative of protecting civilians, the imperative of humanitarian assistance, and will continue to work to ensure that that carries forward in practice. And again, as I said, to the Prime Minister, to the War Cabinet. Intent is obviously where you start, and it's vitally important. And I'm very confident in the intent, but results, of course, are fundamentally what matters. With regard to the Palestinian Authority, we've said, and indeed I had an opportunity to discuss today with President Abbas, the need for reform, the need to revitalize, to revamp the Palestinian Authority so that it can most effectively meet the aspirations of the Palestinian people and deliver for them. There are a number of things that go into that, including, for example, reform so that it more effectively combats corruption, that it engages and empowers civil society, that it supports a free press and open media, and a number of other things. Leadership choices, these are of course up to the Palestinian people and Palestinians themselves. But there are a number of things that we think would be critical to making sure that, again, the Palestinian Authority can be effective in helping to advance the aspirations and the needs of its
cares about it
its
so
people.
For the next question, Tal Shalev with Walla.
Secretary Blinken, reportedly there are disagreements between you and the Israeli government about the way forward regarding the timetable. Is there a time limit from the U.S. point of view on the operation, on the continuation of the operation in Gaza? And another question, there are about 140 hostages still left in Gaza. Many of them are reportedly severely injured, and yet the Red Cross hasn't yet visited them. Can you clarify if this was indeed included in the agreement, and if it was, why isn't it being implemented, and why is Israel pressured to continue to expand the humanitarian assistance to Gaza while the Hamas does not let humanitarian access to our hostages?
Good. Thank you. First part of the question. We support, continue to support, will continue to support Israel's efforts to do everything possible to ensure that Hamas cannot repeat the horrors of October 7th. And that means, among other things, that Hamas cannot remain responsible for governance in Gaza, and it cannot retain the capacity to repeat those attacks. How Israel does it, those are decisions for Israel to make. But as I've said, we also believe it's very important that in engaging in that effort, the way it does matters, makes a big difference. And as we've just discussed, the imperative of putting a premium on protecting civilians and ensuring humanitarian assistance flows into Gaza is something that is vital to us and something that the Israeli government agrees with. On the hostages, I'm not going to get into any negotiations or any agreements, but clearly it would be very beneficial and important for the Red Cross to have access to hostages, to be able to check on their well-being and condition. Having said that, of course, none of that should be necessary because there shouldn't be any hostages in the first place. That horrific part of what Hamas did on October 7th is something that we are dealing with now every single day. The positive development is, as I said, we're now completing the 7th day where hostages have been returned to their families. And that's a very positive and powerful thing. It's something that we want to see continue. And Hamas should release everyone right now. But in the absence of doing that, and as this process, I hope, continues, yes, it would be very good for the Red Cross to have access and to see them. The question of humanitarian assistance is something fully apart from Hamas or the hostages, because this is about innocent men, women, and children in Gaza, not Hamas, who desperately need the aid, who desperately need the help.
Yeah, Hamas won't get any of it.
In Gaza are very, very, very difficult and severe. And the need for the most basic things, for food, for water, for medicine, for fuel to make sure that people can have clean water, they can have sewage systems that work. That's absolutely essential and imperative. And as I said earlier, particularly as we head into winter, we're already seeing the potential for disease outbreaks because, for example, of a lack of potable drinking water. So this is an imperative. It's an imperative because it's the right thing to do. It's an imperative because it's the necessary thing to do. And again, I come away convinced from my discussions with the Israeli government that they fully not only understand that, but believe that and will act on it.
Vivian Salama with the Wall Street Journal.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I know it's been a long day, so apologies for the bundle of questions. Hamas is believed to have released the vast number of women and children that were in its captivity. So what assurances, if any, do you have that Hamas might be open to releasing male hostages? And on the flip side of that, is Israel prepared to agree to the conditions set out by Hamas on that? Separately, President Biden has signaled that that the U.S. is prepared to issue visa bans on what he described as extremist Israeli settlers. What is the status of that? And forgive me, one last one on India. Federal prosecutors on Wednesday charged an Indian national in a murder-for-hire scheme targeting a Sikh separatist and activist in New York who's a U.S. citizen. According to the indictment, the assassination plot was organized by an Indian government official. The U.S. Charges come shortly after Canada's Prime Minister said that the Indian government participated in extrajudicial killing of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil. Are you concerned that India is turning to tactics that violate international human rights law to silence its critics around the world? Thank you.
Thanks, Vivian. So three, not bad. But yes, nice and concise. So on the release of more hostages, look, I can't speak to Hamas's views or its intentions. I can tell you that for the United States, for Israel, for other countries who have their citizens being held captive by Hamas, clearly we want to see this process continue, move forward. We want an eighth day and beyond so that people can be returned to their families. And that applies to all hostages, whatever category they may happen to be in. But it's also up to Hamas. And again, I can't speak to their intentions. I can say that I think this process has clearly been beneficial. And the fact that so many have now been reunited with their loved ones and families is something we, I think, take joy in, but a lot of unfinished business. And we're determined to finish it when it comes to bringing the hostages home. With regard to extremist violence, all I can tell you is this: we're looking to the Israeli government to take some additional steps to really put a stop to this, and at the same time, we're considering our own steps. Finally, with regard to India, first, this is an ongoing legal matter, so you'll understand I can't comment on it in detail. I can say that this is something we take very seriously. A number of us have raised this directly with the Indian government in past weeks. The government announced today that it was conducting an investigation, and that's good and appropriate, and we look forward to seeing the results.
And the final question goes to Qassem Al-Khatib with Al-Sharq.
Good evening, Mr. Secretary. This is Qassem Khatib from Al-Sharq News. My questions, lots of discussion are going on with so-called revamp the Palestinian Authority leadership. Do you consider that via free, fair election in Gaza, Jerusalem, and West Bank?
So, first, as a matter of basic principle, we support free and fair elections around the world, including, of course, for Palestinians. They should have a right to choose their own leaders, and the way to do it is through free and fair elections. But that has to be a process, and it's something that we need to be talking about as we move from the conflict to, as we've been calling it, the day after, looking at what needs to happen in Gaza, as well as the West Bank, but starting in Gaza, particularly with regard to things like governance, like security, like rebuilding. And part of that discussion needs to be about elections. But again, it's a process, and it's something that work needs to go into in the time ahead. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. So again, we're focused right now on Gaza and what we need to see happen in Gaza to make sure that there is governance that is different from what it has right now, which is Hamas, that it has security, that it has rebuilding. All of those things are what we're focused on and need to be focused on. And as part of that discussion, we'll obviously look at the question of elections and when and how Palestinians are able to choose their leaders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening.
We we unpack this statement and this busy diplomatic day, we want to turn now straight to the field. I-24 News correspondent Nicole Tzedek is in southern Israel. Nicole, we are still awaiting initially 8 Israeli hostages to be released today after 2 hostages were released earlier in the day. But in the last hour, Hamas is indicating only 6 will be released. And even those 6 are not yet on the go. So what do we know? Let's try to clear the clutter.
Wow.
It is an ever-ending waiting game, it seems, Ellie. But yes, as you've said, those numbers have unfortunately been fluctuating throughout the day. And as we're talking about these numbers, it's important to remember we are talking about people. We are talking about lives that have been held captive in Hamas captivity for nearly 2 months now. So as they continue to fluctuate these numbers, initially Israeli media throughout the day reporting possibly 8 Israeli hostages returning home today. Later, that number was actually bumped up to 10, with 2 Russian Israelis who might be returned as well, according to Hamas. Now, Hamas is claiming 6. And we're hearing from different Egyptian media sources as well that some of this delay, apparently, that we have seen in the return of these hostages throughout the night, it says that they have figured out that delay and that they are moving forward with the release of those hostages, but the release of 6 hostages. So as far as what's happening right now, these are just the updates that we're getting, but we haven't really seen any movement happening in the Gaza Strip or these hostages to be handed over to the Red Cross. So far, the only movement that we've seen happened about 5 p.m. Israel time. Now it's after 10 p.m. That was nearly 5 hours ago, Ellie, when we did see Mia Shem and Amit Susanna finally returned back here to Israel. But since then, it's been pretty quiet. And then, I guess, quiet on the news end. But when you're talking about some of these different streets here, specifically here in Ofakim, this is exactly where Mia and Amit were brought through. These streets, they were welcomed home by crowds of Israelis waving their flags, opening their arms. A truly emotional sight to see the cheers and the love and a very, very warm welcome. But we want to see that warm welcome for more people tonight, and that's exactly what many of the people here in Ofakim are waiting for.
And this is exactly the mirror image of those horrific scenes that unfortunately became a habit, that the hostages in Gaza are being released while they're surrounded by not just armed terrorists, but by a cheering mob, angry mob. I don't even know to describe their sentiments, but surrounded with people in Gaza, and then the homecoming surrounded with their people, with Israeli flags, obviously the exact opposite of that. All right, Nicole Tzedek, not much is known, but we're, of course, keeping tabs on every single development, awaiting more hostages to be released tonight. Thank you very much, Nicole, for this. And as there are more questions than answers, we want to welcome now here in studio Dr. Fadi Ismail, former senior staffer at the U.S. Congress and research fellow.
One other question. Can you say whether the Mason fired any weapons as part of its engagement with the ballistic missile that was headed its way?
On the, are you talking about the event when from Wednesday or Tuesday? No, I'm not aware that the Mason did fire any weapons in regards to the ballistic missile. Again, that ballistic missile we know landed far away from the ship. I believe it was at least 10 nautical miles away. So I don't believe there was any need to use any weapons.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rio.
Thank you. Following up on the Osprey mishap in Japan, so are you saying the Japanese government should not be worried about the safety of other Osprey aircraft deployed to Japan?
Well, I'm not going to speak for the Japanese government, but what I can tell you as the U.S. government and this department, of course, safety is our #1 priority, and of course we're concerned when there was any mishap, which is why we have launched an investigation into what exactly happened to try and figure out more of the facts here. In the immediate, our focus is on search and recovery or search and rescue efforts for our 8 missing airmen. But in terms of the comfort of the Japanese government, I would refer you to them to speak to that.
Just to be clear.
Sure.
Just to be clear. So will the U.S. military continue to operate the Osprey as you did before this crash happened?
Again, as of right now, we are still continuing to operate the Osprey aircraft. we have a commitment to safety. There is an investigation that is currently determining and looking into what exactly happened with this aircraft and the mishap. Should that investigation yield in results that require the department to change anything about the Osprey or to take additional steps, we will certainly do that. But at this time, I'm not going to get ahead of that investigation and its process. Yeah, Fadi.
Thank you, Sabrina. Just have one clarification about this extra attack in Syria.
Sure.
Did it happen this Tuesday or Tuesday last week?
There was an attack this past Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And then on the incident with the drone yesterday with the Carney, the statement from CENTCOM mentioned one of the ships that the Carney was escorting was carrying equipment, military equipment to the region. My understanding that this is not a government ship, but are you able to say whether that shipment was going to Israel or somewhere else, and maybe try to understand what actually happened in that incident?
Sure. All I know that is it's not a military ship. It's a commercial vessel. In terms of where it was going, I don't have more information for you on that. I would direct you to the CENTCOM team to answer more of those questions. But yes, the Carney was escorting that ship as a matter of safety and to ensure international passageways obviously remain open. But in terms of where that ship was bound for, the Central Park, I think that. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting my own incidents confused here. In terms of where the Carney was escorting that commercial ship, I just don't have more for you on where it was going.
And then lastly, in terms of rules of engagement with some of the UAV activity.
Yeah.
What is the threshold? I mean, obviously these incidents are happening in international waters. Did you have information on how far out was the drone before it was shut down by the Carney?
I don't have the exact measurements of how far it was from the Carney, but of course a commander of a ship, if he or she assesses that the drone or missile is a threat to that ship and the personnel on that ship, they have the authority to shoot it down. So I don't know that there's a threshold that needs to be met so much so as that the commander of that ship feels that it is under threat and therefore they must take action and respond in whatever is coming its way. Yeah, Liz.
Hey, Sabrina. The USS Carney shot down a drone that was, quote, heading towards it, according to the statement we got yesterday in the Red Sea. And then on Sunday, the USS Mason, at least one ballistic missile was heading towards it. But these are not deemed the targets of these Houthi missiles. So my question is, what makes these not considered targets? What is the target? Why are these not being considered attacks, like the attacks in Syria and Iraq, because the Iranian proxies are missing there too?
Well, I don't know that we wouldn't say that these aren't attacks. I mean, we are, of course, taking action if we feel that they are a threat to us. But in terms of intended target, our initial assessments when it came to what the Mason took down and what the Carney took down, our initial assessment is that the ships were not the intended target, but they came close enough where at least the Carney felt the need that it had to engage the drone that was coming its way or headed toward in the general direction. And I'm sorry, I forgot you had another question in there that I'm.
I guess just to pinpoint it a little bit more, if it's not the intended target, then is it an attack or not an attack?
Well, again, I refer you to the people who are launching these drones or missiles, what their intended target is. We can't really speak to that. What we can speak to is the fact that our initial assessment, and if that changes, we would let you know, but our initial assessment right now is that these ships are not the intended target. If that changes, and if we continue to go through our assessments and say, we did another analysis and it did look like they were targeting the Carney, we would, of course, let you know and adjust how we're talking about these. But again, it is up to the commanders of these ships if they feel that they are under attack or they feel like their personnel are threatened to be able to respond and take action.
And a completely separate topic. So President Biden met with Chinese President Xi earlier this month in San Francisco, and they said that military-to-military communication would continue or would restart. Has Secretary Austin or anyone in the U.S. military been in contact with their Chinese counterparts since that meeting?
I don't have anything to read out today. We certainly welcome the conversation, and that was something that you saw the president announce in San Francisco, that mill-to-mill communications would start back up again. But again, until the PRC appoints the secretary's counterpart, the secretary doesn't have someone to necessarily engage with just yet. But of course, we welcome mill-to-mill communications at the very high levels from the secretary to our lower levels and of course in the Indo-Pacific as well. I'm gonna go to Ellie.
General Van Herk opened an investigation into alcohol consumption at NORAD Northcom. Is Secretary Austin aware of that investigation, and is the Pentagon confident that drinking in the workplace has not impacted national security?
Yeah, the secretary is aware of the investigation, and I think it shows just how seriously the commander is taking this by immediately launching one. And of course, we are aware of the reports of allegations of alcohol being in the workplace. Again, NORAD, Northcom, they continue their mission uninterrupted. I'm not going to get ahead of the investigation as it's ongoing now, but we're certainly tracking it here.
What is the DoD policy on alcohol consumption on duty?
I would have to get back to you, but I think you would probably guess that we're not supportive of alcohol consumption on duty while performing certain tasks. But I'd have to get back to you on the exact policy. Yeah, Tom.
Thanks. Two quick follow-ups, please. You said earlier that you all are not tracking an official request from the Japanese government regarding Osprey. If such a request, does that come to the Department of Defense, or does that come through State Department, such a request? Do you know?
I don't know. I think it could come through varying levels, so, yeah.
And my second follow-up, thank you on that. My second follow-up is regarding the drill in North Macedonia. Is this the first time U.S. troops will be participating in a NATO exercise in North Macedonia?
Certainly not first time U.S. troops are participating in a NATO exercise. In North Macedonia, I don't know. I can take that question.
Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm going to go to the phones and then we'll come back into the room. Howard Altman.
Thanks. Is the Pentagon tracking an attack on a Houthi base in Yemen? And if so, do you know who might be behind it?
I've seen the reports of an attack within Yemen. I can tell you that it was not a U.S. military that conducted that.
Do you know who might have been behind that?
I don't. Jeff Schogel, Task and Purpose.
Thank you. Can the Defense Department confirm that one of the crew members from the Osprey that crashed has been recovered and pronounced dead? And are efforts right now still search and rescue, or have they transitioned to recovery?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question. So I've seen the reports. I can't confirm what's being reported about a death. What I can tell you is this is still a search and rescue mission for the 8 that were on board that aircraft. When we have more to share, we certainly will do. But again, this is still a search and rescue mission. And last question from the phones, Heather, USNI.
Thank you so much. So this is the first time that CENTCOM has actually said that, or CENTCOM or the DoD has said that the drones are Iranian made. And I was just wondering what that tells the DoD about what the Houthis have in terms of drones and weapons that we've been seeing launched at near the U.S. ships.
Thanks, Heather, for the question. So again, when it comes to drones or other equipment, I mean, we have been very clear from the beginning that Iran equips, funds, supports, trains various IRGC militia groups, has supported the Houthis, has supported Hezbollah. So I think what you saw is us directly calling that out in a statement yesterday. We have not shied away from doing that. We've certainly done that again when we have taken our own self-defensive strikes within Syria and Iraq. We have said that we know that these are Iranian-used, IRGC-used facilities that fund and support many of these militia groups. So that was just us doing that again. All right, I'm going to come back in the room. Yes.
Thanks, Madam. 2 questions, quick. One,
On India, another one on Middle East. As far as the U.S.-India relations are concerned, military to military, now in the midst of two wars, Russia and Ukraine, and also, of course, Israel and Hamas. Anybody, or secretary or anybody in touch with the Indian defense minister or anybody in connection of these two wars?
As you know, the secretary was just in the region. It feels like 3 months ago, but it was literally just, I think, 3 weeks ago. The secretary was in India engaging with his counterparts. Of course, world events came up, and we put out detailed readouts of those meetings. So he is, of course, regularly engaged with his Indian counterparts as recently as, last month.
And second item, as far as Israel's war against Hamas, Hamas has been designated as the international terrorist organization, but they have a political office in Doha, and so did maybe even still today Taliban's. So if anybody is talking to the Qataris or Doha people that why they still have the political office there and they are running this terrorist organization against innocent people around the globe, including India or US or Israel, among others. And Qatar, they are friends of our friends, US friends, India friends, Israeli friends, among others. So, and the actors in this area still have not condemned these terrorist organizations.
I think the actors in the region have certainly condemned the actions that Hamas took on October 7th. And what you're seeing with Qatar is engagement and them working and with the Egyptian government, as well as, of course, with this administration, to free hostages and to continue this enduring humanitarian pause that is happening right now. I don't have anything further to say about where they're located. But I think we've been very definitive on the grotesque and disgusting actions that were taken on October 7th. And I'll just leave it at that. Yeah.
Hi, Sabrina. Thanks for doing this. 972 magazine this morning reported that the IDF has been hitting what it describes as, quote, power targets in Gaza. That includes high-rise complexes, civilian homes, in some cases without prior warning, in order to, quote, according to their sources, lead civilians to put pressure on Hamas not to co-locate with non-combatants, excuse me. Is the department aware that the IDF has been using this tactic, and has this issue come up in conversations between department officials and their counterparts in Israel? I'm not aware of this report that you mentioned or where it's being reported in the magazine. I think we've been very clear in all of our engagements that the secretary has had on a near daily basis with Minister Gallant. He just had another call yesterday with Minister Gallant that IDF operations, that they are precise, that they're targeting Hamas, but let's be very clear, and just to go off the last question, Hamas is a terrorist organization that embeds deeply within civilian infrastructure and uses civilians as a way of shielding their operations. So they are making it incredibly difficult for the IDF, of course, to conduct their own operations. But in all of the Secretary's calls and engagements with the Israelis, we continue to, of course, emphasize that innocent lives, that they are taking into consideration with any military operation, civilian lives and innocent lives. It seems from the reporting that one of the examples that's given in the article is that the IDF officials are instructed to find a building, say a high-rise that has civilian inhabitants, and if they find half a single floor of the building occupied by Hamas offices, then it's a target, wipe it out. Is that something the department condones?
Again, I have not seen this report that you're referencing. I'm not aware of this. I think what I just said, and I'm happy to reiterate it, but we have been very clear when it comes to engagement and the need to protect innocent civilian lives. But again, finding and targeting any member of a terror network is going to be any challenge for any military, especially when that network is operating in an urban environment like in Gaza. So we're continuing our engagements with the Israeli government. We're continuing to, again, support them in their operations against this terrorist organization, but it is in all of our conversations, and as you've seen in the readouts that we've put out, the Secretary continues to emphasize the need to uphold the law of armed conflict and protect innocent lives. Chris, yeah.
Thanks Sabrina, you thanked the government of Japan and their Coast Guard, but to clarify, the search and rescue effort, is this being led by the U.S. military at this point?
Yes.
Okay. And how many assets roughly do you have?
I don't have more on how many assets are being used for the search and rescue efforts. It's ongoing. Again, when we have more to share, I will certainly let you know, but I don't have more to provide on that front. Yes, in the back. And then I'll come over here.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question. So the House is voting today to freeze the $6 billion in funds that the U.S. released for Iran earlier this year. Can you respond to what lawmakers are saying? Do you think the unfrozen money has emboldened Iran and its proxy groups in the Middle East, especially considering all the clashes that we've seen?
I would say that's really a question for Treasury and the State Department, but to my knowledge, Iran hasn't been able to access those funds. They're still remained frozen and they still remain intact and they have not been able to be tapped into. Again, I'm not going to just comment on pending legislation, and that's really something that I think Treasury would be better to answer. Yeah, and then I'll come, and then last one over here.
Japanese Defense Minister Kihara has publicly stated that he has requested the U.S. military to halt operations of Ospreys in Japan. While there hasn't been any official requests, I was wondering, has that concern been communicated directly to this building through other informal channels?
Yeah, again, I think I answered this, but appreciate the question. Haven't received a formal request that I'm aware of. Again, we are taking what happened, the mishap of one of our aircraft, extremely seriously. Our focus right now is on search and rescue of the 8 that are missing. There is an investigation. I'm not going to get ahead of that investigation, but when those results are concluded, if there's any action or additional action that needs to be taken, we will certainly let you know. But at this time, our efforts are on, of course, thinking of these families who are missing their 8 loved ones right now. Yeah, and last question over here.
Thank you, Sabrina. There are reports claiming that the White House has requested the removal of restrictions on all categories of weapons and ammunition Israel is allowed to access from U.S. weapons stockpiles stored in Israel itself. So do you confirm that things, and if so, how that will affect providing weapons to Ukraine?
So I'm not exactly sure on the report or what you're referencing, but I think we've been very clear from this podium and again throughout this administration that we are providing Israel with what it needs in its fight against a terrorist organization like Hamas. We've provided the contours of what we are providing, which is ammunition, precision-guided munitions, and air defenses. These are the requirements that the IDF needs when it comes to engaging in its fight with Hamas in Gaza. In terms of Ukraine, different area of responsibility, different war, very different landscapes too. We continue to provide Ukraine with what we can on what's remaining from the Presidential Drawdown Authority that we have. We are running low, as you know. That's why we requested a supplemental package that we submitted to the Hill that has still not been passed. But the authorities that we're using to provide Ukraine with the weapons and capabilities and systems it needs are coming from presidential drawdown authorities. What Israel and what we're providing to Israel is coming mainly through FMS and FMF. So Israel is purchasing equipment. So again, we're going to continue to provide both countries with what it needs in each of their areas of them fighting for their sovereign territory against an aggressive neighbor. And we've had that long-term commitment to them from the very beginning. I mean, you've seen the president, you've seen the secretary committed to Ukraine for as long as it takes. What also feels like 3 months ago, but just last week he was in Kyiv reassuring the Ukrainians that the U.S. is with them for the long haul. And so I'll just, I guess, leave it on this note that we are would hope that Congress over these next few weeks not only pass a full-time appropriations, but also passes our supplemental, because we need to keep providing Ukraine with what it needs on the battlefield. We need to keep supporting Israel. And of course, we are always looking to the Indo-Pacific to shore up what we need there. Okay, great. And I'll leave it at that.
Can you clarify one
Sure.
thing you said?
Are you saying that you saw the reports of an attack in Sana'a, or are you confirming an attack happened but the U.S. was not involved in it?
I've seen the reports out there. I can't confirm that the attack happened. All I can tell you is that the U.S. military did not initiate any attack. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Have a good Thursday.
What was this guy talking about? It's serious.
العدوان الإسرائيلي على الشعب الفلسطيني في قطاع غزة، كما تهيب القوات المسلحة اليمنية بكافة أحرار الأمة العربية والإسلامية وأحرار العالم باتخاذ المواقف المشرفة تجاه القضية الفلسطينية ودعما وإسنادا لمقاومته الحرة، والله على ما نقول شهيد. صنعاء 17 من جماد الأولى 1445 للهجرة، الموافق 30 من نوفمبر 2023 ميلادية، صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية.
إذن كان هذا مؤتمر وكلمة للمتحدث باسم القوات المسلحة اليمنية التابعة للحوثيين. قال إن عمليات اليمن العسكرية سوف تتوقف فور توقف العدوان الإسرائيلي على الشعب الفلسطيني في قطاع غزة، وإنها مستمرة ما استمرت العمليات أو العدوان الإسرائيلي على الشعب.
Oh my God. I don't know why this one doesn't have audio. So annoying. I'll be back. I'm gonna clock in for my appointment. I'll be back after I'm done. I gotta shut the microphone and the camera off for now. In a minute. Well, it might be 20 minutes or 30 minutes. I don't know how long it's gonna be. Thanks for being here. Bye.
تعالوا من هنا.
تنص على 10 محتجزين من الفصائل الفلسطينية مقابل 30 أسير وأسيرة من سجون الاحتلال الإسرائيلي، نساء وأطفال. المجموع اليوم 8 محتجزين، لكن بالأمس كان هناك 16 رهينة أو محتجزة تم الإفراج عنهم، 4 من الجنسية التايلاندية و12 كانت إحداهم من الجنسية الأمريكية. فبالتالي إذا ما جمعنا مجموع أمس واليوم سيكون هناك 20 من الرهائن تم الإفراج عنهم. فبذلك اليوم تتم الصفقة كاملة ويصل العدد الإسرائيليين المفرج عنهم 80 رهينة أو محتجزة من الأطفال والنساء وكبار السن، ناهيك عن عدد كبير من الجنسيات الأخرى التي تم الإفراج عنها من الجنسية التايلاندية والفلبينية وأيضا الروسية كما حدث بالأمس، وأيضا أمس كانت جنسية أمريكية لسيدة. واليوم من المرجح كما قال الرئيس إيمانويل ماكرون بأنه سيتم الإفراج عن رهينة فرنسية أو محتجزة فرنسية. إذن واحدة من أهم بنود هذا اليوم تتم لتمهد الطريق كما تسعى الجهود المصرية القطرية الوسيطة في هذه المسألة لتوصل لهدنة قد تمتد لغد أو بعد غد، وسيكون هناك شروط جديدة وبنود جديدة فيما يتعلق بالإفراج عن المحتجزين من الرجال والعسكريين. لكن هذه المرة يتم تنفيذ بند مهم، خاصة بأن الجهات المصرية وعند حديثها معنا أكدت بأنها استطاعت التغلب على جميع العقبات التي كانت موجودة طيلة هذا اليوم لإتمام هذا البند المهم من الهدنة، وهو تسليم المحتجزين من النساء وأيضا الأطفال. والجميع تامر نؤكد بأنهم بصحة جيدة كما رأينا.
وهذا هو منبت سؤالي القادم يا محمد إن كنت تسمعني. من حكم خبرتي متابعة هذه العمليات، عملية التسليم والتسلم ضمن هذه الصفقة المرتبطة بالإفراج عن الأسرى الفلسطينيين من السجون الإسرائيلية وعملية الإفراج عن المحتجزين من داخل قطاع غزة، أنت أشرت بعد ترجل هؤلاء المفرج عنهم من سيارات الصليب الأحمر أنهم دخلوا إلى استراحة مؤقتة لحين عملية الكشف الطبي عليهم. ماذا بعد ذلك في إطار العملية الإجرائية إن كنت تعلمها؟
نعم، يتم إجراء الفحوص الطبية، خاصة وأن الأيام السابقة تامر كان بها عدد من المحتجزات من كبار السن كانوا فعليا يحتاجون إلى المساعدة الطبية وقدمت لهم. بعد ذلك يتم التواصل من الجانب المصري والوفد الأمني المصري بالجانب الإسرائيلي بأن العدد المتفق عليه بالأسماء والقائمة التي أرسلت إليه قد وصلت بالفعل، وهي بحوزة الجانب المصري بعد الاستراحة وتقديم واجب الضيافة هنا في معبر رفح. تصطحبهم هذه الحافلة البيضاء التي اعتدنا دائما على رؤيتها في هذه الصفقات من تبادل الأسرى والرهائن لتتجه إلى الجانب الإسرائيلي. والآن انتهت المهمة الخاصة بالصليب الأحمر الدولي. هذا الطاقم الذي يقود هذه السيارات هو المخصص دائما تامر، نراهم في كل صفقة نفس الأشخاص وأيضا نفس السيارات ينطلقون الآن إلى داخل قطاع غزة مرة أخرى لتكون المهمة بالنسبة لهم قد اكتملت تماما، التسلم من الفصائل وتسليم الرهائن والمحتجزات إلى الجانب المصري ويعودون مرة أخرى إلى قطاع غزة في انتظار إشارة البدء إذا كانت هناك صفقة جديدة في يوم الغد ليتم التنسيق معهم من الجانبين سواء الإسرائيلي أو الفصائل الفلسطينية وأيضا الوسطاء ليقوموا بمهمة جديدة. نعود مرة أخرى إلى طريق المحتجزين أو المحتجزات الذين تسلمهم الجانب المصري حاليا، هم 6 والجميع جنسياتهم إسرائيلية كما أكدوا لنا هنا في سلطات المعبر والجهات الأمنية المصرية. سيتم نقلهم إلى معبر كرم أبو سالم وهو الذي يبعد عن معبر رفح كيلومترين فقط، لذلك ستكون هذه الوصلة ستكون سريعة ولا تأخذ وقتا طويلا.
ولكن الصورة تتحدث يا محمد أن المفرج عنهم من المحتجزين ما زالوا في غرفة الانتظار إلى حينه.
نعم، هم ينتظرون، هي فقط إجراءات بسيطة، التأكد من سلامتهم الصحية، التأكد من القائمة التي أرسلت، يطمئن عليهم الجانب المصري ليقوم بعد ذلك بعملية الانتقال، وهو ما تنص عليه بنود هذه الهدنة منذ انطلاقها وحتى اليوم لتتم اليوم السابع. الفصائل الفلسطينية والجانب الإسرائيلي أكدا على أن يجب لعب دور مهم من الجانب المصري في عملية التسلم، لأن هناك ثقة متبادلة ما بين الأطراف كافة في الجانب المصري بأنه ضامن لإيصال الرهائن والمحتجزين من الجانب الفلسطيني والفصائل الفلسطينية إلى الجانب الإسرائيلي. وأحيانا تكون هناك أيضا وفود أمنية تتواصل دائما مع الصليب الأحمر لعملية التسليم والتسلم من أجل إتمامها على أكمل وجه ممكن. في هذه الأثناء يتم أيضا إطلاق شارة البدء لإطلاق سراح 8 أسيرات في سجون الاحتلال الإسرائيلي، وأيضا 22 من المسجونين أو الأطفال الأسرى في سجون الاحتلال وتحديدا في سجن عوفر لتتم هذه الصفقة. كذلك أيضا هناك المساعدات التي يشهدها معبر رفح، وننوه أنه خلال اليوم تامر كان هناك اصطفاف وتكدس كبير لشاحنات المساعدات الإنسانية التي دخلت على مدار أيام الهدنة وسهلت دخولها السلطات المصرية عبر معبر رفح، تتكدس في الجانب الفلسطيني من أجل إفراغ حمولاتها، وهي تعود واحدة تلو الأخرى مرة أخرى إلى الجانب المصري، وهناك منها ما يذهب إلى شمال قطاع غزة. والمطالب الدولية خاصة من المنظمات الأممية بأن يكون هناك معابر أخرى بخلاف معبر رفح الذي يعمل بكامل طاقته كمعبر كرم أبو سالم، فتحه لدخول مساعدات أخرى إلى قطاع غزة لتلبية الاحتياجات داخل القطاع. هذا المشهد الذي نراه الآن هو تمهيد لأرض قد تسمح بتمديد الهدنة، والحديث عن وقف إطلاق النار، الحديث عن دخول المساعدات الإنسانية.
وهذا هو سؤالي يا محمد، أدعوك إلى استمرار المتابعة والتقاط والإشعار لنا حين خروج المحتجزات من غرفة الانتظار بعد توقيع الكشف الطبي عليهم. معنا في وجودك يا محمد السيد الدكتور محمد فايز فرحات. دكتور، مفهوم الهدن الذي تم تطبيقه ونحن نتابع هذه العملية المعقدة بعد وصول سيارات الصليب الأحمر من الجانب الفلسطيني إلى مدينة رفح ومعبر رفح المصري، وهم الآن في عملية إجراء وتوقيع الكشف الطبي عليهم بعد استلامهم من الجانب المصري. في تقييمك ستستمر العملية السياسية وعملية التفاوض في إطار هدن قصيرة إلى أي مدى؟
يعني أعتقد يعني أهمية هذه الهدن أولا أنها تعطي فرصة لجميع الأطراف لمراجعة يعني مرحلة ما قبل الهدنة، بمعنى أنه الجانب الإسرائيلي بالتحديد يعني مثل هذه الهدنات يعني قد تمثل فرصة لمراجعة أو تقييم الأهداف التي أعلنها الجانب الإسرائيلي.
اسمح لي وأنت معي الآن، عملية انتقال المحتجزات المفرج عنهم من داخل قطاع غزة قد بدأت لتوها بعد خروجهم بعد وصولهم من خلال سيارات الصليب الأحمر وصولا إلى غرفة الاستراحة وتوقيع الكشف الطبي وإتمام إجراءات الاستعداد والتسليم والتسلم. قد انتقلوا إلى السيارة الكبيرة البيضاء التي اعتدنا على أن تنقل المحتجزين والمحتجزات من الجانب المصري بعد استلامهم من الجانب الفلسطيني انتقالا إلى معبر كرم أبو سالم تمهيدا لتسليمهم إلى الجانب الإسرائيلي. هذا دورك يا محمد، صف لنا ماذا ترى؟
إذا كما ذكرت لك تامر تتم هذه الإجراءات سريعا داخل صالة الاستضافة. إذا كانت حالات المحتجزات هي بصحة جيدة ينتقلون مباشرة مع هذه السيارة والوفد الأمني المصري إلى الجانب الإسرائيلي. إذن يبدو أن حالتهم جيدة، وهو ما رأيناه عند نزولهم. لم يحتاجوا إلى المساعدة من الأطقم الطبية سواء من الأطباء أو التمريض. في المرات السابقة كان يدخل فريق طبي مصري متخصص لمتابعة الحالة، قياس يعني المسائل الحيوية للرهائن، لكن هذه المرة لم يأخذوا وقتا طويلا داخل هذه الغرفة. هي دقائق معدودة وبدأوا في الانتقال مرة أخرى إلى الحافلة البيضاء التي تقل المحتجزات الستة، وسينتقلون بصحبة هذا الوفد الأمني المصري إلى الجانب الإسرائيلي. وأيضا سيكون هناك متابعة لهذه الحافلة بالتنسيق بين الأطراف كافة سواء الإسرائيليين أو الفصائل الفلسطينية.
عظيم يا محمد. اسمح لي يا محمد بهذا السؤال. هذه الحافلة تتحرك الآن في اتجاهها إلى الخروج من معبر رفح المصري متجهة بعد ذلك إلى معبر كرم أبو سالم. هذا هو خط المسار المعتاد لهذه الرحلة؟
نعم، هناك خطوط ثابتة تامر في هذه المسألة. إذا كان التسليم سيتم إلى الجانب المصري تكون هذه هي المراحل: التسلم من الصليب الدولي والانتقال إلى الجانب الإسرائيلي. وإذا كانت الحالة الصحية للرهائن لا تسمح بعمليات الانتقال يتم الإفراج مباشرة عنهم من جانب الصليب الأحمر الدولي وتقديمهم مباشرة إلى القواعد الجوية القريبة من المناطق الشمالية. لكن الآن المهمة تقترب على الانتهاء في هذه الهدنة السابعة والصفقة المهمة. دعنا تامر نتحدث بأن ضمانة تسليم الرهائن من الفصائل الفلسطينية وتسليم من الجانب المصري ومرور ذلك الأمر دون عوائق يمهد طريقا أوسع لمزيد من الاتفاقات في الهدنة، وأيضا مزيد من إدخال المساعدات والاستمرار في عمليات وقف إطلاق النار ومنع تحليق الطائرات في الجانب الجنوبي أو الجزء الجنوبي من قطاع غزة. إذن هذا المشهد الذي نراه على أرض معبر رفح.
وهذه الصور، هذا هو الجانب. محمد أنا أدعوك للبقاء معنا. هذه الصور التي أكملت هذا الجانب الذي لم نستطع الوصول إليه بعد ترجل هؤلاء المفرج عنهم من المحتجزين من داخل قطاع غزة وانقطاع الصورة بعد دخولهم إلى غرفة استقبال. أنت تحدثت أنها ستكون لاستضافتهم واستيعابهم وإتمام عملية الإجراءات المعتادة ثم إجراء عملية
Dude, oh my gosh, that was crazy. Oh my gosh, it's always weird getting a new psychiatrist, dude. I gotta get piss tested. Dude, it's like, when was the last time you were piss tested? I was like, I don't know. They're like, well, since you're on this vacation, we'd like to piss test you at least once a year. I'm like, you'd like me to go right now? I can do it right now so you know for sure that I'm good. I'm ready. I gotta get piss tested, yeah, at the VA because I'm on benzos. Ain't that some bummer shit? I mean, not really. It's just now it's going to be on record that I got THC in my system. I asked her though, I was like, is it going to be an issue that I got THC in my system? She's like, no, it won't be. Now she told me. Like I guess if I had kept it a secret from her, it would have been a problem. What? What's TDIU? What's TDA? I don't know what TDIU is. What is it? Dude, hopefully she just hold us for the individual unemployment. What is that? That's a military thing? Dude, do you think she's gonna try to find my channel? I told her that I'm a streamer that does news events. And I told her I'm covering Gaza right now. I might have said too much. I might have said too much, man. Can you imagine? Do you think that she would do that? I told her I wasn't very big though, and I don't really make any money off this. I'm just a hobbyist, and so she just not like. Think she would? Oh, fuck, hope not, dude. That'd be crazy. God dang, that would suck. Oh my. Can you imagine? She probably wouldn't even tell me though. I don't know, she seems like she might care. I'm already 100%, dude. I'm 100% service connected, man. Sorry, America. I failed you. Been told what several times? The VA docs don't give if they give their bucks? Oh, I think she cares. No, dude, I can't get. I don't want HUD bash. I don't want that shit. I don't want somebody walking up in my house and shit. Like, you get HUD bash. There are rules with that shit. There are rules. It's not. You can be written from somebody else, but then you got like the HUD bash people got to come visit you every now and then, like social workers. I'm good, bro. Like that. I wouldn't, I'm good on that. I was approved for it. I could have gotten it. I was like, all I had to do was sign the paperwork and look for a place. He started telling me about all the shit. I'm like, what? Oh, hell no. Y'all can have this shit. They never show up. I don't know about all that. Maybe there. They'd show up here probably. I live in Long Beach, too. It's a city. They got people. Anyway, I'm not doing that. Somebody else that's less fortunate to get that. Man, I really shouldn't have told her that I was a YouTuber though, or that I was a streamer. I didn't matter, she probably would never find me, but still, that was stupid. I'm sorry, am I weird for not wanting my psychiatrist to be peeping in on my streams? Dude, we need to get this guy. We need to get him in here. Inpatient psychiatry of this fucking guy. Stat.
Is expected that Palestinian prisoners will be handed over to the Red Cross before being taken to other areas to their loved ones and come back when we have more on that as well. Well, despite all the destruction and the death toll in Gaza, the US says it will continue to support Israel if it resumes its war on Gaza. Our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett has more on this from Washington, D.C.
Given the high number of Palestinian civilian casualties, and
home,
even
though
the U.S. president is under pressure,
I think I'm pretty hard to find. YouTube is shadow banning the shit out of me.
The White House insists it
If she
will
could find
not
me, I'd be
change its
impressive.
strategy
She'd really have to search probably.
in any
Like if you search for
back
Gaza,
off of its support of
you're not gonna
Israel
find
in
this stream,
terms
are you?
of its desire to resume its military campaign
plus
against
you got to know how to
Hamas
search
fighters
the lives, to
once the
click
temporary
live and stuff.
ceasefire ends. In recent days,
You
the
search
U.S.
for Gaza,
president
though,
has
stuff,
indicated
none
that
of my streams
perhaps
will come up.
attaching some sort of conditionality to future military
I don't
aid
exist.
to Israel may be a worthwhile thought. But when
Works out for my advantage sometimes.
Thursday's White House press briefing,
She asked me if I have any friends, if I ever hang out with you. I was like, no, I just have to stream.
no change
I just have the
in US
viewers.
policy.
I have to chat.
So obviously we
I talk to them every day.
that Israel has the
Pretty
right to
honest with
respond
my
utterly
psychs,
to Hamas.
like about like what I do and
how
much of a loser I am.
campaign, and they said very clearly that
I don't
when
leave the
these pauses
house.
are over, they intend to go back at it.
I don't care about getting laid anymore. Date. I've tripped over nothing? Yeah, I hope so. I just try to, like, I don't know. I don't want to lie to him, you know. I don't want to, like, what are we going to tell her? Like, she asked you what I do all day. I just surf the internet all day long. I mean, it's pretty much what I do, though. So it wouldn't have really been lying. I searched the internet all day and look at YouTube videos. But that's, man, that sounds way worse, doesn't it? I gotta be honest so that I don't sound like a complete loser. At least I'm not the only one here. I mean, more worried about who to be selling your info to, not to show before you do it. Oh, what? Yo, that's why I haven't signed up for the Million Veteran thing, where they take our DNA and shit and look at it. They would ask me that every time I went to the lab, dude. Are you signed up for the Million Veteran Challenge or whatever it was called? Why request a new psych, man? Why are you making me paranoid now? I just got her today. You know how fucked up that would be? It was like, yeah, I need a new one. This one's not working out. She's alright. She's my buddy. Hopefully. We'll be buddies. Dude, she asked me all kinds of questions about the weed, though. She was like, once I told her I smoked weed, she was like, Sister T, you're the only one on Twitch. Do you see that? It says 1. How is that even possible? Here, let's get some more people up in there. Get them bots moving, baby. There should be 2 more people now in there. It's gonna go up to 3 now, watch. Oh, now it's gonna go to 4. Roaches said something. What? I wonder why I didn't see you, Roaches. That's weird. It only went up to 2 though. This shit's broken because it should be counting Sister T, Roaches, Bob Ross, and Half Baked. Those are real accounts. Those are my accounts. What's going on? See, it's one thing. It won't count Nightbot and Stream Elements because you only get counted in the first 2 rooms you're in. After that, they don't count. But my bots are only in this room. So why aren't they counting? But did she ask me if it makes me paranoid, if it makes me anxious, and because I'm on an anti-anxiety medication, so she's like, she has to ask me to make sure that I told her that if I smoke something like diamonds, which is pure THC, yeah, I get anxious, but otherwise, like with flour and stuff, no, no paranoid. It's always weird talking to them about weed because, 2 decades ago, none of the VAs were okay with weed. They couldn't be. Now, you get a little leniency in the weed-friendly states. They're allowed to let us use it while on, say pain medication or psych medication that's a controlled substance. When in a state that doesn't have legal weed, if you get popped with weed, like if I moved to Tennessee, I wouldn't be able to smoke weed and be on the medication I'm on because they would take me off of it because of state law, even though it's a federal organization. And I even had nurse practitioner chief of Denver's psychiatric department tell me that she didn't think that weed had any use at all for anything in the DSM-4 or 5 or whatever they're on now. In the psychiatric handbook for, he says it only causes psychiatric problems, she said. I knew I had to leave Denver then. Yeah, I told her I spoke it to give me an appetite, because I didn't want to make it a long-winded, like, explanation of why I smoke weed. Like, there are multiple reasons why I smoke weed, but I just left it at, it gives me an appetite, you know what I mean? Because it does so much, dude, but I'm not trying to, like, she's all typing it down and everything. It helps me be more calm, helps me think more clearly somehow. Be able to focus better. It's like an ADHD medication. Yep. Bro, yeah, get a new psycho, because they want to go through your medication history, and I've been on so much stuff, dude. She was like, what all have you been on? I couldn't even remember everything, dude. Like, she brought up stuff that I didn't remember being on before. Like Seroquel, I guess I tried that at one point. And, Zoloft was another one I didn't recognize. There was one more. Never know. Paxil, I know I've tried. Depakote. Gabapentin. One more. Wellbutrin, yep, tried that one. Also known as bupropion. That helped me quit smoking once, though. I remember. It's actually used for smoking cessation, and it seemed to help one time when I was quitting. But yeah, it didn't seem to help with whatever else it was supposed to. She's talking to me. Dude, I gotta see her again in 3 months, too. I think next time I might ask if we can do them every 6 months. Because she asked me what my preference was, and I left it up to her. I shouldn't have done that. I was like, no, whatever you want to do. Dang it. I don't know, I always feel kind of weird when I have a psychiatric appointment. Before, after, and during. The time. Let's go. Yeah? You gonna eat some more, bud? Are you gonna eat some more or what? We'd have to get down. Oh, you just want to get my way? Oh, okay. Guess he does want to eat after all.
Are operating. People need fuel to get clean water for their vehicles, for bakeries, for many reasons.
For nearly 2 months, under Israel's total siege of the territory, no fuel or gas supplies have been allowed into Gaza.
Under the ceasefire agreement, 2 to 4 trucks of fuel have been entering to the southern Gaza every day. About 140,000 liters of fuel. That's nowhere near enough. The United Nations estimates that about 250,000 liters of fuel are needed every day for humanitarian purposes, such as operating generators and desalination plants, while 800,000 to 1 million liters of fuel are going to be needed daily if these cars are going to be operating again.
The shortage has forced Palestinians to find alternatives. One of them is cooking oil.
What?
Nicknamed falafel fuel after the chickpea snack. It's what most drivers in southern Gaza are using to power their vehicles. A small quantity of petrol is diluted with vegetable oil.
I need my car to work and feed my family. I know it's bad for my health, mine especially because I'm a cancer patient. But what other choice do I have?
What? Bad for his health?
With fewer buses and taxis
Well,
on the
car's
roads,
health.
donkey carts have made a comeback. They provide a source of income to those who've lost their farms and businesses.
With this war, we're living tragic times, so our carts are becoming a mode of transportation. There's no fuel in Gaza and no cars are operating. People need to get around, sometimes to places that are far away, and donkey carts are the only way.
The problems are numerous, but Palestinians here say they've endured so much already that they're determined to overcome these latest challenges. Yumna Sayed, Al Jazeera, Khan Yunis in southern Gaza.
Well, we've been seeing pictures of fires in the occupied West Bank. This is near the Offa prison where Palestinian prisoners are expected to be released. And we've also seen pictures of the Red Cross trucks at the Rafah border where a number of Israeli captives are being released. There'll be more coming up soon here on Al Jazeera.
The latest news as it breaks.
This attack has been described by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as an act of terrorism.
With detailed coverage.
Javier Milei has promised to reform the Argentine state and implement austerity measures. People here fear that this will impoverish the population.
From around the world.
Geert Wilders wants to be prime minister of all people, but after 25 years of campaigning against migrants and asylum seekers, some say his new tone doesn't sound convincing.
Frank assessments. Forced displacement, ethnic cleansing, persecution. This seems to be another Nakba.
Informed opinions.
What we see here is not an act that is meant to change the reality, but rather to maintain it.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Do you think even the President of the United States, when he hasn't been able to get a humanitarian pause he's been asking for days and days, has any sway over Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Inside Story. Jizia.
You can't choose solutions that gives us no hope for a future.
Then we have to find creative solutions, not just turning our backs on them.
Don't think about it as a number. Think about it as a person.
Putting yourself in that person's shoes so that you can see from a different angle.
Shit, if you, dude, all you have to do is type in John in Gaza and you can find this stream.
We want peace, we want education, we want
I might have fucked up.
Because the women in my country, they are not free. They cannot.
You scroll long enough, it comes up. Just JON in Gaza.
We are human beings that deserve to be treated equally.
We are walking in the footsteps of our ancestors.
Whatever has been done before can be done even better. As long as
you just have to keep pushing because no one else can see the vision as clear as you do.
It's kind of far down, but let's see, 1, 2, 3. It's there though. I wasn't expecting it to be there.
Hello, I'm Kerry Johnston. This is the News Hour live from Doha. Coming up in the next hour. Hamas hands over 6 more captives from Gaza, bringing the total number released on Thursday to 8. 30
That's pretty cool, huh?
prisoners are expected to be free.
All you gotta do is type in John in Gaza and we come up, baby. You too. Can you believe that? It's not one of the top ones, but
I made clear that before
it's there.
Major military
I'm surprised I'm searchable.
It must put in place humanitarian civilian protection plans.
U.S. Secretary of State reiterates
Dude, I talked
for the war. It says more.
I talked to the guy. I'm getting help with the bot. I just can't do it while I'm streaming because there's a bunch of steps I gotta do. And I need to be able to concentrate completely on the bot when I'm doing it. Wait, there's the other bots on though. What does it have? The other bot. Let's see what he said I have to do. There it is. Okay, it says the suspension could be a cause, yes, but since it also does it when you are not live and no one is doing anything, let's first check an issue with the installation. First, just to be sure, create a backup of your bot by going to the question mark in the top right corner, select the create back. What was she saying?
Released this evening are in Israeli territory on their way to the Hatzarim Air
30
Base
for 10,
in
baby.
the southern part
That's
of
a
the
good deal.
country for an initial medical check before they will be flown via helicopter to several different hospitals throughout the Tel Aviv area. Now, there was a delay in the release of these 6 captives, and I'll remind you that 2 captives were released in the middle of the day from Gaza City, given to the Red Cross, and went through the same process processes were driven through the Rafah border crossing, went into the hands of the Israeli army for identification processes, and then made their way to Israel. Those two have since been reunited with their families and are currently at hospitals. What we do know additionally is that as part of the extension deal, Israel stipulated that there should be 10 Israeli captives in return for every additional day of the ceasefire that is added on. Now, the Qataris have released a post on X, formerly known as Twitter, saying that the two dual Russian-Israeli citizens who were released yesterday were actually part of this deal. So while there were 8 released yesterday, it does bring that total of 10 released per day. The Israelis are saying that while these captives have been released, they are still trying to do everything they can to release all of those who are currently being held captive inside of Gaza, Kerry.
And Handa, what's being said about a possible ceasefire extension then?
Well, the Israelis have not made any formal announcement or confirmation about another extension of the ceasefire. I'll remind you, we are in day 7. The initial agreement was for 4 days. There was then an extension of 2 days, and now we are in the 7th day, which is the 3rd day of the extension. The Israeli military spokesperson Daniel Hagari at his nightly press conference said that if the deal continues as planned, they are looking to release more captives tomorrow, which would indicate another day of the pause in the fighting. All of this coming as U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken made his 4th trip to Israel since the war began in efforts to hope to extend the current ceasefire agreement. The United States has said that it's doing everything it can with its partners in the region, with the mediators of the current ceasefire deal, to see as many captives released as possible. And under this current framework, the Israelis are saying that they're hoping to release all civilian women and children who are being held captive inside of Gaza. But remember, for all of the extensions we have seen for this ceasefire, the Israelis didn't really make any sort of formal announcement themselves, but it was rather made through mediators and the Qataris who announced it on their behalf. However, early Thursday morning, this morning, what we did see about 40 or so minutes before the ceasefire was going to expire, the Israeli army did release a statement saying that there would be an additional day of the pause, which was today on Thursday, as mediators were continuing their efforts to release the captives. So while all signs could be pointing toward an extension, there is still no confirmation at this time, at least from the Israelis, Kerry.
Indeed, in what is a fast-moving situation. Hamda Sahut, thank you. Well, Nida Ibrahim is in Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank. So what's happening in Ramallah ahead of this expected release of more Palestinian prisoners?
Well, families are gathering here, although they don't know when the Palestinian prisoners are going to be released. But speaking from experience from the previous 6 nights, we can tell you that those prisoners are usually released after the release of the Israeli captives by a couple of hours. We're seeing a lot of anticipation. We're seeing nerves that are very high, including one person that we wanted to speak to, but she wasn't feeling well. She's exhausted, she's tense, and she says her heart beating very fast. Let's now talk about this with another mother, Maysa Ayash. Her son Muhammad turns 19 next month. He's been detained in Israeli jails for the past 5 months. Maysa, ايش الظروف اللي كان فيها اعتقال محمد؟ احكي لنا امتى اجوا على الدار، كيف اجوا؟
What are the circumstances in which he was arrested? Muhammad was arrested in December. It was a special force. They had normal cars, unmarked cars, and they stormed the house. We were asleep at that time, and they took him and left. Within 5 minutes, they left the house with him. Were there any information where they took him? No, it was about 10 days. We didn't know anything. He was under interrogation. Then he was moved to Ofer, and he called us, and then we knew that he was in Ofer. He's been there since. Yes, he's been in Ofer since then. Tell me about your feeling with the deal. I can't describe my feelings. It's nice, beautiful feelings, but at the same time, we are sad for what happened in Gaza, and that the deal was within these circumstances after there were martyrs and Gaza was destroyed. And you know, as a mother, I wish for all the prisoners to be freed. It's an incomplete happiness. I am joyful that my son will be released, but it's always sad for the other prisoners. I send a call to the Red Cross because they don't know the circumstances there. Have you visited him since he was arrested? No, I didn't visit him. And since 7 October, I didn't know anything about him. When they transferred him from one prison to another, I didn't know anything about him, with no clothes, and they were beating him up on the way. They left him 10 days in solitary confinement. How do you get the news from the prisoners? Honestly, we don't know. They don't know anything about the war. When he was in Ofer, he didn't talk to me at all. But when he was moved to Nakab, there is a room there where they had a phone, they could speak. Not always, but only like one time he called me over the phone. How do you feel today that he is released? I would like to thank the resistance in all its groups because they did their best, and I wish them all the best. Without the resistance, we wouldn't have had a deal. May God bless them, and we hope for a free Palestine from the occupation. And hopefully this prejudice and unfair situation would be shown to the whole world and to all Arab countries, that they see the struggle of the Palestinian people, whether it's like arrest or like storming the houses, randomly destroying what's in the house. And they arrest people. What else can I tell you? It's all unfair. And the treatment inside the prison is very bad. My son doesn't tell me anything at all. He tells me there is no food there. He is very hungry, starving, and there is no showering. And they took all their clothes and they burned it. They give them only one outfit. They take a bath and they go back to wearing the same outfit again. It's very difficult. I send my call to the Red Cross. Please oversee the prisoners. Nobody knows about their struggle. There is a high likely that people will be rearrested. I am very worried about that, honestly. The occupation has nothing, like, what can you do with it? You can't guarantee what they would do next. Anytime you finish the truce, you finish the war, and then they rearrest people again. I hope this time we'll be committed to their agreement. What would you do first when you see him? Honestly, I don't know. The feeling is incredible. When they came to the house and arrested him from the house, I was running after him barefoot. And from the truth till now, I have been like hysteric. I'm dreaming about the day he would be released. I'm following the news. Is his name there? Would his name not there? You know, as a mother, it's hard, especially in these circumstances. My son is in administrative detention, and without a deal, they would have extended his imprisonment, and he has a secret file. Thank God he was released. May God help us and keep us victorious and determined.
So the feeling here is that this is a beginning, as we're seeing 6 nights of prisoner releases, and we're seeing that Hamas still has, and the fighting groups in the besieged Gaza Strip still has Israeli captives. The hopes now are for the release of those who have higher sentences, whose only hope to be released and be free is a prisoner exchange deal.
Painful testimonies there, I should say. Nida Ibrahim, thank you for that update from Ramallah. Well, mediators are continuing to negotiate a further ceasefire extension. Senior Hamas spokesperson Osama Hamdan told Al Jazeera the group is willing to hand over more captives, but the deal would only happen if Israel agreed.
What was happening in the last 50 days. It was a massacre committed by Israel against civilians, the women, the children, and old men, destroying the infrastructure of the Palestinians in Gaza. So going back to the will of this Israeli hardline government, you can't trust anything. From our side, we are following up the political and diplomatic efforts done by Qataris and Egyptians in order to extend the ceasefire, sending more captives, and we were clear in that. We will continue that on the basis of the Israel understanding that there will be no chances to continue the attack against the Palestinians.
Let me ask you, is Hamas able to account for all Israeli captives? Does it know where they all are and therefore be able to agree to Israeli demands, even if it wanted to?
Well, as everyone have understood till now, that we don't know where they are all. We are willing to bring them all if they were in our hands, but they are not. But we are searching to find them. If the Israelis continue the attack, there will be no chances, as everyone knows that some of them were killed under the heavy bombardment of the Israeli Air Force. So that may be another way to kill those hostages, by going back to attack Gaza.
Let's cross now to Tarek Abu Azoum in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. What's the mood there in Gaza in anticipation of a possible extension of the ceasefire?
Yes, the Gazans inside the territory are waiting eagerly for the announcement for further extension of the ceasefire on the ground between Israel and Hamas. But clearly, till now, there is no any confirmation about any possible extension. But they hope that the further extension will be taking place soon, within the coming hours, in order to have more new days of truce that will help them to recover, and even to help them to gain their much needed supplies, including water, food, fuel, gas, and oil, to be able to cope with the results of the Israeli devastation of the Gaza Strip. Now, clearly, as people were evacuating from the north to the south of the territory, they are now clearly feeling that there is no any safe also shelter to go to amid the growing concerns of the possibility of renewing the fighting on the ground between Hamas and the Israeli occupation soldiers. And they believe that if there's going to be any renew of fighting, will be very devastating and even destructive, that there are going to be more casualties and more victims, besides the mass destruction and the sheer damage that will completely take place within the coming days if there is going to be no any kind of extension.
From the bottom,
mainly they believe that the negotiations and all diplomatic efforts made by regional mediators are going to be fruitful within the coming hours, as they are trying to narrow the gaps of disagreements between both parts in order to have more release of hostages between the Israeli side and even the Palestinian side. So clearly they were using the truce before to gain their much supplies that they are really in a severe need for. And now with the further days of extension that would be possible, it means that there's going to be more flow of the humanitarian aid, and means also more days of calm and tranquility away from the Israeli bombardments.
Okay, indeed. We'll leave it there for now. Thanks very much indeed for that update. Well, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has met Israeli and Palestinian officials. He's calling for a longer ceasefire to release more captives, but acknowledges the war will continue.
I made clear that before Israel resumes major military operations, it must put in place humanitarian civilian protection plans that minimize further casualties of innocent Palestinians. That means taking more effective steps to protect the lives of civilians, including by clearly and precisely designating areas and places in southern and central Gaza where they can be safe and out of the line of fire.
Well, earlier I spoke to our correspondent, Rasul Serdar. He says there are no clear answers yet from the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken about how to protect Palestinian civilians if the conflict continues.
$52,000,
regarding
baby.
the hostage release and the extension of the ceasefire, still negotiations are on the way. The diplomatic force are on the way. Qataris, Egyptians, and the U.S. officials are still working together. They have a direct line with both the Israeli officials and the Hamas officials as well. So far, they're cautiously optimistic, and the hopes are quite high that it will be at least 1 day more extension of the ceasefire. So just on Tuesday, we have seen that the heads of Israel's Mossad and CIA were in Doha meeting the Qatari prime minister and trying to pave a way for the extension of the ceasefires. And so it's quite a delicate process because securing the release of the captives and the prisoners in a war zone is quite complicated. The timing, the logistics, and anything that could prevent, and there are lots of spoilers also around. But so far, it has worked so far. And just if you look at the usual pattern of the releases, you will see that in the last couple of days, particularly, either it has been announced, the extension of the ceasefire has been announced hours ahead of the deadline, or in some cases, minutes ahead of the deadline. So far, it hasn't been announced. However, we know that we're hearing that both parties, both Hamas and Israel, are willing to extend at least for 1 day more.
We've been hearing from the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He was in Tel Aviv at a press conference. He talked about what he called, quote, the day after the conflict, but not so much about exactly what's going on now.
What is important, what's remarkable about his speech and his visit is that we clearly have seen that the USA is giving green light to Israel for the resumption of the conflict, or the Israel's continuation of its military campaign in Gaza, but this time particularly focusing on the south of Gaza. But also there are 3 other points as well. Here first, he has been asked, in case of Israel continuing its military campaign on the south, whether there are going to be any specific assurances if Israel will protect the civilians or not. There wasn't any answer from Blinken regarding that. And also, it was clear that the USA's top official has said that they are standing with Israel, whatever it will do, and whatever it is doing now, it will stand with Israel. So, but the way that Israel does matters. So the question is here, okay, if Israel, the way that Israel does is quite problematic, and let's say it's which has been the practice, it is violating the international humanitarian law. So then what? Is there any deterrence mechanism, or are there going to be any sanctions, any concrete steps to stop Israel? No answer for that as well. And the other one is that he himself said that particularly while the winter sets in, people are in desperate need in south of Gaza. But the humanitarian aid must be getting in Gaza. So the question is that while these heavy bombardments are continuing, how is that possible that international humanitarian aid can get in Gaza?
Well, Maureen Rabbani is a Middle East analyst specializing in Palestinian affairs and the Arab-Israeli conflict. He joins us live from Montreal. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. What do you make of the latest situation? How long can this exchange continue?
Not very long. I mean, Hamas on the one hand and Israel and the United States on the other have agreed a formula for exchange of captives, for the trickling in of humanitarian aid in the context of this truce. And it's all based on the Palestinians releasing women and child captives, and Israel releasing 3 times as many women and child captives. Pretty soon, the women and children still being held captive by Palestinians will run out, so to speak. And then it's not simply a question of agreeing to proceed with another category of captives, but also an entire new formula. So in effect, you're talking about a new agreement that cannot simply be an extension of the current one. And the other issue, of course, is as your correspondent was earlier pointing out, we had the initial 4-day truce, then a 2-day extension, and now we're having 1-day extensions that go down to the wire before the commitments are in. And this is really an unsustainable situation for Palestinian civilians in the Gaza Strip. It seems very much like a stay of execution in which the Israeli military is taking kind of a Khmer Rouge coffee break before it proceeds again with the slaughter in the Gaza Strip. So I think a formula will need to be found to extend this for at least a rather extended period. Whether that is going to be possible or not, I think, is very much an open question, because there are some Israelis and some Americans who are very eager to get the bombs falling again, while there are others who are primarily concerned with containing this so that it doesn't escalate into a more regional conflict.
Right. Well, given what you say then, and if an agreement is indeed reached, will it give an indication of US intentions here in the wider context?
Yes, because I think ultimately if the U.S. wants an extension of the truce, Israel will have to go along with it. And I think you have kind of different factions within the leadership now. You heard Secretary Blinken basically agitating for a renewal of this war and making a point of saying that the United States will place no restrictions on how Israel decides to prosecute its terror bombing of the Gaza Strip. And then you have others that are more associated with the Pentagon and the CIA, whose primary concern is the ramifications that a renewed conflict could have on U.S. interests in the Middle East, particularly a more regional conflict that could directly involve the United States. And I think they're beginning to think of a potential off-ramp. We're still quite far from that. And for the moment, at least, it's that faction in the U.S. leadership that seems to have the upper hand. But Israel, on the one hand, it hasn't been able to attain any military objectives. So you could argue that it has come to the realization that eradicating Hamas and all these other slogans are a lost cause. At the same time, you have a military leadership that's still desperate to achieve something to at least somehow reduce the stain on its record from the 7th of October.
And with that military leadership, as you mentioned, if hostilities do continue, where does that leave Israel and indeed innocent Palestinian civilians?
Well, I think if the hostilities resume, Israel will be conducting them under more difficult, not only military circumstances, because it will now be fighting in much more dense urban territory. And it's already demonstrated that its ground forces are fairly mediocre in this respect. But it will also be fighting under more difficult political and diplomatic circumstances. I mean, what we've seen since the 7th of October is that Israel has really become an irrational actor. It's incapable of any form of inhibition or self-restraint. It accuses its closest allies, most recently Spain and Belgium and Ireland, of supporting terrorism. It demands the immediate resignation of the UN Secretary General simply for saying that this entire conflict has a context and so on. And so Israel will want to proceed as it did before with terror bombing and inflicting mass casualties and all the rest of it. But I think, we should at some point expect one or two more furious Israeli offensives that are unlikely to achieve much of military significance. But I don't think, when Israeli leaders talk about another month or two or another year of continued attacks on the Gaza Strip, such as we saw before this truce. I don't really think that's on the cards anymore.
Ruin Rabbani, we appreciate your insights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, 3 Israelis have been killed and 12 injured in a shooting at a bus station in West Jerusalem. Well, the attack happened at the Ramot Junction at the northern entrance of the city. Israeli police say the 2 assailants have been killed, along with an Israeli citizen who was shot accidentally. Hamas has confirmed that the attackers were its members and has called for an escalation of resistance. Imran Khan has more from occupied East Jerusalem.
The attack took place at 07:45 this morning. The 2 attackers arrived by car. They got out and they opened fire at a bus stop in West Jerusalem. They were using a handgun and an M16 assault rifle. They were quickly killed by 2 off-duty soldiers on the scene and an Israeli civilian. Police then surrounded the car. Now, in the attack, 3 people died and 16 were injured in that attack. Now, the attack has actually come from this village. This is Sur Bahar in occupied East Jerusalem. What local residents are telling us here that at least 8 people have been arrested by the Israeli police. That includes the mother and the 2 wives. Now, immediately after the attack, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu tweeted saying that these were members of Hamas and that they would be killed anywhere that they attacked. A few hours later, Hamas actually issued a statement. Now, I'm going to paraphrase the statement. Hamas mourns its martyrs, Murad and Ibrahim Namir, who carried out the shooting in Jerusalem this morning, and calls for an escalation of resistance against the Israeli occupation and its practices in the occupied West Bank. Now, the ceasefire agreement only covers Gaza. It doesn't cover the occupied West Bank, and Hamas have been at pains to point that out. But the timing of this attack is interesting. It came just after the ceasefire deadline was due to come to an end. That ceasefire deadline actually was extended with 20 minutes to spare. Imran Khan, Al Jazeera, Sur Bahar.
Still ahead here on Al Jazeera, safely home. 17 Thai nationals captured by Hamas on October the 7th arrived back in Bangkok after they were released in Gaza.
Bye bye. Hey. Yo. How's it going? Oh, is this new? These are the new ones. This is the new one, dude. Hold on. I need to rewind it.
With the doubler, so it's
That was earlier today, right?
And the kindness.
Oh, she's speaking English.
People very good, very kind to me. Kolo tamam, food good and the kindness and everything good.
Bullshit. Dude, her eyes at the end of that didn't seem like it.
The kindness and everything good.
Right there.
This is not really made.
Right there. Or you see it? See how she changed right there? She was like, mm. And looked back at her like, mm. You really went all in with it. Oh, everything good. I don't think so. The girl, the Marine, doesn't look like she's everything good with it. And neither does she, actually. She still looks freaked out. Shit. What the hell? Yo, dude, hold on. Hold on, we gotta see that again. You ever see that before? Look at these fuckers rolling up there. This is like the Indians. Have you seen the Indian parade where they're all like dangling off of motorcycles, spinning and shit? One in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. I showed it multiple times on here because it's so wild and out. It's their official military, and they have like a group that hangs off of motorcycles and spins. There's a bunch of them, dude. They do all kinds of tricks and shit. Alright, if you haven't seen it, check it out. It's hilarious. But it's kind of like that. This is their military, dude. This is their... this is probably how they train to travel in groups, man. Like, you get in the truck, you put one leg in, like, who's driving this thing? Okay, yeah, there's somebody driving. You got so many people in the back. This is the Hamas formation. Hamas infantry, troop transport. That's why they don't have a chance, dude, really. They really don't. Like, if Israel wanted to just exterminate them, they could. But they really want to get the hostages back. Because if they can get the hostages back, they can just flood the tunnels or something, you know? Them hostages are saving their ass right now. That's why they were so keen on making sure they got the hostages. Because they knew.
Goodbye.
That's the only thing that would save them, dude. But Israel's doing such a good job at getting media out of the war zone that who knows what they're doing, actually. They could be flooding some tunnels. But, I mean, there are a lot of people. I think that Hamas kept these hostages safe because they knew that they were bartering power. They didn't let them stay in an area that was getting bombarded because they didn't want to lose the hostages because of what they're getting for them. Like their money, their currency at this point.
Keep them detained, subject them to torture, physical and psychological, and never have to explain to them the charges against them,
3 to 1,
nor show them the evidence that is being used to detain them.
Exchange rate's pretty.
And this process can be renewed every 6 months indefinitely.
Lopsided.
So many Palestinians are held totally without charge. Those that are charged, we should query what they're charged of. In many cases, you're talking about displays of national identity, posting a Palestinian flag online, attending a protest, things of that sort. But what is very clear is that all Palestinians who are detained, who are held by Israel as hostages, have reported some form of physical or psychological torture while under Israel.
Some of them we've heard that one of them got charged with stabbing someone, another one got charged with plotting to wear a suicide vest and blow up IDF. So there's, dude, you know how they do it. You know how the left will try to spin some shit. Both sides try to spin it, but that's how they like to spin it. That type of thing.
After weeks of uncertainty,
no more of the ties. Can't do the ties anymore. Okay,
I just hear the news that they will release them tomorrow.
إذن لمتابعة الحديث في عملية التسليم تحدثنا عن أكثر من نقطة تعدد أماكن
ping pong ball down outside.
A spokesperson told us like.
So speaking in English.
After 10 minutes. How are you? Good to see you. So she said like after 10 minutes. Hostages will be here. After that, exactly like 4 hours and a half. They arrived at 3:30 a.m. Honestly. 3:30 a.m.
They're from different countries, probably.
That's why. The sun came out.
It's the language they have in common.
And when I entered inside, you know, there is like water, the hot water, you know, machine. So it was empty. I had to put water inside it. So I took off the cover. I saw like the water there inside is like so much, you know, not very clean. There is like calcium and something, you know, like that. So I was like, oh, there is fish inside. We are drinking since yesterday. I will have to go to the hospital now.
Good thing you're close. It's amazing how many people know English
Oh, there is fishes and
in other countries. I've been able to meet so many people because they knew English. You know, in Europe, I wouldn't have gotten to know them if they didn't. They did me a favor by learning English. Thanks, man. We're able to be friends. Simon's acting ravagingly hungry right now. He's actually like eating the dried bits off the bowl. Maybe the reduction in heart medication is actually good. Getting it dialed in. Huh? I weigh them with the jeweler's scale to the milligram, to the thousandths of a milligram. Oh. 3 decimal points. 3 zeros past the decimal point. It's thousands, right? Two blocking messages. I'm trying to say, went over the world in the Navy and always find people. Yeah, man. It's such a trip, dude. Such a small little country was able to do that with colonization, right? It's amazing. It's actually fucking crazy, ain't it? Yo, dude, Europeans really did it with America, though. Like, this is such a big-ass landmass that we were just like, English here, too. Hey, buddy. Because they were speaking all different types of languages here, you know? Native tongues. And then Mexican in half of it. All the way up to Colorado. Half the country still speaks Mexican or Spanish. Alright, so... Wait, we're probably a third of the country. What percentage of the country is Spanish or Mexican or Spanish speaking? What? 12.5% of the American population, 41.7 million, speak Spanish as a first language. Oh, additionally, the United States is home to nearly 15 million that speak it as a second language, so that's maybe 15%, not even that. Got 10%? No, 13%? I don't know if percent that'd be, but still a decent amount, I guess. I was expecting more. Maybe they haven't done the tally recently. They all these Venezuelans now. Yay. Dude, where all the streams at? Y'all ain't talking? Really? YouTube's about to drop off the mark. YouTube's about to drop off of it. What's really going on? Maybe listen to this guy again.
There's been heavy fighting throughout the embattled eastern region in recent days.
Ukraine. No, Ukraine.
باتجاه الضفة.
تحرر من
Oh no.
Yeah, that's better.
He asked you a question, Bill. Why aren't you answering? Why are you being a... Are you finally answering? Did you answer? Oh, that's the last thing that was ever said. God dang it. Bill didn't care about how you were doing. You didn't care about how he was doing, did you? Is that it? Is that why it just ended abruptly? Because you're an asshole, Bill? Didn't even care about how he was doing. You didn't care, though, did you? Oh, you did say and you. Oh, then it's Ted's fault. Ted, what are you doing? Ted? You asked him how he was doing, and you didn't even care about how he was doing? Is that what it was? You didn't even care about how he was doing? You're like, how you doing? Drive-by. Didn't give him a chance to answer. I bet he answered instantly. I bet he did. I'm about to go back and look at the footage. I'll get to the bottom of this. Look around the house, getting things ready for winter. Oh yeah, like what? You have to get ready. The lawnmower. Gotta put special stuff in it. How do you get stuff ready for winter? I don't have that. I light the heater. That's all I do. The gas heater. I might take the air conditioner thing out. I don't really use this much for heat. That's what I'm really getting ready. Sister T's here. Well, Sister T's there, actually. There aren't many people over there, unfortunately. It's kind of dead on Twitch. Sorry, Twitch. I don't know. They don't like politics over there. There's no winter. I guess not. I guess down the lower 40s. Too cold for a cat, supposedly. They say 40. Anything below 45 is too cold for a cat. And it does get below that. Sometimes. I think it get down to freezing here. No, maybe not freezing. But no, in the 30s though, like high 30s maybe. It might not actually ever freeze here. Oh, there are frost dates, so apparently it does freeze here sometimes. No, there's no way it freezes here, right? Let's look for you. Where's our lowest score? Long Beach has gone 74 years without snow, but they think it snowed last March here. I think it does sometimes freeze out here. That's pretty rare. Some nights can drop below 40 in November to February, this says. January 20th, 1922, it got down to 21 degrees. But that's the lowest temperature ever recorded in Long Beach. I think it snowed in San Diego, hadn't it? I swear. I have a memory of it snowing. But like 2000, well, I'll just say early 2000. This. It was really light. This one said snowfalls in San Diego in 1987, but I thought it had snowed there, and 55 years ago too. And in 49, 67, 87, but it's still a lot actually. They're a little bit closer to the Sierra Nevada mountains, so probably that's why. I thought we got a dusty in 2000s. It was super faint. I wouldn't really, they probably didn't consider it snow. It's pretty cold down there though. Sometimes. Dude, the more I Google, the more I know. Is that a slur? Oh, it does it? Huh. That's funny. snow blower. This is, dude, YouTube's gonna ban all words. Oh, blower. You can't say blower. Look at that. Can you really not say blower? I'm gonna have to make a short. YouTube won't let you say blower anymore in live chat. Go try to say blower. What's up, man? You know what you make me, Simon? Hungry, because you're always reminding me about your hunger. A good sign though that he's extra hungry today, even though I've been lowering his heart medication. He's following me around to the kitchen and everything. What the heck are they showing over here? West Bank. The fire. The big dude, the building's on fire. Breaking news! Buildings on fire in occupied West Bank. I think it's occupied. I don't know where we're at. Shit. What? Wait. He's trying to show it too, I think. He doesn't have a good angle though. Oh, is that it? It is? Oh, okay. The building's not on fire, maybe. Now we're there. Close to the building though, that they ain't giving a fuck about it if it does catch on fire. More tires, yes. More tires. Well, one thing we can't say is that Gaza gives a shit about the environment. Burn some tires, why don't you? Wait, is there a reason why you gotta burn tires? But this is breaking news fire though, because it's been pretty boring for a while. God. Like usually people do these like fire things so that people can't drive through the road, you know? They block the road with them. They're just setting tires on fire for the hell of it. What the hell? That's some weird people, man. I wonder what the Red Crescent's thinking about this right now. These are You don't know. These Ray, even if you do know, they're there, okay? They're Red Cross. They're Egyptian Red Cross. That's what that is. Oh, they have gas masks. I didn't see that. That's epic. They all have gas masks on. They can just wear that. They had them on too, so you didn't have to breathe that shit. He's got one. What's going on here? What's really about to happen? I got some 2020 vibes here. Oh shit. Spicy time. Break that shit. Yo, Sky News coming with the content today. Al Jazeera has it too. No! Don't leave us now! That's a good one, dude. Oh, now they're on it. Come here. All aboard. I want to get fat, buddy. to the Akbar. Dude, my psych today asked me if like all this coverage like was like triggering me or something as a veteran. I guess she's just talking to a lot of vets that this is triggering apparently. She said like it's affected them, it's pissing them off or something. I guess like seeing the I don't really know what I should have asked her. What exactly pissed them off about it? I guess he's talking about. I don't know what the fuck they're pissed off. What could they be? What are we pissed off about? Dang, I should have asked her. What exactly are they mad about? I feel like they don't want to see it anymore because they're tired of like want to think about Middle Easterners. Like I was never staying. I never went to the Middle East. So. My opinions? We should let them duke it out. Stay out of it. Stop giving both sides money. Because we're wasting money on both sides. We're funding the war on both sides. That's my thoughts on it. Stop doing that. I could see both sides. Like I could see, dude. I wouldn't want to be in an open air prison either. But at the same time, like I wouldn't want to be having to deal with these terrorists as Israel either. I mean, so like I can understand, but this ain't never gonna go away, and we can't fix it. America can't fix it. We're just extending it, I think, kind of. Keeping it going longer so that we don't have to go to war with Iran. We don't have to go to war. We got to keep both sides happy in a way. It's fucking weird. We're stuck in this to do this. Almost. We're stuck to support both sides. If we don't, then World War III can bring out, I guess. We have to show compassion, I guess. What would happen if we didn't show compassion towards Gaza, Palestinians? Possibly terrorist stuff would start happening in America. Cells would be turned on, you know, whatever it's called, activated. It's time. Yeah, they're not giving Gaza any more money. Call our boy. Give him the code. Maybe. Life, yeah, right? Yeah, like I didn't have to grow up. Like I can't imagine growing up as a child in either side, living my whole life with this situation or the Israeli situation. Constantly having to worry about suicide vests and shit. Like that's a real threat there. I mean, here Yeah, people are worried about it a little bit, but they can't have like a football game out there, can they? Like an NFL stadium full of people. I don't think they can have that there. It'd be a terrorist dream to hit that. Something like that. Because they want to take care of they want to take care of Jews first, and then the infidels. So, I just wish Muslims weren't so like hateful and violent. What's the problem? Why does the religion have to be so vulgar almost? Virgins in heaven? What's that? Think about fucking when you're dead? This is in West Bank. They don't have a ceasefire there, Ted. It's only in Gaza. Yeah. Oh no! That's a bummer. Why are they doing that? What do they want? Are they faking us out? Dang, homie. What's that? You've seen too much. You should see that. Damn, man, what the? Why'd the audio get... lost audio. That's the bus. That's the bus. Why are you losing audio? You suck. So good. That has the prisoners in it. The Israeli prisoners, the Muslims are on board. This guy's getting tired. I know the feeling, man. Live streaming and like. Remember that time I rode a bike in Hollywood? I was so tired that night. Man, I really thought he was about to walk in between that door and the bus. Oh, the dude from Hamas is talking right now? No. Oh, wait. Yep, he's on this phone with them. That's in English. Shit.
Sending more captives, and we were clear in that. We will continue that.
Oh, I need to rewind
the
this.
basis of the Israel understanding that there will be no chances to continue the attack. What was happening?
It would only happen if Israel agreed.
Yeah.
What was happening in the last 50 days? It was a massacre committed by Israel against civilians, the women, the children, and old men, destroying the infrastructure of the Palestinians in Gaza. So, going back to the will of this Israeli hardline government.
I didn't know he was going to catch at the fucking bus right now.
لا 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 سكر الباب يلا يا حبيبي زي على الفاضي زي خلي عينك الله ابو حمزه خلك ابو حمزه
Egyptians in order to extend the ceasefire, sending more captives.
Oh my God. What about the Egyptians?
Efforts done by Qataris and Egyptians in order to extend trust anything from our side. Israeli hardline government. You can't trust anything from our side. We are following up the political and diplomatic efforts done by Qataris and Egyptians in order to extend the ceasefire, sending more captives, and we were clear in that. We will continue that on the basis of the Israel understanding that there will be no chances to continue the attack against the Palestinians.
Let me ask you, is Hamas able to account for all Israeli captives? Does it know where they all are and therefore be able to agree to Israeli demands, even if it wanted to?
Well, as everyone have understand till now, that we don't know where they are all. We are willing to bring them all if they were in our hands, but they are not. But we are searching to find them. If the Israelis continue the attack, there will be no chances, as everyone knows that some of them were killed under the heavy bombardment of the Israeli Air Force. So that may be another way to kill those hostages by
going on with the bus driver,
to attack Gaza.
The US Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has called for an extension to the ceasefire in Gaza to the 8th.
So oh wait, what do I want over there? I don't know what to put over there. Put this over there. Is that West Bank internet? I could do with a little less of that shit. The siren. swear the guy's been outside cleaning his windshield for like 2 hours. He's just messing around.
فقط الدرجة الأولى
That burp tasted like fish. Oh shit. Watch out, man.
شوي لقدام.
This time, though. Dude, the pot. I put water in a pot to make some frozen vegetables, and the pot was completely out of water. So hot. It was hot. It was on full blast still, too. Oh no. Oh yeah. Patrick in the house. Got Patrick in the house, folks. Hold on. He might not be here now. Man, Patrick, are you here? Are you here, bud? Good, thanks, Patrick. Thank you so much.
Oh, tight, yeah.
Dude, it's still down there.
Oh, tight, yeah.
Oh my god, I can't believe it's still fucking down there. That one, maybe. Dude, seriously, it was 2020. It's up there at the very top. Thank you so much, Patrick James, for your generosity, support. Thanks for being here with us. We don't see Patrick that often, I guess, because he's on the TV. He doesn't have the chat up, unfortunately. Every now and then he stops in. He doesn't get his hours either. I think he's here a lot more than his hours show because of that. The TV doesn't collect that because you have to say something for your hours to start counting. He might not even be here anymore because it was like at 2:40 something. Yeah, dude, thanks, Patrick. That's very generous of you. Very kind. And I'm very appreciative of it. I got shit tons of debt. Just trying to get out of it. And you help me chip away at it. Little brother. On the TV! That's thing crazy. Oh my gosh, why is everything broken everywhere? I can't hear that. Sorry, I'm fixing my audio. I'm being kind of selfish right now. Boom. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. I couldn't hear myself. You could hear me, but I couldn't hear me. I have to hear me. It's unfortunate. I would rather not have to hear me. It took forever to get used to it too, as a streamer, to have to hear my own voice. Because yeah, everybody hates the way they sound, right? I'm no different. I had to get used to it. Like, God, that's what I sound like? Yikes. But at least it's deep. Okay. I gotta check on these vegetables real fast. James! Alright, we're gonna 3 more minutes. No, not 3 seconds.
Of holding Palestinians without a charge under administrative detention and can postpone that indefinitely. But we've seen also in other cases and in previous releases in the past 6 days that we had people who have been told that their detention is not going to be renewed, but because of the war, it has been renewed. And again, let's remind our viewers about the situation in which we've been seeing some of those prisoners getting released feel. You know, we've been seeing in one night ambulances taking one after the other. We've also seen Mohammed Nazal and his mom Salwa seeing him in a cast. He said he was only getting treated when he met those ICRC staff when he got on the bus. Right. He says he's been beaten, his hand has been fractured.
Oh, really? He got those bandages on the bus?
We might be looking at moms who are going to be seeing their sons not in the best shape. Right. And so this is why they're worried, this is why they're anticipating, and this is why many of them have rushed there trying to see their sons first and before anyone else.
Yeah, they didn't do that on the bus.
Testimonies
of cast, weren't they?
Alleged brutal treatment inside Israeli jails. Just to explain what we're
fake
seeing
news in it over here, homie.
We're also
and
seeing
the
a lot
people
of,
that they're taking to the hospital,
flags as well.
They're doing it for show.
Officially have a presence in the West Bank. What has the release of these detainees done to support Hamas?
Because none of them that I've seen have looked that bad off. They're like, hey,
it definitely gives them a bigger boost. You know, for Palestinians, they look at the resistance factions as
the Hamas flag
forward to when they've been seeing the weakness of the Palestinian Authority that has been rendered kind of like a municipality providing services for the Palestinian people.
Dude, that was a child with the Hamas flag. You see that right now, right? This right here.
That really is leading to seeing their sons and daughters being released from Israeli jails. They're looking at those images of the buses with joy. Again, it's not absent on anyone that the price is heavy. It's been paid from the blood of the people in the besieged Gaza Strip. They're being displaced as well. So no one is ignoring that. Everyone is saying that they're going to limit their celebrations to kind of show respect. But indeed, we've been seeing the green flags being flown over. We've been seeing people taking on the buses, taking on the streets, showing the green flag. But we've also been hearing tonight people calling for national unity. They're saying that this is all a cause for all Palestinians, and we should not be forgetting that. So there has been any also chants that we've been hearing in the past few days of Palestinians talking about unity, talking about Palestinians unifying under the Palestinian flag.
Anita, one of the most high-profile people to be released in recent days was Ahed Tamimi. Remind us who she was and remind us of her significance when it comes to Palestinian rights.
Well, Ahd Tamimi's significance is because her video of slapping a soldier who raided her village of Nabi Saleh when she was only 16, this video became viral. It led to the Israeli forces arresting her and keeping her in prison for 8 months, and her experiencing that jail time as a young girl, basically showing the world that Palestinian minors are getting detained and getting prosecuted in military courts. So the issue of Ahd Tamimi kind of helped bring attention to an issue that we've been seeing many Palestinian minors suffer from. Like, I can tell you that yesterday we've been talking to Karim from Al Jalazon refugee camp. He's 12 and he's been summoned by the Israeli forces. So it's not new that Israel detains and prosecutes minors in military court. But in the case of Ahd, she became an international icon with her curly hair, blonde curly hair, and also with her defiance, how she was talking to a heavily armed Israeli soldiers, and she was telling him that I'm not scared. She also refused to admit the legality of the military court, saying that you're trying me in an illegal court that I do not acknowledge. And also yesterday we've seen her talk about the mistreatment that she suffered through in Israeli jails. Let's not forget that also her father, Bassem Tamimi, has been arrested as he was making his way from Jordan to the occupied West Bank. And she said that the interrogators have told her, don't forget that your father is with us. This is why we've been seeing Palestinian, we're hearing loud and louder noises. Now it seems that the bus is making its way to where we are, where Palestinians are expected to be bringing those prisoners to the meeting point here at the Ramallah municipality. I'll let you hear some of those chants. Unfortunately, we can't move closer to where they are, so we're just going to be waiting patiently here until they get to us and we see the scenes that we've been seeing in the past 6 nights.
Nida, talk us through what happens next after these released detainees then get off the coaches. Are they able to go home immediately? What kind of instructions have they been given, for instance, by the Israeli authorities? Because I understand that there have been some fears about people possibly being rearrested.
Yes, this is a fear that Palestinians have all the time. No Palestinian is safe or guaranteed not to be rearrested as long as they live under Israel's military occupation. And they know that for a fact. You see them. And even in the case of Karim that I've just mentioned, the 12-year-old, he was telling his mother to pace it down, not to talk too much to the media, because he fears that he could be rearrested. He says, they know where I live and they've been there to arrest me before. What would prevent them from doing so? Now, another instruction and let's say a threat that the Israelis have been giving those Palestinian minors is to try and not to have big celebrations. They want to, as we've been hearing from Israeli officials and ministers, saying that they're going to curb any actions or any shows of celebrations amongst Palestinians. And we're seeing that by those officers calling families, threatening them, saying you do not celebrate. And also we've been hearing some of those freed prisoners preferring not to talk to the media because they want to just go home. Now, going home is another issue because, as we've been reporting, the settler attacks against Palestinians have been only increasing, and we are seeing more settlers getting access to arms, as well as the Israeli military checkpoints that are becoming much more prominent here, much more visible here, dissecting
They're giving them back their arms?
one another.
Why'd they cut them off?
They're making lives of and movement of Palestinians even more complicated.
There's a problem.
So you're seeing families who spend hours and hours on the road because of those checkpoints, trying to make it here to Ramallah and hoping that after they see their sons, they can
let them have arms.
Now, another thing that Palestinian families are looking forward to is to take their loved ones to do some checkups. They believe that the torture, the intimidation, the fears, and also the physical abuse that has been happening in Israeli jails has taken a toll on their sons. They believe that many, if not all of them, did not have access to medical treatment, so they want to check on them. They want to make sure that they're okay, that they're safe. But most importantly, for the mothers we've been speaking to tonight, they just want to hug their sons and go home with them.
Well, I'm sure they do need to stay with us. Let me just explain to viewers who may have just joined us what is happening here. This is the scene in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and this has become a nightly occurrence for the past 7 days or so. This indeed is the 7th exchange. It began earlier with Israeli captives being released from Gaza. They're now on Israeli territory. And this is the scene shortly after that in the occupied West Bank. Palestinian detainees released from Offa prison, heading in the direction of Ramallah, where Nida Ibrahim is standing by, or has been standing by. We'll be back to her shortly. But let's go to Hamda Salhout, my colleague in occupied East Jerusalem, to get a sense of the situation on that side of the story. And Hamda, I mean, how is this latest exchange being viewed from where you are?
Well, look, the issue of the captives is the most important and perhaps the most sensitive within Israeli society. So any day there is an additional release of the captives, it is not only welcomed by the society and the families of those captives, but also welcomed by the Israeli army and the Israeli government, who've been stressing that they want to release all of their captives. And it is one of the focal points of this war now 55 days in. What we do know is that today, well, rather on Thursday, a 7th round of successful transfer of captives given to the Red Cross going through the Rafah border crossing, given into the hands of the Israeli military, where they were taken into the southern part of the country at the Hatzarim air base, and then taken to several different hospitals throughout the Tel Aviv area to be reunited with their families. So while the routine has become somewhat of a norm for the Israelis over the last 7 days, each day has brought unique and different circumstances surrounding those releases, different people, though all under the umbrella of women and children. But remember, we have also seen several different dual nationals being released as separate parts of this deal, separate deals made by Hamas and other mediators. The Israeli government is hoping to release all women and children under this current framework. And in fact, they have been pushing for it. And while they do essentially want to see those
released,
this
guy looking at me.
They do have a lot of stipulations and red lines. In Israeli media tonight, it's being reported that the Israelis still do not have a list of names for what would constitute the 8th day of the ceasefire and the 4th day of its extension. Remember, we were talking about 4 original days that have since been extended, and the Israelis stipulated for every 10 additional captives that are released, there will be another day of the pause in the fighting. Now, there are still disagreements over this list. Remember, overnight on Wednesday, the Israelis were not satisfied at all with the list that Hamas had provided to mediators, and in fact rejected it and said the fighting would continue if they did not receive a list of names that was acceptable to them. And part of this is because of a family that has become integral in this story, the Bibas family, a mother, Shiri, and her 2 children, who have become so well known because of the age of her youngest child, a 10-month-old, who is the youngest captive currently being held inside of the Gaza Strip.
The bummer the baby died.
Remember, Hamas had released a statement saying that this family had actually died in an Israeli airstrike. The Israeli military still, more than 24 hours later, is saying they're unable to verify that information, unable to confirm it, but they're still investigating. Now, while all signs are pointing to perhaps an extension of the ceasefire going into its 8th day, there's still no confirmation from the Israelis. But remember, there is a lot of international pressure, specifically from the Americans, on the Israelis. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Israel for the 4th time since the war began on October 7th in order to try and facilitate more days of the pause in the fighting. When he was speaking tonight, he said that the Biden administration was trying to do everything they can on a number of issues. Remember, he said that while humanitarian aid was going into Gaza, it still wasn't enough. And while there were captives being released, the Americans are going to help the Israelis in order to release all of them. But one thing that has been clear from the Israelis that they have reiterated to the Americans is that the fighting will continue no matter how long this ceasefire lasts.
And Hamda, there is a question about how many suitable captives there are still in Gaza to allow this exchange to keep on going, because at a certain point we're going to reach military personnel, Israeli military personnel who are currently held in Gaza, which raises questions as to whether or not eventually we may start to see them being released. At the moment it's women and children though, isn't it?
I don't like the way he talks, isn't it?
That's exactly right. This deal only included civilian women and children. It did not include men. It did not include military personnel. This is an entirely different discussion.
Why are other English speakers so fucking pompous sounding? Why can't they have American English speakers on there?
To be agreed upon, because
Does
some
Muslims
are
hate
saying
Americans,
that
or
it
what?
simply won't be enough to release Palestinian women and minors from Israeli
sounds
jail
American.
in exchange
Oh, they
for
can be
captives
female,
who
not
are
male
men and
American.
who are additionally soldiers. So while
Well, we
this
watch them
first
for that.
part is still going on, the Israelis are saying that there are, in fact, still enough women and children to keep this deal going. But at a certain point, if all the women and children are back into Israeli territory, it's going to have to be a different conversation as to what kind of concessions the Israelis
Yeah, no shit, lady. They're not really telling us anything right now. They're taking a long time to do it, too.
Military personnel. And remember, last night, the
Speculating.
Israelis rejected a list of names from Hamas that included 7 captives who were alive and 3 bodies on that list. That was unacceptable to them. So there are also going to be conversations about how they're going to get the bodies back of those who were killed either in Israeli airstrikes during their time in captivity. There are a lot of discussions still to be had, and that's why the Israelis have been saying there is a lot of caution and reservations in these processes, and they're taking it day by day. They have been reiterating that nothing is final until it actually happens. It's a sentiment they have been constantly repeating since even before the ceasefire began 7 days ago, Neve.
Hamda, many thanks for that.
There's no way they put them to the side, right? They're like, oh, the hostage died. Make sure we
who's in Ramallah, in the
keep them
occupied West
safe
Bank.
so that
Nida, just bring us up to speed and remind us of exactly what we're waiting for, what we're expecting, where you are.
That's very thoughtful. That's a very
we are
thoughtful
waiting
terrorist.
for the bus that is carrying the prisoners here to Ramallah that made its way from Ofer prison towards Bitunia town.
Or maybe they showcase them to show, look what we did. We got them, boys. We got another one. That's probably more like it, actually.
Closer to the bus, and as
Like
we've
Vladimir
been
the
seeing more and
Impaler,
more cars
put people up on
stopping the
stakes.
bus, trying to greet and welcome those prisoners. We are expecting a delay in the arrival of the bus to the area over here. We've been seeing also and speaking to journalists telling us how also people who were inside the ICRC bus and the prisoners have been affected by the tear gas that has been thrown towards them, and I've been speaking to journalists around me over
What does
here.
that mean?
Let me know if you can have translation. I can also translate for you, and let's listen into what's been happening near Ofer prison.
It's starting to piss me off. I need to look it up.
Nida, I hope you can still hear us. Nida, let me just ask you about the irony, really, of what's going on here. Because on the one hand, we're seeing the release of Palestinians. More than 200 have been released now. But at the same time, since October the 7th, the Israeli military police have arrested a very large number of people precisely in the occupied West Bank.
Yes, and when we're talking about the 240 Palestinians who have been released, that doesn't include the 30 the 30 prisoners who have been released today. We were also talking during the past 7 days about 260 others being released by Israeli forces across the occupied West Bank. And if that tells you anything, it tells you about the dynamics of the Israeli occupation, while Hamas at some point will not have any captives to be doing prisoner swap deals with. You have, at the other hand, the Israeli forces who can and are already arresting more and more Palestinians. Just now we're hearing that the Israeli forces have raided the town of Beit Sahur near Bethlehem, and we are expecting that raid to include arrests as well. So we can tell you that
Israeli aircraft at that.
Stop at any minute, any hour of the day. Now, let me bring you more information about what has been happening at Ofer prison. I'm joined here now by photojournalist Isam Rimawi, and you've been covering the events at Ofer. احكي لنا شو شفت.
I'm pretty sure his parents are in the army or something, maybe. I don't know. But that's kind of interesting.
At the moment of the bus leaving the Ofer prison, 10 minutes before that, the occupation forces with a bulldozer, they went into the town. At the same time of the prisoners were leaving in the bus, they were tear gas, and the prisoners were suffocated, and they had to stop the bus until the Red Cross crews came to help them. But luckily, all the prisoners and the Red Cross team were treated. What happened to the bus driver? The bus driver had to stop the bus because he had a suffocation, and he stopped the bus. And the medical team went into the bus, and we have documented this with our cameras. Can we see this, please? Look here at the moment of the bus stopping.
$10,000 for letting me know that there was a problem.
The Red Crescent is giving first aid to the driver. This is something that's repeated every day, but today they located the bus in the middle of the tear gas, and they allowed the tear gas to go inside the bus. Every day they storm Petunia, and they don't want people to celebrate there. I want to ask you a personal question, please. We see that there are attacks against the journalists and their family. What makes you keep doing this? First of all, we are happy that we are documenting the happiness of the people. We usually cover events and martyrs, but now it's a happy event because it's the liberation of our prisoners. That's why we have to convey the happiness of our people to the world.
Bro,
it's like a chance to cover some happy news amidst all of the bad news that we have been reporting on throughout the past years.
Nida, of course, another key visitor to the occupied West Bank earlier on was Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State. I wonder, in the midst of all of this, how his visit, his meeting with Mahmoud Abbas, is seen there by people in Ramallah and elsewhere in the occupied West Bank.
You know what, Neve? Like, we could do an experiment, me and you, right here, and ask Palestinians if they know even that Secretary Blinken has been in Ramallah meeting with President Abbas. The answer would be not many. Maybe those who have been stuck in traffic as the convoy made its way to the presidential headquarters. So people have long lost hope in the international efforts, in the U.S. mediation and efforts in particular. They see it as pro-Israeli through and through. So they do not expect much from it. You know, even if you talk to people in the know, they would tell
national
you
TV.
maybe they would help in curbing a little bit the increasing attacks by Israeli settlers against Palestinians. Yes, there is a political process that, at least that there is more interest in a political process that we're seeing these days and after the war, more so than we've been seeing before the war. Yes, there are talks about empowering the Palestinian Authority after Israel has rendered it weaker and weaker by the day, by the year, by the minute, turning it into a municipality providing services for Palestinians without any political aspiration
they're going to be
or chances to
broadcasted
have a
in
two-state
so many
solution.
Muslim
But
countries.
still,
And
you
people are
have
going to
people
watch
who are very
their interviews.
skeptical about the
They actually are
American
gonna be
effort,
kind of
about
famous.
the chances of the American mediation. Because, you
like
know,
in their
the
world.
Americans have been telling the Israeli officials that they would want the Palestinian Authority to be involved in, after the war ends, in controlling and being in control of the besieged Gaza Strip. And you had Israel saying no, no, no. So you can get like how Palestinians perceive the American visits, the diplomatical efforts. Really, they say that the Palestinian Authority has been trying for years and years to achieve peace through diplomacy. Not only did they not see peace, but they're seeing the Israeli occupation becoming much and much more violent towards them. It's cementing its occupation on the ground when it comes to the illegal building of settlements or killings of Palestinians or arresting them and
We're
intimidating
paying
them.
for those buildings of
An
settlements.
interesting point about the
They got
Palestinian
some
Authority, of course,
funds set
since
up
its
through
creation
America
back in 1993.
with bonds,
it's been losing
Israel
a tremendous
bonds.
amount of
But
credibility.
it's an American
Tell us
thing.
about attitudes towards Mahmoud Abbas and the PA.
They've gotten $1 billion since this war started.
We had
actually.
maybe 2/3 of Palestinians welcome the Oslo Accords when they were
They brag
signed
about it on
in
the website.
the early 90s. They were hoping that this would lead to having a two-state solution, having an independent Palestinian state.
It's for
But
getting
now
more
you have
kibbutzes.
more than 2/3 of them
That's part of it.
believing that they were better off before Oslo than they are right now.
All right, Nida, thanks for that. We'll be back to you, and we're following this story as it develops. Let's go back to Hamda Salhout, who's in occupied East Jerusalem. So, Hamda, as we are waiting for the latest batch of Palestinian detainees to be released in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, of course, we have seen the latest batch of Israeli captives now back on Israeli soil. Scenes of celebration, no doubt, for those family members who have been waiting for those individuals to return. What do we know about this latest group of captives who are now back in Israel?
Well, of the 8 captives who were released today, one of them is a French dual citizen. We've seen a Russian dual citizen, a Uruguayan dual citizen, and a Mexican dual citizen. Now, remember that for every day added on to the extension of the ceasefire, Israel was looking for 10 captives to be returned in exchange. And the Qataris released a statement saying that 2 additional dual nationals were released on Wednesday. And they were actually part of this deal, making the total of additional captives released to 10. The Israelis have been welcoming the release of the captives. They're actually in the southern part of the country after the buses carrying them from Egyptian territory cross through the Kerem Abu Salem crossing in the south. There are convoys of people lined up waiting for them, carrying Israeli flags, singing Israeli songs. Additionally, we have seen that has been banned for Palestinian prisoners in occupied East Jerusalem who are being released, Neve.
All right, Hamda, many thanks for that. Hamda Salhout in occupied East Jerusalem.
Well, it's not quite the same,
Let's
is it,
talk you
lady?
through what we're seeing on our screens here. Because
See,
this is
how
the
is she
7th
equating
exchange that is taking place
These
now
people are
on the
down in
back
like a
of
dungeon,
an extension in
praying
the
that they don't get
ceasefire
killed.
arrangement. We're seeing again,
And they're like,
10,
why do they get to do it and we
Israeli
don't?
detainees, some of them dual nationals. At least 2 of them were Russian citizens who are counted within that
Fucking
list
nuts,
in exchange for around 30
And they're already getting
Palestinian
30 for
detainees who are
10.
currently on their way to Ramallah in the occupied West
Why
Bank.
can't we
We'll continue to follow
celebrate?
this as it
Like, what do you mean?
develops.
You
You're
killed
watching
their
Al Jazeera.
families and
I'm Tim
shit.
Parker.
You're like,
We'll be back shortly with much more news.
and then the front car in this parade is full of Hamas soldiers with flags. Apparently, I don't know if they're soldiers or not, but their faces are covered and they have Hamas flags.
As home to
So this parade brought to you by Hamas. Look, there's Hamas there.
Poised to lead the global EV battery industry. We adeptly manage.
Crazy. It's fucking crazy world we live in right now. Because a lot of people are like, yeah, why don't they get to celebrate?
نحن كعرب وكمسلمون وصلنا إلى هذا الحال من الذل والهوان بسبب أنه ليس لدينا قيادة سياسية تعطينا القيمة الإنسانية. من الذي يعطي القيمة الإنسانية؟
Israel doesn't kill people the same. Like, I mean, but they're starting to. Like, they just killed 2 kids yesterday. What's going on? He's killed 2 kids in West Bank like it was shit actually yesterday. You didn't see that. I don't even know, dude. I don't even know, man. We gotta get the fuck out of this thing. It's too late. We gotta back out. It's too late. We can't help these people, man. It's too crazy. What are you gonna do? Let Europe take care of it.
يعني على سبيل المثال قام العالم ولم يقعد لأجل 1200 1400 مستوطن وجندي وعلى فكرة نصف
Because I see why they would want to celebrate.
كانوا جنود ويحملون رتب عسكرية سواء كانوا بالاحتياط أو بالنظامي لكن العالم لم يتحرك عندما قتل مليون أفغاني قتل 2 مليون عراقي قتل
If they really are being stripped down naked, not fed right, sharing trays of food, cold, being interrogated, lied to, like, because I know it can get crazy up in jail. Like, they can start fucking with your mind and shit, and with doing stuff like that. I bet it happened in America, dude. I've got plenty of stories where they froze my ass to death, or there was extremely small amounts of food to eat, dude. When I say, you know how small banquet TV dinner is? We get breakfast TV dinners. They're even smaller than the dinner TV dinners. But we got 2 banquet TV dinners a day. The one place I was at, in the middle of summertime, I could see my breath. It was so cold in there because they had the AC on full blast, and the blanket was full of holes. We were shivering the whole time, literally. And that was America, dude. So, what? You can only imagine what they're able to do to these people in a military prison. So, there's that. I don't think that they might. Some of them might be saying shit's happening. It's not to them personally, and but it's probably happening somewhat up in there. Because these people are hateful towards one another. They don't just dislike each other. They want each other dead. They got the righteous anger, dude. They're allowed to have it. It's God-given, right? As long as it's for God. They're allowed to want to kill them.
مجاميع أو مجموعات كبيرة من الفلسطينيين الذين كانوا يستقبلون هذه الحافلات لكن قوات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي كانت قد واجهتهم بوابل من قنابل الغاز المسيل للدموع وحاولت منع مظاهر الاحتفال واستقبال.
We need to get some cameras up in this damn place, man.
على كل حال مشاهدينا لمتابعة مزيد من التفاصيل انضم إلينا مرة أخرى من رابط الجزيرة
Get something, man. There's no way that would.
حسان مع هذه الساعة الجديدة كيف
There's no way that would happen, though.
المشهد لديك.
Nobody's ever going to see what's going on inside of there. How did we end up seeing Guantanamo Bay and the atrocities that happened there? How did that come to light? Was there just somebody in there that was like, fuck this shit, man? I'm not doing this anymore. Guys. Let me get on. Fuck you. Or was it because they blasted it on 4chan or some stupid shit? Bragging about it. Maybe. He was like playing along with it, you know what I mean? He was just laughing. It's funny. I'm turning you fuckers in. Either they got turned in or they turned themselves in with posting it probably.
لاستقبال الأهالي لهذه
Are you listening?
الحافلة
For
والأسرى
a sec, sometimes I think I know their language and I'll just start listening to it.
The rest are
ever do that?
expected to be going to occupy these Jerusalem, and we have Palestinians who have Israeli passports, women who have been released as part of the 30 prisoners whose names have came out in the list today.
None of the
We're
Israelis
expecting the 7th batch to
prison guards
arrive
are
in
gonna take
Ramallah
photos.
shortly, and we've been seeing and speaking to difficult testimonies from worried mothers saying that they cannot wait to see their
all got the
sons,
rights
to
to sing her
take them
too.
for medical checkups, to have an embrace. And it's been getting more and more difficult on those mothers and those families, because not only are they being prevented from visitation, but also we're talking to mothers who have 2 sons in jails, or 3 sons, or 4 in one case. As the mother of Abdullah al-POW, she says that I have 4 sons in Israeli jails and my husband as well. That's what she was telling us. So you can imagine that because the Israeli forces have been raiding the Palestinian cities left, right, and center, detaining more than 3,200 Palestinians just since October the 7th. You can imagine the toll that is taking on Palestinians, their mental health, and increasing their worries about the cases of and the health situation of those prisoners. So it is still a waiting game, but we can confirm that at least they've been released, at least they've made it to the occupied West Bank. Yes, as we've heard there, they've been tear gassed by the Israeli forces that have raided Bitunia, but at least they made it back to the occupied West Bank, and they're waiting until they hug their families.
Nida, some viewers watching what has happened over the past week or so may be confused by the sheer number of young people who are being released, some of them very young.
Why?
Give us an understanding of why so many children are in Israeli detention.
Well, all of those men, or at least boys, the teenage boys who have been released as part of those 7 days, have been detained before October the 7th. Some of the women have been detained after, but we're talking about an arrest campaign that targets minors that has been happening already before the war. And we've had mothers who were telling us that their sons have been spending more than 17 months in Israeli jails, where they are going between one prison to another to visit them. So we are talking about Israel, which is a state that controls the occupied West Bank, controls the lives of Palestinians. Every single and small detail of Palestinians' lives is under Israel's control. So as an occupying power, as it enforces a military rule against Palestinians, they detain and prosecute minors in military courts across Israel and in the occupied West Bank as well. And also, it's worth mentioning that since Israel has settlers in the occupied West Bank who live in illegal Israeli settlements, those settlers are tried in civil courts, while Palestinians living in the same territory are being prosecuted in military courts. Some people would tell you that this is part of an intimidation and instilling fear and control in a young population. We're talking about Palestinian society, which is a society of youth. A majority of them are young, as per the latest statistics that have been released by the Palestinians. So you can imagine the sense of defiance these children have. Also, you can imagine the lives that they were born into, not only as refugees, some of them living in refugee camps, but also as people who are seeing the Israeli occupation cementing itself, killing more Palestinians. So you can imagine how Palestinians are feeling and how they're suffering from the ongoing occupation.
Right, Nida, thanks for that. We'll be back to you, of course, as soon as those coaches start to get a little bit closer. But let's take you now to Hamda Saleh, who's in occupied East Jerusalem. And Hamda, as Nida was mentioning there are also Palestinians with Israeli citizenship being released as well.
I know it's not much, but here are some bits.
East Jerusalem,
how are they likely to be treated? That's a lot extra,
I understand
actually.
there have been strict instructions about no celebrations, about making sure that they don't draw too much attention to themselves.
Pin it.
Exactly.
I keep
Our
forgetting the
team on the
pen.
grounds have been trying to essentially follow
did that
where
right.
these Palestinian prisoners, after their release, and the Israeli government, headed by a far-right national security minister and a known ultra-nationalist, Itamar Ben-Gvir, was very strict about his policy of not allowing celebrations for Palestinian prisoners being released into occupied East Jerusalem and other parts of Israel. Now, while their families do want to celebrate their release, a lot of them are actually afraid, saying that the Israelis have threatened them. There are a lot of limitations as to what they can and cannot do. They cannot be involved in any political activity. They cannot have political posts on social media. They cannot go to any protests. And a lot of them are actually still living in fear because of these heavy restrictions placed on them by the Israeli security apparatus. A large fear is that they're going to be arrested again. And while a lot of them have been saying they have their freedom back, they're able to be at home, it still feels quite limited in what they can do and what they can say. Compare that to the stark contrast of the Israeli captives being released from the Gaza Strip, who are being welcomed by their families. The Israelis, of course, not limiting any celebrations there. But when it comes to the Palestinians, they've been saying that given the nature of this deal, given the nature of who they are releasing, that it does not warrant any celebrations. And in fact, Israeli forces in large numbers have been deploying to all the residences of Palestinian prisoners who are expected to be released in an effort to try and block media from getting there, from block extended family members who want to go. We have seen these scenes of what can only be described as chaos at a lot of these houses, as the Israeli military has even used force against journalists and family members who have been there. So the government has been firm that there are to be no celebrations, no matter how long this ceasefire is extended to, and whatever Palestinian prisoners are released into occupied East Jerusalem or other parts of Israeli territory, they are not to have any sort of celebrations.
And Hamda, regarding the Israeli hostages, I understand as part of this ongoing deal that's being renegotiated on a daily basis, pretty much, it's 10 Israeli nationals, at least, that have to be released from Gaza. On this occasion, it is 8. Can you explain what's happened there?
Exactly. The Israelis have stipulated that for every additional day of the ceasefire that is added on, they're expecting 10 Israeli captives to be released in exchange. Today, we saw 8 captives being released in 2 separate groups. We saw 2 women who were released in Gaza City earlier in the day, and then we saw 6 captives being released just after 11 p.m. local time. Now, the Qataris have said that the 2 Russian dual Israeli citizens who were released on Wednesday actually do constitute to that total of Israeli captives, which would make the additional days of captives all even. So while we saw more than the 10 expected to be released on Wednesday, we saw 8 on Thursday, but it ended up equaling out according to the mediators. So the Israelis are still expecting 10 additional captives. As of now, Israeli media is reporting that they still did not receive a list of names from Hamas and from mediators to extend into an 8th day. And remember, overnight on Wednesday into Thursday, there were a lot of issues because the Israelis received a list of names that was rejected because it actually included people who were already deceased. And the Israelis were firm that they wanted captives who were alive in order for this deal to continue to be in place.
And Hamda, all of this momentum, of course, raises a very big question, doesn't it? Whether it is enough momentum
so these people can stop filtering us with all this shit.
What would be an 8th day of exchanges?
You know what I mean?
All of this coming on the heels of U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's visit to Israel. I'll remind you,
why is the only coverage for
the war
this
began 55 days ago, and he
Muslim
said
or
that
Arabic?
one of the
Isn't that
main
crazy?
priorities of the
They really
American
don't want to see in any of
administration
this.
at this
They,
time
can you believe
was
that
to
Israel
try and
has
extend
nobody
this
there?
period of ceasefire for as long
No
as
Israeli
possible,
wants
not just to
film
bring
it?
back
Or are
the
they too scared
captives,
to be
but
there?
also in order to put more aid and push more aid into the Gaza Strip, which he acknowledged is simply not enough given the dire humanitarian catastrophe that has unfolded in this war. So the Israelis are looking to make the most out of the current framework of the ceasefire and bringing back as many captives as possible. But the Americans are also looking ahead to captives who are not just women and children. Neve?
All right, Hamda, many thanks for that. Hamda Salhoud in occupied East Jerusalem. Well, as Hamda was just mentioning, the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has called for an extension to the ceasefire in Gaza to the 8th day and beyond. He added, if the conflict continues, then military operations must protect Palestinian civilians in the south of the Gaza Strip.
عند الاحتلال يتحدثون عن انتهاكات كبيرة في حقهم حتى في يوم التحرير، تحرير الأسرى. نحن نتابع الآن هذه الصور المباشرة من رام الله، وهذه الحافلة التي وصلت إلى رام الله يعني يذهب كل أسير محرر إلى بيته. الشباب يحتفون بهم ويهتفون فرحانين أكيد طبعا، وإن كانت الفرحة يعني غير مكتملة لأسباب كثيرة، ومنها هذه القيود التي يفرضها الاحتلال لمظاهر الاحتفال بشكل عام وفي البيوت ومناطق السكنية التي يسكن فيها أهالي هؤلاء الأسرى على وجه الخصوص. أخونا حميد من المغرب. يا أخ حميد.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
أريد أن أحييك الدكتور أيمن على مجهوداتك الجبار وعلى كل الإعلاميين في هذه القناة العظيمة الجميلة، الصرح الكبير الذي أتت به دولة قطر
في بيتونيا تحديدا جراء هذه المواجهات التي استخدمت فيها قوات الاحتلال الغاز
في كل
إذاعاتهم مثل
الجزيرة. فلكم ألف شكر مني ومن كل المغاربة.
هذا واجبنا أخي الكريم والله. تفضل وأشكرك على هذه اللفتة. شكرا.
ثانيا أحيي أمير دولة قطر ورئيس جمهورية مصر العربية الشقيقة كذلك، وكل العرب. أنا أقول كل العرب وكل من بيده سواء من بعيد أو من قريب أو كما يقال بكلمة خير. هذا وفي ذلك أقول كما قال محمد البيتوري في هذا اليوم العظيم: أصبح الصبح فلا السجن ولا السجان باقي. أصبح الصبح فلا السجن ولا السجان باقي. وهذا إن شاء الله وبعون الله وبعزيمة الفلسطينيين وبعزيمة كل الكرماء والمجاهدين من الدول العربية ومن أحرار العالم.
Yo, that puts you on the board too, Ted, at number 3. I see.
إن شاء الله في أقرب الآجال.
وأقول
لإخواننا المرابطين المجاهدين في حركة حماس كما قال أبو القاسم الشابي من تونس: حماة البلاد حماة الوطن هلموا
Yo, is that expensive? Green. Look how green they are. Dude, it's so cheap. Demantoid. Russian demantoid. It's like how green this thing is when it comes back. Isn't that crazy? It's like cheap.
وستحرر إن شاء الله بعزيمتنا وبكل مجهودات المناضلين في حركة حماس. وأنا ضد من يقول هذه حركة وهذه حركة. كل من المناضلين والشرفاء أقول هذا
يا أخ حميد، يعني من أين كل هذا الأمل يعني سأسألك من نفس القصيدة لأبي القاسم الشابي الذي قرأت يعني قصيدته الشهيرة. يعني هو كان يقول فيها: كذلك قالت لي الكائنات وحدثني روحها المستتر وحدثني روحها المستتر. صحيح. طيب
كل الشعوب التي كانت مستعمرة ومضطهدة آمنت عبر شعوبها الذين قاموا بالكفاح. مصر تحررت وكذلك الأردن، ورحم الله جمال عبد الناصر
Camp Offer was founded in 1968.
دائما يقول لكل الأمة العربية
of a former Jordanian army base from before the Six-Day War, and Lieutenant Colonel C. Offer.
طيب يا أخ حميد هناك من يلوم المقاومة أنها
The prison was built in the base in 1988 after the onset of the first
وواجهت جيشا يعد من أقوى الجيوش ومدعوم بالإمبراطورية العسكرية الأولى في العالم الأمريكية. لكن هناك من يرد عليهم ويقول وأيضا مما قاله أبو القاسم الشابي: ومن يتهيب صعود الجبال يعيش أبد الدهر بين الحفر. لكن خلينا مع هذه الصور أولا عشان نسمع الأسرى المحررين بيقولوا إيه، وخليك معانا يا أخ حميد.
Oh, here it is. It was capable. Wait. This says when under IDF control, it was capable of holding 800 prisoners, but both tried and those under administrative detention. As of 2016, it holds about 1,250 Palestinian prisoners. Also, there are only Palestinians inside of there, I guess. And there are over 1,000, at least.
خبر الافراج دخلت علينا وحده بتقول تحقيق وابن عمك مسوي عمليه مش عارف شو، موعينا حالنا اللي احنا برا.
كيف كانت ظروف السجن جوا خاصة بعد 7
been threatening not only the freed prisoners but also their families, saying that
look how happy he is. Does he look beat up?
It will be only a matter of time before
Does he sound like he's going through some shit?
جوا الغرف. كيف كانت تعيشوا جوا الغرف وجوا السجن بعد 7 أكتوبر؟ احكي لي الشرب النوم كيف كان عندكم؟
فيش ولا اشي. الكانتين الاكل بقوا يجيبوه صحين لاثنين بقوا يوزعوه على 10.
Oh man.
In Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank, of this continuing.
Well, let me tell you that while the ceasefire has been really welcomed and Palestinians here have felt that there's a sigh of relief that the bombing of their people in the besieged Gaza Strip has taken a pause and a break, I can tell you that the situation here
ما هي أبرز الممارسات اللي كانت تمارس بحقكم كل يوم؟
كل يوم بعد عدد المغرب بفوتوا يضربوا
These guys are superstars. Why aren't they coming out in gray jumpsuits?
Even during the ceasefire, we're reporting on them on a daily basis.
They haven't gotten on the bus yet.
Continue. We're talking about more than 260 prisoners being arrested just in the 7 days of the ceasefire. So that gives you an idea about the general situation, the general mood of the ceasefire. Of course,
dude,
we have to say that people are looking and hoping that there would be an extension, hoping that there would be a pause, but not only only a temporary one, but they're looking at a permanent ceasefire that sees the
he hasn't been live in 3 days,
aggression and the
dude.
end of the Israeli bombardment that has been targeting Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. Let's meet this freed prisoner. Assalamu alaikum.
وعليكم السلام.
3 days.
What's your name? My name is Obaid.
Why?
I'm from
Is this
Hebron.
not? Oh, he doesn't have a camera here. He doesn't cover anything if he doesn't have a camera at it now.
How is the situations?
I'm the same way.
It's a very difficult situation inside, especially after the start of the war.
Okay, so they don't have jumpsuits. Look, this dude.
Torture, and every day they storms our rooms, and the food is very bad. They don't bring enough.
What is that scarf he has?
Every 6-7 hours to bring one meal for more than 12 people, and it's not enough.
1 meal for 12 people? I don't believe that. The other person said it was 1 meal for 2
and then
people.
They took me to Nafha.
They're getting their stories mixed up.
They stormed my room and they took me to another prison. I have an injury.
He's carrying his, what is that?
I have been injured since November, 29th of November.
Why is he wearing it?
I don't
here's my
have
brace.
a joint here, and I had a shot at me. Tell me about the medical care inside.
Did he have the
There
brace
is
on,
no
though?
medical care inside.
Well, then where'd the
Every time
brace
I
come
tell them
from?
about medical situation, and they say nothing. What do you think about the deal?
Did his mom bring it? Here's your
May
brace,
God
honey.
help all. It's an incredible happiness, but we are very sad about the one who stayed behind. There is fear for the rearrest. Honestly, yes, there is fear. Because any day you go to an interrogation officer, they tell us if you were released, you will be re-imprisoned, and there are threats.
We just heard this testimony
I wish they would
from
full screen
a freed
this
prisoner.
right here.
Again, we're looking at young Palestinians who are greeting and meeting their friends who have came to welcome them. ممكن نحكي معك على الجزيرة الإنجليزية؟
السلام عليكم. محمود خليل من بتم.
Hello, yes. Tell us, since when have you been arrested?
كيف كانت ظروف اعتقالك؟
Since March 2023. How was the circumstances of the arrest?
ظروف صعبة بس مش زي الوقت اللي بنمر فيها الحين من بعد 7
It was very difficult, but it's not as challenging as the situation now since 7th of October.
Look at how they're
I
fucking
can't even
surrounding this
compare.
person. Why are they so
The difference
special?
is huge. Our audience are international. Circumstances, no food, water. We have water for only 1 hour a day. We have electricity for 4 hours only. For food, they bring a plate of rice for 10 people. They
They are
send
used to
them
eating
with
off
no
the same plate,
shoes.
though.
He was released barefoot, and we gave them the sandal to wear.
Oh, really? That's kind
They
of
took
fucked.
our clothes.
They do that. They
this-
take your clothes here at
This
jail.
outfit is the only thing they gave us. They took everything.
Dude, they give you a paper fucking outfit in some of the places I've been locked up in.
They entered our rooms
Multiple
and took all our
times.
clothes.
They're bitching about they got real clothes.
There is oppression
Okay,
and
they don't do that at any jail
tear
here. Give you an actual jumpsuit like that. Here you go. Here's some new clothes.
Oppression and transporting prisoners from one prison to another. Most of the people, 99% of the prisoners have been oppressed. I miss most my family and everyone. I have seen my family now. We have been waiting for him since 8 o'clock. The prisoner exchange was at 4 hours. And there are so many risks because there are checkpoints. Someone came into the room, just took me, and I didn't know that I would be
Oh God,
released
they're never gonna make
today.
it fucking big screen. I
They
gotta
came
do
to
it.
my cell and told me your cousin had an operation, and they just got me
Oh, look at
out,
that
and
dude's
then
mug
they gave
anymore.
me to the Red Cross. When did you know that you will be released? Only late in the afternoon that I knew. I feel very happy now that I see my family and my cousins. How about fear of rearrest? We were threatened of rearrest from the prison officers. Any celebration would lead to rearrest. We are not allowed to have relation between the freed prisoners. Any talking or anything, we would be rearrested. Our journey back to Hebron would be very difficult because the situation is very difficult. We are a closed prison, the whole city. When we come out in the cars, we are more than 7 kilometers far away. We are after the towns of Beit Lahem. So we have to go on off-road for about 6 kilometers, very difficult and mountain road. But since we have Mahmoud here now, everything would be easy, thank God. Did you have communication since 7th of October? It was very hard because he is just a teenage boy. He was 17 when he was arrested. He's been inside the prison for 11 months. Did he change the way he looked? Yes, we felt his absence in the house. I used to, and even the way he looks has changed. He lost a lot of weight. Everything has changed, but thank God, as long as he is here, he will regain his health and well-being.
As you heard here, he has been already injured previously and then has been arrested. He talks about the difficult conditions in Israeli jails, as well as the lack of food, lack of basic needs. He was showing us how he came outside the prison barefoot, as well as having only one uniform to be able to wear. He said that he only had water once a day, 1 hour per day, and this is not enough for all of the prisoners. He says he did not know that he was going to be released today when they've took him from his section, from the prison, and gotten him out, until he realized later that he is going to be imprisoned. We've heard also to his family members who are saying that they are already worried. They've been waiting for him for a long time until he had been arrested. We are walking now to try and talk to more families. We're being called to see a freed prisoner. Let's talk to them. السلام عليكم. تعرفنا على حالك. رائد يوسف محمد إدريس صرصور من الخليج.
Dude, why are they keeping the interview small like this?
I am from Hebron. I'm 19.
They never do this, do they?
I've been in prison for 6 months.
والله أنا اعتقلونا قبل الحرب طبعا.
They arrested me before the war, but the situation inside the prison is very difficult. We don't have windows, we don't have hot water, not even clothes or
men are coming
blankets.
out. They're letting men out, dude. That's not a boy.
The situation in the prison is very bad.
Huh.
I haven't had a chance to have a shower
they
for
have
a
let
week.
men out, actually.
There is no clothes, there is no canteen, there's no food.
I know for sure.
We haven't had a hot drink for 17 days. There is no sugar, no salt. May God help all the prisoners like he held me. I was in Offer prison. We heard about a prisoner who was killed inside. Since the beginning of the war, we can't have any access to news. Even the day the guy was killed, we didn't know anything. We were waiting for new people to come, and then we would know what's going on. And when they told me I will be released, I didn't know anything before. They just called my name and told me, "Are you right?" I was like, "Yes." So they took my credential, and now you would be released. I know that you were involved in an operation, and I want more information from you about who did this operation. And they took my clothes from me, and they even took my shoes. And then I went inside for the interrogation, and they told me today there is a deal.
He never gets them
and you
back?
will be released because your name is on the list.
They were Jordans.
I told them yes, hopefully, but the situation inside is very bad. I have been waiting since 3 o'clock. There was tear gas on your way out. Yes, we could smell it. And even the crew who was with us, they were suffocating.
They may mail them to them. So.
Yes, every day inside the prison, we could smell the tear gas, and sometimes they storm the cells and they beat up the prisoners. What are the hardest practice against you in the prison? They used to take us for interrogation, and they would handcuff us behind our back, and they would beat us up, and they don't differentiate between a young boy and an elderly man. Everybody is struggling with the difficult circumstances. They took my feet and my shoes, and then they gave me another one that was very small, and I lost it on the way. I told him, "It's not my size," and he told me, "You manage." Even this jacket, they didn't give it to me. It's the Red Cross who gave me a jacket when I got to the bus. Can we ask you about how you feel now? Honestly, since the war, we didn't have any updates from him. We were able to communicate with him before the war, and I was supposed to visit him, but then I was not, and I didn't hear anything from him. And I was hearing from people who are coming out of the prison. I was a prisoner, and I was freed in November. The situation inside the prison is tragic. I can't even describe it. It's not suitable for a human being. There is no electricity. There is no sun. For 15 days inside the prison, I was in the same clothes. I wasn't allowed to change my clothes. There is nothing of the normal life. There is no blankets, no pillows, no books,
no blankets?
No nothing.
Okay, that's
the situation
crazy.
Inside is
They don't give
tragic.
you a fucking blanket?
We are.
You sleep on the concrete?
The officers told us you are war prisoners, and we are dealing with you as war prisoners. Today, I was surprised. Late in the afternoon, somebody called me from Israel, Israeli officer, and he told me, "Give me your full name and my ID number." And he told me, "Today there has been a deal, and your son would be released. Give me the registration number of your car and go meet him by yourself. No one else is allowed to come with you. You are not allowed to speak to the media, and you are not allowed to celebrate." So I told him, "Fine, fine." So we were supposed to stay only 3 hours on the way, but it took 8 hours because of the checkpoints, very difficult checkpoints. And of course, our feeling is a happiness mixed with grief and sadness for the people of Gaza. Hopefully, there will be a ceasefire, lasting ceasefire, because the war is very difficult, and we hope it will stop, and may God help our brothers and sisters in Gaza. Thank you.
As you heard there, difficult conditions. We're hearing difficult testimonies from prisoners. Again, we're talking about 17 and 18 years old. Let's try and find the Palestinian mothers who we've been speaking to throughout the night. Let's see if they're here and if they've met their sons and or not.
I'm with you.
Let me see.
Nida, while you are seeing who you can speak to, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing Samira Al-Baw. We've been speaking to her when we first broke the news that the buses have gotten out of Ofar prison, her son Abdullah. And just to remind you, before we speak to her, she has had her husband and her 4 sons in Israeli jails. Abdullah is the youngest, but the rest have been also arrested. She says she's a mother. She's been all alone, and the past month and a half have been the most difficult on her. Let's have a listen to what she is saying.
Do you know anything about your father? Yes, he is in Nafha prison. How did they deal with you today? How did you know? I was asleep and suddenly they took me as I was. But thank God. Yeah. How did they hit us and they abused us today? How many sons do you have in a prison?
They hid him where?
My husband is a prisoner and my 4 sons are prisoners. I'm very glad that Abdullah was released today.
Jeez.
What do you know about the others? Since the beginning
There's probably
of the
a reason
war,
why the whole family's
I don't
locked
know
up.
anything about them. But for
Usually doesn't
Abdullah,
happen
I read his name
accidentally.
that he was on the list for the deal. How worried are you hearing about all this beating up and torture? Of course, they are brutal in the way they deal with the prisoners. May God be by them side and help them. How was your meeting with Abdullah? He called me. I couldn't even recognize him. He is not the same person whom they arrested. If you see his picture before, you would say that's a different person. Everything in him is different. It shows the way they were treating with him. My son was calling me and I couldn't recognize him.
Right.
The circumstances are very bad inside. I can't even describe the violence, the blood everywhere in the prisons. Thank God we are determined and steadfast. The food is very bad. Inside the prisons, the food is bad. What do you know about your dad? I heard from other prisoners about Dad, but I didn't expect that my mom would be left by herself all alone at home. And hopefully, within a few days, all my family will be reunited and all the prisoners will be free. Now you are with her and she wouldn't be lonely anymore. We are very grateful. Thank God we are happy, and we believe in our religion gives us the ability to keep going, and we ask for mercy from God. How's your way home now? It's a very difficult way to get back home. From Ramallah, we need 4 hours, maybe more.
Samira.
Thank you.
Good thing they get
She's
that religion to keep
smiling.
them going.
We've been seeing her very anxious, very worried.
Yeah.
Actually, we tried to talk to her before one of the lives, and she was in a difficult condition. She was feeling bad, so we postponed it until she gathered some courage. And now you see her. She says that she could not recognize her son Abdullah, and he says that he believes that since he has been freed in a prisoner exchange deal, that his four other brothers as well as his father are going to be released. But now we can tell you that Samira is not going to be all alone like she was in the past month and a half.
Nida, these are incredibly powerful testimonies that all seem to say pretty much the same thing, all of them shining a spotlight into life behind bars in Israeli facilities. They all talk about poor treatment, lack of food, injuries not being treated, but also the common thread is this, that conditions appear to have got much, much worse since October the 7th, the day of those Hamas attacks in southern Israel, where, according to the Israeli authorities, up to 1,200 people were killed. A significant point for them that the conditions in jail got much, much worse.
Yes, indeed. And we've already been reporting, but let's remind our viewers that these conditions that were available to Palestinian prisoners before October the 7th were a result of a lot of protesting, a lot of collective hunger strikes by Palestinian prisoners throughout the years to kind of ensure that they have a little bit of better conditions in prisons. So for Palestinian prisoners, for example, the fact that they have access to television, certain news channels that they can watch news in, has been considered an achievement and has been a result by several years of action and protesting and hunger strikes again in Israeli jails. So all of that has been scratched off. The main one remains that there's no visitation whatsoever. And let me tell you something, that, you know, we have Ofar prison, and it's the only prison that is in the occupied West Bank itself. The rest are inside Israel, which is against the international law. Why? Because an occupying power should be, if it's imprisoning Palestinian people, it should be in the territory that those occupied people can go and visit their sons. But now, if they want to go to prisons inside Israel, they need Israeli permits, and Israel controls that process. Another thing that the Palestinian prisoners have been talking about is the lack of medical attention. This is a big deal. You know, we are talking about Palestinians who have been mistreated during the arrest itself, have been intimidated after with the interrogation, and now they did not have any chance. Also, you have people who have been injured from previous arrests or previous confrontations with the Israeli forces, and then they need to follow up on their treatment. That hasn't been allowed to them. So you're talking about basic needs like water. Everyone I've been interviewing lately has been describing the water they drink as chlorine. You know, there has been a small place in the prison where Palestinians can buy their bottled water from. That has been also taken away from prisoners, as well as food. Everyone we've been talking to says the food is insufficient. It wasn't enough. And that's why we've been hearing parents say, you know what, our sons have lost weight. So we're talking about 18 Palestinian prisoners who have been released here to Ramallah. It seems to be that everyone tried to take their sons and take them home and make it back while they can, given the difficult conditions. But at least it's a good news for those families who can hug their sons home, and it's giving them more and more hope that they can at least look at more exchange deals.
Right, Nida, we've been talking about collective punishment for people in Gaza, of course, as the conflict there has been going on, but is the sense in the occupied West Bank that they too are experiencing collective punishment?
one of the things that we've been also seeing, a measure that has been on the rise, is that the Israeli forces would detain someone in order to have someone else hand themselves over. And if that is not collective punishment, what is? We've been also seeing how Palestinians in different places have to endure difficult raids, the killings. You know, just yesterday we were reporting on the killing of an 8-year-old Adam al-Ghul, as Palestinians say that he was playing with his friends as the Israeli forces raided Jenin and raided also the Jenin refugee camp. Also, another Palestinian, a 15-year-old, both of them were shot in front of the cameras. Palestinians would tell you that this is all on purpose, that the Israelis are doing more and cracking down more and more against Palestinians to instill fear, to instill control, to try, as far as some analysts tell us, to prevent a pressure or another front, if you may, from the occupied West Bank. But you have others who tell you that if Israel wants to prevent a break or an outbreak of violence here in the occupied West Bank more than it's been seeing already, then it is doing the exact opposite what it should do. It is cracking down on Palestinians, punishing people, making their lives more difficult by the minute, by the hour, by the day.
Anita, I think people will be watching this and wondering at the same time, there are, of course, these moving scenes of reunion of young people, older people, teenagers, women being released from jail, some of them jailed for simply minor offences. But at the same time in the crowd, we're also seeing Hamas flags as well. I just wonder to what extent the ongoing conflict has led to a resurgence in support for Hamas in the occupied West Bank, where officially Hamas doesn't have a political presence, at least.
Well, let's put it this way. Every time we see Hamas waging a war or involving, let's use a better term, being involved in a war against Israel, we see its popularity surging among Palestinians because they've been seeing the weakness of the Palestinian Authority. They would tell you that the Palestinian officials here have been negotiating, and instead of bringing them a state, they are seeing more illegal Israeli settlements. They are seeing more land confiscation. They're seeing more killings and more raids and more land grabs that are rendering the possibility of a Palestinian state almost impossible. So we're talking about a scene that Palestinians say, you know what, Israel only understands the language of force, and it's been that the fact that Hamas has held captives enabled it to release some of the Palestinian prisoners. Of course, those young people, everyone is important to their families. Everyone is spending a day extra in jail is one day too many. But still, these deals that haven't been possible if it wasn't for Hamas and the issue of the captives are really being seen here as a hope and a chance really to release those with higher sentences, those who would not be able to see a life behind, outside of bars if it wasn't for a release deal and a deal like this one. So everyone is looking at the future. Everyone is looking at potential more and more deals that would see more prisoners outside of jails.
Yeah, Anita, all of these testimonies are incredibly powerful. As I said, gives us a real insight into life behind bars for many of these detainees, people who have spent what sounds like incredibly difficult time in Israeli facilities. Nida, we'll come back to you when we can. If you feel you're able to find anybody else to speak to, then do so, and we'll come back to you. But I want to take our viewers now to Hamda Salhud, who's in occupied East Jerusalem, who's been listening in to all of this, because, of course, Hamda, there are Palestinians with Israeli citizenship who are being released, who are heading in your direction.
That's right. Among this exchange of prisoners, we are seeing Palestinians also being released into occupied East Jerusalem. However, these celebrations have been completely suppressed. The government has banned all celebrations for Palestinians being released from prison in occupied East Jerusalem and anywhere else that is under Israeli jurisdiction. This comes after a strict move by the country's national security minister and a known ultra-nationalist, Itamar Ben-Gvir. He and his forces have essentially been cracking down on every single home of every single Palestinian prisoner who has been released over the last 7 days. This includes even kicking extended family out of the home. And there are also a lot of restrictions as to what these now newly released prisoners can and cannot do. A lot of them are still living in fear because of threats they've received from the Israeli security apparatus. They've been told they're not allowed to partake in any political activities like protests. They're not allowed to post anything on social media. So a lot of them are still living in fear while they want to celebrate their freedom. They do know that it comes at a cost, as we've been hearing from Palestinians in the occupied West Bank, that none of this was essentially free. It comes as more than 15,000 people, Palestinians, were killed in the Gaza Strip due to continued Israeli aggression. But the Israeli restrictions on the Palestinians are just one of the many that people who live under this brutal occupation face every single day.
Yeah, Hamda, I mean, it is, of course, a deeply challenging situation for family members, for individuals who've spent an awful lot of time behind Israeli bars in detention facilities to now face the prospect of just simply not being able to celebrate their release. Let's talk about now the release of the Israeli captives, because they, of course, are now on Israeli soil. I mean, how is this moment, this seventh exchange, this extension of the ceasefire, how is that being seen, and what prospect does that raise for further extensions?
Man, it's over. It's already over.
Look, as we've been reporting, the issue of the captives is the most important and the most sensitive among Israelis and among Israeli society, and also among politicians and security officials alike. After a seventh successful exchange of the captives, all of them, we can report, are now in hospitals in the Tel Aviv area, being reunited with their families. Awesome. It has been received extraordinarily well, and even families who know that their loved ones don't fall under the criteria of women and children to be released under this current framework, they say they're still extremely thankful for all of the captives who are able to be released, and they are going to continue to rally against it and really put pressure on the government until all of the captives are released. The Israelis have been saying that they're looking to release all civilian women and children under this current framework of the deal. But when it comes to an extension into the 8th day, there are still a lot of unknowns. The ceasefire is set to expire in just a few hours' time, and the Israelis haven't confirmed that there will be an extension to it. They're reporting that they haven't received a list of names from Hamas and mediators about those who are expected to be released on Friday, which would extend the ceasefire into its 8th day and the 4th day of its extension. We saw this as well overnight on Wednesday, when the Israelis rejected a list that was given to them by mediators, saying that the list included names of 7 captives who were alive and 3 who were already deceased. And the Israelis were firm that in order for the ceasefire agreement to continue and to be extended, they were looking for 10 Israeli captives who are alive to be brought back into Israeli territory.
Yeah, Hamda, as you say, these next few hours are going to be extremely critical, aren't they? Hamda Salhoud in occupied East Jerusalem, thank you. Let's take our viewers now back to Nida Ibrahim, who's in Ramallah, has been following developments there, Ramallah, of course, in the occupied West Bank. And Nida, I understand that the crowds have started to dissipate there. Scenes of celebration are starting to calm down. I wonder if you can summarize for us what the common thread you've noticed over the past few days is when it comes to the experiences of the people who are being released.
We've been sharing with you similar stories of mistreatment, the main one being deprived from basic necessities, basic needs, food, water, as well as the ability to take showers. We've been also seeing prisoners being released with no shoes, some of them. Others were saying that they were cut off totally from the outside world. Some were saying that they were waiting for new prisoners to come in to be able to know what's happening in the outside world. After October the 7th, everything has been restricted in Israeli prisons when it comes to electricity, when it comes to water, when it comes to food, but also we've been hearing difficult stories of mistreatment and beaten. We have also heard those testimonies today as well. Palestinians saying that in those prisons every day the Israeli forces would come in, the prison service would come in and beat them up. They would intimidate them. They would try to make their lives more and more complicated. But it still is a joyous moment where they were able to see their loved ones. Some of those who have been released have been seeing also their fathers who have been also in prisons. Others are still waiting. Everyone is hopeful that since this deal has been struck, maybe more and more are coming and more prisoners are going to be freed.
Nida, many thanks for that. Nida Ibrahim reporting live from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Well, as you've been hearing, this is the 7th exchange that has taken place. 10 Israelis, they include dual nationals, 8 of them part of the main part of that deal, 2 of them added on to that, Russian citizens as part of the exchange who've been released from the Gaza Strip in return for 30 Palestinians, which as you see there, have just been arriving in the occupied West Bank city of Ramallah. The hope, of course, is now that in the coming crucial hours, we will start to see some movement in terms of a further extension and further releases. You're watching Al Jazeera. More news coming up in a few moments' time.
The latest news as it breaks.
This attack has been described by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as an act of terrorism.
With detailed coverage.
Javier Milei has promised to reform the Argentine state and implement austerity measures. People here fear that this will impoverish the population.
From around the world.
Geert Wilders wants to be Prime Minister of...
Yeah, that's it.
نشوان أنها نقطة حساسة ومهمة للغاية لأن إسرائيل تطالب بالنساء كلهن. في المقابل حماس تقول بأن المجندات لا يعتبرن وفق تصنيف النساء وكفى، هن مجندات بالتالي هن في ضمن الجيش الإسرائيلي، وبالتالي التعامل معهن سيكون تعاملا مع مجندين مع جنود.
How'd that go? Up there. I don't know what to do now. I didn't figure it'd be all dead by now, dude. Pretty fast. Damn, man. They threw me off guard with that shit. There's already nothing. Or something for like 20 minutes. Nothing now, though.
ضبعت قوات الاحتلال.
Taken to a hospital nearby. You know, we're talking about minors, about teenage boys. Although they're trying to show strength, they're still boys. They're still in Israeli captivity, dealing with difficult situations. Let's hear to some of those testimonies from the prisoners themselves.
Difficult circumstances, no food, water. We have water for only 1 hour a day. We have electricity for 4 hours only. For food, they bring a plate of rice for 10 people. They sent them with no shoes. He was released barefoot, and we gave them the sandal to wear. They took our clothes. They only this outfit is the only thing they gave us. They took everything. One outfit only. They entered our rooms and took all our clothes. Every day there is oppression and violence, tear gas in our cells, oppression and transporting prisoners from one prison to another. Most of the people, 99% of the prisoners have been oppressed. I miss most my family and everyone. I have seen my family now. We have been waiting for him since 8 o'clock. The prisoner exchange was at 4 hours. And there are so many risks because there are checkpoints. Someone came into the room, just took me, and I didn't know that I would be released today. They came to my cell and told me your cousin had an operation, and they just got me out, and then they gave me to the Red Cross. When did you know that you will be released? Only late in the afternoon that I knew. I feel very happy now that I see my family and my cousins. How about fear of rearrest? We were threatened of rearrest from the prison officers. Any celebration would lead to rearrest. We are not allowed to have relation between the freed prisoners. Any talking or anything, we would be rearrested.
Nida, they are very, very powerful testimonies, aren't they? I wonder whether this sets a positive precedent, whether there are real hopes that there will be a continuation of there being more releases going forward.
You know, when the Gilad Shalit deal took place, which is the release of an Israeli prisoner from Hamas's captivity, and in exchange, we've seen the release of more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners. Palestinians have had hopes, and we've seen them talk about the prisoner swap deal as early as October the 7th. They say that Israel has been detaining Palestinians, imprisoning them, not allowing them to have a decent life. They have been occupying them. So they've been relying and putting so much hope on those exchange deals to happen as a way to free the prisoners. You know, we've been talking about the prisoners who are women, we're talking about minors, but Palestinians are looking for more exchanges that would see those who have large sentences, high sentences, as well as those who are sick, the old who have been in prison, including Nael al-Barghouthi. He himself has been released as part of the Gilad Shalit deal, but he has been rearrested later, and his wife has been launching a campaign saying that he needs to be released as the oldest Palestinian prisoner when it comes to how much time he's spent during his life in Israeli captivity, in Israeli jails. So you're talking about hopes of that. Yes, we are hours before the culmination of the period that we are expecting an extension of the ceasefire. Everyone is looking at that 7 a.m. local time deadline and hoping that the ceasefire is going to be extended. But still, they have hopes that in the future they're going to see more deals with more prisoners, more prominent and more Palestinians with high sentences.
Nida, just before you go, if you could remind us of the choreography about how this all works, because it starts off a prison, but we have, of course, seen scenes of tear gas being fired as those detainees make their way by coach to Ramallah, where you are. What's been happening?
Well, what's been happening since day one is that the bus is released from Ofer military prison near Bitunia, which is a town adjacent to Ramallah where we are standing right now. And we've been seeing Palestinians gathering to receive and welcome those prisoners, including families. I remember on the first day, families did not want to go to the designated place for the reception. They said they're not going to leave their sons and daughters alone before they noticed how the situation was getting more and more dangerous with Israeli forces using tear gas and live fire. We've been also seeing people who have lost their lives, including one last night as he was involved in the confrontations near Ofer military prison. We've been seeing the use of tear gas intensify, and it became some sort of a way to know that the release is imminent. You know, Palestinians would tell you that this is one way Israel is trying to make it harder for Palestinians to have a moment of joy, a sigh of relief as they have their loved ones back at home. And they believe that the reason why Israel has been using tear gas is to try to limit those celebrations. Again, Palestinians are saying those celebrations are shy. They still are standing and appreciating what's happening in Gaza and standing in respect. And for that reason, they say that celebrations are not appropriate. But still, for every mother who will have her son home, it is indeed a good day.
A good day indeed. Nida, many thanks for that. Nida Ibrahim.
Everybody is showing this clip of
she
this
joined
kid
us live
because he's
from
the only
occupied
one
East
that let the
Jerusalem.
cameras
And
in
also
the house.
an important day, Hamda, for Israeli captives released from Gaza heading home.
They weren't allowed to celebrate, though. They have to cry the whole time, apparently.
Exactly. On Thursday, 8 Israeli captives released from the Gaza Strip in two different instances. The first, two women released in Gaza City, given to the Red Cross in the daytime. And then around 11 p.m. local time, 6 additional captives making their way through the Rafah border crossing with the Red Cross, given to the Israeli military for identification processes, where they were then taken into Israeli territory at the Hatzarim Air Base in the southern part of the country to undergo an initial medical check. They've been escorted by Israeli forces and special forces the entirety of that journey. They have now all since landed via helicopter at several different hospitals throughout the Tel Aviv area, where they are being reunited with their families. Now, each day of this ceasefire, in its 7th day just ending, has shown quite unique circumstances around the release. On Wednesday, we saw 2 additional captives being released. They were dual Israeli-Russian citizens. And while on Thursday, we only saw 8 captives being released, mediators released statements saying that because there were 2 additional captives released on Wednesday, that it actually does equal the amount stipulated in the agreement for the extension of the ceasefire. Now, when it comes to an extension for the 8th day, because this ceasefire is set to expire in less than 4 hours at 7 a.m. local time, the Israelis are saying that they have still not received a list of the captives who are to be released on Friday if the extension goes into an 8th day. This has been a reoccurring theme among the Israelis about not confirming the extensions, then not confirming that the extension itself was going to go into a 3rd day. But something they've been clear on is that they want the list of names so they're able to notify the families of the captives ahead of time so they can bring them to hospitals from wherever they are in Israeli territory. Additionally, we do know that last night, overnight on Wednesday, the Israelis rejected the list that was provided to them by mediators. So each day, as we've been reporting, has shown different and unique circumstances, Neve.
Yeah, as you say, Hamda, we are hours away from seeing whether or not there will be another, let's call it a breakthrough, allowing us to see the ceasefire extend for another day, the possibility for more captives, more prisoners being exchanged. Into the mix, though, over the course of the day, we've seen the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken. How should we read his presence there?
Well, this is Secretary Blinken's fourth visit to Israel since the war broke out more than 55 days ago. And while he's been in the region on previous trips, he has gone to several other countries to meet with regional partners to try and figure out a solution to this war that Israel says it's going to continue fighting no matter how long it takes. The Secretary of State reiterated that the first priority of the American administration is to assist with the release of the captives and to try and extend this ceasefire period for as long as possible. He also reiterated something he has been saying since the beginning, that how Israel does this matters, how it conducts itself in this war matters. He also said that he is hoping to see a continuation of the ceasefire because he acknowledged that while aid was going into Gaza, it surely was not enough for the dire and catastrophic humanitarian situation that has unfolded there. Something else interesting he said that I want to point to, he has been speaking with the Israelis quite firmly about when they do go back to their ground offensive, that they need a different strategy when they do inevitably go south. He said that there are 2 million Palestinians there. They are displaced. They cannot, meaning the Israelis, cannot do what they did in the north. They need a different plan to try and preserve as much civilian life as possible, in addition to not destroying vital infrastructure that these people need to survive. So Israeli media is reporting that there were tense conversations with the War Cabinet and the U.S. Secretary of State, but he reiterated all of the points that he made firm to the Israelis, that he wants to see the war end, he wants to see the captives being released, but he did also reiterate that Israel had a right to defend itself and to conduct itself in this war, but he did say that how they do this matters and that he's looking for them to reduce the number of civilian casualties in the Gaza Strip, which the War Cabinet reportedly agreed to.
Right. It is a crucial thing to note, isn't it? Israeli future plans under mounting U.S. scrutiny. Hamda Salhud in occupied East Jerusalem. Thank you. Well, as we heard there from Hamda, the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, has called for an extension to the ceasefire in Gaza to the 8th day and beyond. He added, if the conflict continues, then military operations must protect Palestinian civilians in the south. Oda Abdelhamid reports from Ramallah.
Back in Israel, America's top diplomat touched down on Wednesday evening, just as another group of captives was released by Hamas, and 30 Palestinian prisoners were being freed from Israeli jails. The Secretary of State came with a clear message. The U.S. would like to see the temporary ceasefire extended. And in a meeting with Israel's President Isaac Herzog, Antony Blinken called for the release of captives to continue. But his main focus was to exert some influence over the next phase of Israel's offensive in Gaza, which is expected to focus on the south of the Strip, where the vast majority of Gaza's 2.3 million people were forced to flee.
In my meetings today with the Prime Minister and senior Israeli officials, I made clear that before Israel resumes major military operations, it must put in place humanitarian civilian protection plans that minimize further casualties of innocent Palestinians.
The U.S. and Israel believe Hamas's leadership is hunkered among them. Washington is wary of the enormous cost this war has already had. But stopping Israel's war machine is not easy, even for the U.S. administration.
And I told him that I swore to eliminate Hamas, and nothing will stop us. We will continue this war until we achieve the 3 goals: to release all the abductees, to eliminate Hamas completely, and to ensure that such a threat from Gaza will never reoccur again.
The Biden administration is also looking forward to Gaza after the war, a conversation that includes the Palestinian Authority based in Ramallah. The U.S. is seeking ways for the PA to have a greater role in this trip. While Palestinians don't expect much when it comes to the U.S. defending their rights, many are also skeptic about their own leadership. Some say it's weak, others its hands are tied, but everyone would agree that the real power resides in that building, which is the headquarters of the Israeli military occupation in the West Bank. It's from here that Israel keeps its firm control on Palestinians, issuing orders and coordinating nightly raids that have seen more than 3,300 people detained since October 7th. And President Mahmoud Abbas gave the Secretary of State a file with a list of alleged war crimes committed by the occupation forces in both the West Bank and Gaza. Blinken then returned to Tel Aviv for more meetings, a clear indication that the old days of U.S. shuttle diplomacy in the region are back. Hud Abdelhamid, Al Jazeera, Ramallah.
Well, mediators are continuing to negotiate a further ceasefire extension. Senior Hamas spokesperson Osama Hamdan told Al Jazeera the group is willing to hand over more captives, but the deal would only happen if Israel agreed.
How we had to do with any of this?
What was happening in the last 50 days? It was a massacre committed by Israel against civilians, the women, the children, and old men, destroying the infrastructure of the Palestinians in Gaza. So, going back to the will of this Israeli hardline government, you can't trust anything. From our side, we are following up the political and diplomatic efforts done by Qataris and Egyptians in order to extend the ceasefire, sending more captives, and we were clear in that. We will continue that on the basis of the Israel understanding that there will be no chances to continue the attack against the Palestinians.
Let me ask you, is Hamas able to account for all Israeli captives? Does it know where they all are and therefore be able to agree to Israeli demands, even if it wanted to?
Well, as everyone have understand till now, that we don't know where they are all. We are willing to bring them all if they were in our hands, but they are not. But we are searching to find them. If the Israelis continue the attack, there will be no chances, as everyone knows that some of them were killed under the heavy bombardment of the Israeli.
Oh yeah, they didn't kill any of them, though.
That may be another way to kill those hostages by going back to
nurture people in the cave.
Trita Parsi is the co-founder and executive vice president of the Quincy Institute. That's a U.S. think tank.
They're down there giving
the U.S. president's administration is following Netanyahu's lead.
I think the Biden administration is faced with a tremendous amount of challenges right now because they have lost control over this policy. They are essentially being led by the Netanyahu government. They have objections to many aspects of what Netanyahu is doing, but they're not willing to put real pressure on the Israelis to abide by the conditions that the Biden administration say that they favor. And I think they're increasing the tone is getting a little bit sharper. And I don't think it's necessarily because of any clear objections from the Biden administration side itself, but rather because the global pressure on the United States, as well as domestic pressure on the Biden administration, is increasing and is going to increase even further if the Israelis start bombing Gaza again and go into southern Gaza, because it is likely going to be even bloodier than what we have seen in northern Gaza. So the Biden administration is losing control over the ability to be able to protect Israel from global pressure and global public opinion, but it has not yet been willing to put real pressure on the Israelis by essentially giving conditions for continued American support to Israel. Well, one of the fundamental problems here is that early on, the Israelis determined their objective as destroying Hamas, and the Biden administration supported. Now, we have plenty of experience just in the last 2 decades showing that that is most likely an either unachievable objective or an objective that only can be achieved at a tremendously high civilian death rate, which simply is not going to be acceptable even for the Biden administration. So I think, again, we have these maximalist objectives that on a surface level perhaps makes some sense, but in reality are unachievable and then ends up leading to protracted warfare that only further destabilizes the situation, radicalizes the populations on both sides, and then pushes real peace, or at least even just a ceasefire, further and further away.
You're with Al Jazeera, still to come. World leaders pay tribute to former US diplomat Henry Kissinger, who's died aged 100. We look back at the impact he had on South
Trying to talk about other news now, that's not good.
ستة وسيدة وكلهم يعني ولا حد برضو أخويا وليد استشهد مع ماما وبابا فيش غير ضل أخويا كنان الصغير
يعني من العيلة
من العيلة أنا وأخويا كنان عمره 5 سنين
يعني أنت كنان ضل طب وأنت شو
إصابتي برجلي بلاتين التنتين بقدرش ولا أمشي ولا أتحرك فيهم
بلاتين بس
يعني منها الحمد لله وبراسي برضو في إصابة.
شو بتفكري تصيري يا دارين لما تكبري؟
بفكر أصير صحفية زيكم.
ليش؟
عشان أحكي مع الناس المرضى وإنه يعني شو وضعهم شو الإصابة تاعتهم وإيش القصف اللي صار معاهم.
إصابتها ولا في راسها وقعدت 15 يوم مغيبة ما عرفش حدا وجريها التنتين بلاتين مش جيت عليها بتعيط بجعوها بتقول أنا بدي أمشي أنا بدي أتعالج بدي أمشي بدي أروح أزور بابا وماما بقول
شو بتقربي لها يا موسى؟
أنا خالة أمها وخالة أبوها
يعني ما ضل حدا تاني أصلا أقرب من هيك يوقف معها صح؟
هي والله إلها عم يعني بكون جوز بنتي بس مصاب في ظهره لا حول ولا قوة وواحد كمان جريه بلاتين بالصاوب فقالوا لي أنت يعني توكلي فيها.
إحنا بنحكي في إبادة حرفيا للعيلة.
والله كلهم راحوا خواتي البنات وكناينهم نسايبهم كلهم يعني كلهم بدي أقول لك بيجي 70 نفر في الشارع ورنوا علي واتصلوا علي تعي يا أختي قلت لهم لا أنا بدي أموت في داري.
كانت قوية وهيك هلا صارت تعيط شو صار؟
لا الحمد لله رب العالمين.
أنا بدي أتمنى من المصريين اللي خالتي قالت لكم إياهم إنه بدها تروح تزور قبور عائلتها أتمنى من المصريين بدري خلال 48 ساعة يسافروني عشان بدي أمشي وأتعالج وأنا اشتقت لماما وبابا أصلا بدي إياهم بدي أزورهم بدي أزورهم يا خالتي.
Maybe she is a baby.
بدي أمشي على رجلي أنا تعبت وهيك وضلوا بيجعوني رجلي كتير.
مش قليل والله اللي شافته مش قليل صعب كتير يعني فقدت أهلها وخليك عن الوجع والألم بتتألم ليل نهار قومي يا خالتي تنزلي يا خالتي تعي يا خالتي.
أنا كتير بتألم مش قادرة مش قادرة أبطل أمسك حالي وأضلني ما أتألمش بضلني أتألمش لا كتير بيجعوني ضلوا يسيلوا منهم دم.
الله يقويكي رح تطلعي وتتعالجي وترجعي تمشي وتزورينا تمام.
بس أنا بتمنى من المصريين كتير إنه بتمنى إنهم بدري يسافرونا عشان أتعالج أنا والبنت ريماس برضه ريماس زيها ريماس قريبتنا.
شكرا جزيلا وألف سلامة على دارين. الطفلة دارين هي واحدة من أعداد من الأطفال أصيبوا ببتر تم تحويل بعضهم والبعض الآخر بانتظار الخروج للعلاج في الخارج. هذا الطفل هنا فقد ذراعه كاملة جراء قصف الاحتلال لواحدة من المحال التجارية بينما كان يتسوق فيها رفقة والدته. الله يعطيك العافية. مالك كيف حالك يا مالك؟ احنا حكينا معك قبل هيك صح؟ كيف انت اليوم؟
الحمد لله أحسن من قبل.
أحسن من أول؟
الحمد لله أحسن من قبل لحم الجرح الحمد لله بس ضايل بس عشان في علاجات هنا وهذا فبطلوا يدونا علاجات فبتمنى أطلع برا عشان أتعالج.
كنت تاخذ علاجات وبطلت؟
عشان في كمان مرضى بيجوا كتير وصبايا
عاد فيش علاجات كتير في المستشفى والعلاجات صارت تخس. عاد بقعدوا هيك يعني بدوا منها كم يوم وبعدين خلاص ببطل.
قليلة العلاجات صح؟
حتى غيار بطلوا يغيروا له.
بطلوا يغيروا له؟
بس الحمد لله لحم الجو.
انت بتقولي انه انت بتتمنى في عندك امنية، شو هي؟ احكي لنا.
This hospital full of amputees.
لقيت صارت امنيتي ان اطلع واسافر واتعالج عشان ركبت صناعية واكمل علاجاتي برا.
يا رب ان شاء الله. شكرا يا مالك، الف سلامة. الطفل مالك الصغير فقد ذراعه بالكامل في قصف بينما كان يتسوق بعض اغراض المنزل رفقة والدته. فقد ذراعه بالكامل بعد ان قصف الاحتلال هذا المركز الخاص بالتسوق. هو جزء وواحد من أطفال كثر تعرضوا لاعتداءات إسرائيلية يحاولون في كل وقت أن يعرفوا سببها وأن يعرفوا لما استهدفهم الاحتلال وجعلهم يكملوا حياتهم بل وطفولتهم البريئة بلا أطراف ويعيقهم عن الحياة. أقسام هذا المكان الذي تحول في كل زاوية فيه إلى مخزن للقصص والأوجاع وربما ما تسبب به الاحتلال من أذى ودمار للأطفال وطفولتهم. هنا الطفلة سما، سنتحدث معها ومع عائلتها. سما، كيف حالك؟
الحمد لله.
كيف أنت اليوم؟
الحمد لله.
Was that the same one from earlier? She went back over to her? Or is it looping?
دوب ركعت، خلصت الركعة الأولى قومت ضرب صاروخ. فأنا قمت حسيت راسي وجعني، قمت تكيت حالي قلت ايش صار مش عارفة. جريت من الشارع شفت لي إسعاف وداني على المستشفى.
وانت مش عارفة ايش صاير معك ولا شايفة صح؟ شو صار معك هو؟
Are these kids really up at like 2 in the morning? 3:30 in the morning?
شو إصابتك؟
إصابت إيدي.
مالها؟
إيدي مفتوحة. بس ايدي
بس هي منيحة الحمد لله
ان شاء الله.
Oh no, this was just in a whole arm. The other one was just in a hand. The other one, their leg was messed up.
كيف أهلك كلهم إن شاء الله بخير؟
إن شاء الله
كويسين؟
الحمد لله.
والد سما يريد أن يتحدث إلينا ولكن لأنه مصاب يرفض أن يظهر في هذا الحال. ألف سلامة عليك. كيف إصابتك؟
والله حروق الحمد لله رب العالمين. العظام كويس الحمد لله الحمد لله.
كيف إصابتها؟ طمنا.
سما والله إصابتها في الجزء الخلفي في كتفها الأيسر، صار في تفتفت في اللحم لكن العظم بخير. تحتاج لعملية رقعة جلد هيك ولملمة. والله شيخ نفسي انها تروح لانه هي 9 سنين ما دخلتش مستشفى ويوم عن يوم نفسيتها بتتعب.
لما ولدت ما دخلت مستشفيات
بفضل الله عز وجل. امها محافظة عليها والحمد لله رب العالمين. لكن لنا 6 ايام حتى الان فيش بس صايرة. بدنا دكتور تجميل يعمل عملية. اتمنى 6 ايام التالية انه يدخل مواد طبية يقدروا يعملوا عمليات لكن للاسف يعني طاقة مستشفى الاقصى على الوسطى مش قادر يستوعب مبالغ غزة والشمال. والله المستعان. الحمد لله رب العالمين. سمن ولدت كانت يعني يوم ميلادها يوم تقريبا 19/6 انولدت. كانت الحرب يوم 20/6. عاشت أول حرب 2014 صحيح. عاشت أول 50 يوم في حياتها حرب. أول 50 يوم.
حرب 2014 وحرب 2021
2019 عاشتهم طبعا كلهم يعني. آخر حرب الحمد لله يعني قاعدين آمنين في بيتنا ما فيش شيء. فجأة كنا بنصلي الظهر وإمها وخواتها متعودين يصلوا مع بعض يعني في الصالون، وأنا وعندي كمان بنتين شام ومسك صغار بنصلي مع بعض. بدنا نصلي زي الناس عادي يعني الساعة 11:30 بعدين نشوف إذا في أكل أصلا ناكله ولا لا. فجأة صار انفجار والحمد لله رب العالمين يعني ربنا قدر. الحمد لله رب العالمين.
ألف سلام عليكم. أتمنى لكم الشفاء التام. ومن حالة إلى أخرى لا يمكن للكاميرا أن تتوقف إن أحصيناها جميعا. كل ما نستطيع أن نعرفه أن من 45,000 إصابة هناك أعداد كبيرة بل ربما ثلثي هذه الإصابات من الأطفال والنساء. كنا نود أن نتحدث مع والد الطفل كنان، الطفل الصغير الذي يبلغ من العمر 1 عام وفقد قدمه تماما بتر جراء القصف الإسرائيلي. هو الآن داخل قسم العمليات وتجرى له عملية التغيير على جرحه. ربما نتحدث مع والده. أول شيء أنت ما زلت بتنتظر في كنان يطلع من، هو كل قديش بيعمل غيار؟
يوم بعد يوم، يوم بعد يوم.
هاي عملية مش سهلة بالنسبة له
مش سهلة، لأن ما بينفعش يغيروا له، هو صاحي يعني، هي يعني له تقريبا ساعة هو بغيروا له يعني. وبرضه في رجله الثانية فيها شظايا وحروق يعني محروقة، يعني رجله الثانية الأولى مبتورة والثانية فيها حروق.
شو صار لحتى طفل عمره سنة واحدة يتعرض لبتر؟ شو اللي صار؟
انهدم البيت علينا، عندنا انهدم البيت. عندي الانفجار صار في غرفة النوم. تمام. عندك لما اختي الله يرحمها اللي استشهدت في نفس الحدث، نقلته من غرفة النوم قبل الحدث ب10 دقائق، نقلته من غرفة النوم، نقلت ركان ابني من غرفة النوم على الصالون. فاهم علي؟ لما نقلته بعد ما نقلته ب10 دقائق، الحين قاعدين راحوا قعدوا وحطوه في الصالون نايم الولد. راحوا قعدوا صار الانفجار. الاخت اللي نقلته استشهدت وابني لقوه تحت الردم، لقوه حيطه واقع عليه. ولما طلناه الحين لما صار يطولوا وش مبين هم، لما سمعوا واحد ولد صغير بعيط وصاروا يرفعوا في الردم، لقوه تحت الردم. لما طلوه لقوا رجله مبتوره
تحت من اول لحظه،
من اول لحظه يعني. حتى لما طلعوه قالوا عنه مستشهد، قاعد يقولوا لي استشهد ابنك استشهد ابنك. لما رحت على مستشفى العوده هنا في انصارات وانا بجري على المستشفى قالوا لي ابنك استشهد. لما رحت على العوده، لما الحين ما طلع مش مستشهد، طلع اموره تمام. الناس المصريين انه انا ما مرقش اشوف انه ابني رجله مقطوعه. راح ايش يعني الدكتور اللي على الباب المستشفى التهى، رحت خشيت طلعت لقيت اختي المستشهده، بطلع لابني جنبه رجله مقطوعه. عملوا له تحويله هنا، عملوا قصه عمليه البتر، ويعني لنا تقريبا 10 ايام. عملت انا تحويل العلاج بالخارج، يعني ما فيش امل. يعني بيقولوا لي ممكن يقعد شهر شهرين. طب ما ايش الفائده يعني؟ انا بعد ما عملنا غيار مسكنات، ايش ما بعد الغيار؟ ايش ما بعد المسكنات؟ طيب ماشي. الحين ابني عمره سنه.
التدخلات الجراحيه اللي بيحتاجها الان بما انه تم بتر رجله، شو
ضايل انه يركب له طرف صناعي علاج. يعني ابني عمره سنه، يعني لسه ما شافش حاجه، لسه قاعد بفرح فيه انه بدا يمشي. بدا يمشي يعني، مش عارف ايش ده اسوي يعني. وبناشد العالم كله يعني اول طفل يعني لسه ما فرحتش عليه، يعني عمره سنه، اول طفل عندي. انا ماليش سنتين متجوز، هو اول ولد عندي. الحمد لله. ايش بدي اقول لك يعني، انا بناشد الدنيا كلها يعني. رحت للمدير امبارح قلت له لقصه التحويل يا ابني يعني لا يمتى تضلوا هيك. لو بقول لي هذا مش في ايدينا، المصريين هم اللي بيطلعوا الاسماء يعني بطلع في حاله طلعت امبارح لها شهر ونص. طلبي سرعه تحويله يعني. انا بطلب انه سرعه التحويله تاعته بس. انا بناشد كل العالم يعني انه يعني يطلعوا لي ابني يعني يتعالج برا. ما فيش يعني علاج يعني. انا يعني بدي راح اشوفه برا يركبوا له طرف صناعي شيء اي حاجه يعني، انه ابني ما يضلش هيك. ان شاء الله خير.
جزيلا شكرا جزيلا. كيف حاله ركان؟
حاله ركان يعني ركان مثل كثير من أطفال فلسطين اللي تعرضوا للقصف الاحتلال وأدى إلى بتر الأطراف. يوجد مثل ركان الكثير من الأطفال يعني بالمئات الأعداد. ركان تم يعني اضطرينا انه نبتر الرجل نظرا لانه كانت الاصابه قويه جدا وصار عنده تهتك في الاوعيه ووصلنا متاخر، فهذا ادى الى موت يعني الاجزاء السفليه واضطرينا نبتر الرجل.
الإفراج عن أسيرات فلسطينيات أم أن حماس تتشدد في أن هؤلاء المجندات هن جنود في جيش الاحتلال الإسرائيلي وبالتالي سيتم معاملتهن معاملة الجنود من الرجال، وهذا الأمر سينعكس على من نوعية الأسرى الفلسطينيين الذين يجب الإفراج عنهم. هنا ترفع حماس السقف للأسرى الفلسطينيين المفرج عنهم للأسرى القدامى. هناك بعض التفاصيل والتصنيفات، نتحدث عن الأسرى القدامى، نتحدث عن الأسرى أسر المرضى، نتحدث عن الأحكام العالية، ونتحدث
I
عن
don't
بعض
feel sorry for them though, because they knew that shit was going to happen.
الشهداء الفلسطينيين
And they support the people that made it happen.
سنوات ماضية. إذن هناك مجموعة من التفاصيل المعقدة التي تطرح الآن على الطاولة، والتي يمكن لها أن تفجر هذه الهدنة وتنهي حالة الهدوء الذي مرت خلال الأيام السبعة الماضية، وأن لا نعبر نحو يوم ثامن من الهدوء ويوم ثامن من التبادل إذا لم تحل هذه الأزمة. إسرائيل ما زالت تتمسك حتى هذه اللحظة بإنهاء ملف المدنيين والأطفال في مقابل حماس، بأنه لا يوجد لديها من المدنيين أي نساء، وأنه هذا الملف أغلق. كانت وزارة الخارجية القطرية على لسان الناطق باسمها قد قالت بأن الأولوية للنساء والأطفال، ويبدو أننا إما وصلنا إلى نهاية هذه المرحلة أو أننا على مشارف وصول نهاية هذه المرحلة.
People care about us again, and then whenever it goes away, we stop giving a shit, and they start feeling lonely out there in the desert.
وبحث مرحلة ما بعد الحرب. حماس تتمسك أيضا بأنه يجب إنهاء ملف التبادل مع وقف القتال، أي أننا لا يمكن لنا أن ننهي ملف التبادل دون إنهاء حالة الحرب. كل هذا الكلام نشوان يأتي تحت مظلة الحديث المتكرر والأصوات المتعالية على أنه يجب الدفع قدما بعملية سياسية شاملة بعيدة عن المناورات السياسية وبعيدة عن الحلول الجزئية، وإنما حل شامل للقضية الفلسطينية وفق ما أعلن رئيس مجلس القطري بأنه يجب أن يكون هناك حل شامل ضمن حصول الشعب الفلسطيني على حقوقه المشروعة. إذا نحن نتحدث بالتفاصيل الفنية والتفاصيل التقنية عن مجموعة معقدة من التفاصيل وكثيرة بطبيعة الحال. طبعا حالة الحرب تعقد هذا الأمر أكثر وأكثر بالنسبة لحركة حماس التي كانت قد طلبت أيام من الهدنة حتى تتمكن من عملية الإحصاء وحصر الأعداد وحصر الحالات الصحية.
وربما سيكون أيضا ذلك صهيب في
مراحل لدى الحركة أو كانوا لدى فصائل أخرى وعائلات أخرى.
نعم، بشكل أكثر يعني أو شكل أوسع. سنحاول هنا أن نعود إليك لاحقا صهيب في سياق هذه التغطية إن أمكن، في حال ورود أي ربما أنباء راشحة عن هذه المفاوضات التي تبدو صعبة حتى اللحظة. تحول إلى نيويورك حيث مراسل الجزيرة مراد هاشم. مراد، إذن ساعات حرجة في هذه المفاوضات، كيف يتطور الموقف الأمريكي بحسب ما عندك من معلومات إن أمكن؟
نعم نشوان، هناك اهتمام أمريكي وسعي لتمديد الهدنة إلى يوم 8 و9 كما يقول المسؤولون الأمريكيون. بطبيعة الحال هذا أيضا يأتي في السياق تحركات ميدانية عملية، زيارة بلينكن للمنطقة إحدى هذه التحركات، أيضا زيارة مدير وكالة المخابرات الأمريكية إلى العاصمة القطرية الدوحة كان يأتي في هذا السياق. لكن بطبيعة الحال هذه الساعات هي الساعات الحرجة، الكثير من التفاصيل لا تعلم. ما يعلم هو تأكيد المسؤولين الأمريكيين في البيت الأبيض أو الخارجية الأمريكية على حرص إدارة بايدن على استمرار هذه الهدنة، وهو حرص مقرون باستكمال الإفراج عن المحتجزين أو ما تسميهم إدارة بايدن بالرهائن. بطبيعة الحال يبقى الموقف الأمريكي هنا قاصرا على دعم هدنة لأيام مؤقتة يتم فيها الإفراج عن المحتجزين وإيصال أكبر قدر ممكن من المساعدات الإنسانية، لكن يبقى الموقف ثابتا فيما يتعلق بعدوان إسرائيل على غزة، حرب إسرائيل على غزة، أو ما تقول إسرائيل أنها عملية عسكرية لاجتثاث حماس من غزة، وهو هدف تشاركه في الواقع الولايات المتحدة، تشارك فيه إسرائيل بطبيعة الحال. لكن ضرورة أن يتم ذلك بما في ذلك القانون الإنساني الدولي الذي يفرض ضمانات لحماية المدنيين. صوت واشنطن بات عاليا في هذه النقطة، وهناك تحذيرات أيضا بتنا نسمعها بشكل متكرر من المسؤولين الأمريكيين بما في ذلك فيما يتعلق بأي عملية برية عسكرية إسرائيلية في جنوب القطاع. وكما تسرب الصحف الأمريكية فإن هناك تحذيرات للحكومة الإسرائيلية من إدارة بايدن من أنه في حال شنت عملية كهذه أي في جنوب القطاع فإنه لن يكون أمام إسرائيل إلا بضعة أسابيع. إسرائيل لن يكون لديها أشهر كما تريد لإنهاء هذه العمليات من أجل تحقيق هدفها. بطبيعة الحال ما كانت نشرته عدد من الوسائل من أن الهدف الذي تضعه إسرائيل لنفسها هو هدف عالي ويصعب تحقيقه، وإن كانت تؤيده واشنطن علنا. واشنطن ذاتها باتت في واقع تحت وقع ضغوط واسعة وضغوط دولية بطبيعة الحال، ليس من الشارع فقط. في هذه المظاهرات الحاشدة التي نراها في مختلف دول العالم بل وفي الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية والدول الغربية، ولكن أيضا من حكومات ودول ومن منظمات دولية ووكالات هي في الواقع تمارس ضغوطا على إدارة بايدن من أجل ممارسة نفوذها على إسرائيل من أجل إنهاء هذه الحرب، وهي خطوة لا تزال الولايات المتحدة تمتنع عن اتخاذها من خلال رفضها لوقف إطلاق النار ومن خلال رفضها للدعوة لوقف هذه الحرب وتأكيدها لما تصفه بحق إسرائيل في الدفاع عن النفس والقضاء على حماس ومنع أي تهديد من غزة لأمن إسرائيل. بطبيعة الحال لا يعلم كيف ستحقق هذه الأهداف، وقد الكثيرون في الواقع يتحدثون من تجربة الأيام الماضية قرابة شهرين وما تعتبر إسرائيل أنها أنجزته. في الواقع بالنسبة للكثيرين لم تنجز الكثير مما تعهدت به، ما يؤشر إلى أن ما تضعه من سقف الأهداف لن يتحقق. بطبيعة الحال هذا يضع أيضا إدارة بايدن في موقف حرج، ولا سيما بالنظر إلى الكلفة الإنسانية لهذه الحرب.
Y'all take it easy. I'm going now. I can't listen to this anymore.
الزمنية محدودة أيضا أمامها.
Oh my God! I can't shut this fucker up fast enough. The fuck? Yeah, and there's probably not any use in point me keeping the stream up either. With like, is there for this? Well, there's roads there now. I'd rather listen to that over that fucking guy. He was starting to piss me off. He wouldn't shut down. He was, like, how long could a fucking guy talk about something? Damn. I'd actually rather hear this fucking drone than that. So much. So much more. Fuck, they sound like, how do they stand themselves? Listen to that all the time. Thank you, Bo. drone. Can you hear it? I missed the drone. I was about ready to get off. If there would have been a drone here, it was go time. That's how important the drone is to me. Comforting for some reason. Dude, look at this boat. What the fuck? What, they get there, then they capsize it. They get all the way to the shore, then they capsize it. I guess does that just happen? You get too close, does a wave push you in and make it capsize? Maybe. Bro, at least we don't have Africans like boating over to our country, and that'd be annoying, wouldn't it? Dude, if we had Africans boating in our country like that, we would probably have a civil war by now. But we might as well have that going on, kinda. Same thing, man. Well, people don't see it as the same though. Because we're letting them in the door. Yeah, they must all be vetted if we're letting them in like that. That's what the idiots of America think. I remember, dude, when I was I went to the post office for something. It's right next to the passport office, and I talked to this lady who was outside. I forget how we even started talking, but I knew that she worked at the passport office, and I asked her, like, why there weren't like the lines outside. I was bringing up about how the border, was. Like people were flooding our border, and at the beginning of the Biden administration it was happening like that. For some reason the passport office was always packed at the beginning of the Biden administration. Like there were like lines going around the parking lot, people like selling fruit and shit out there. Like it was seats, they were sitting like with umbrellas and stuff, all the lining the entire parking lot in a line to go in. I was like talking to her about that and telling her like, yeah, our border's it's messed up, and maybe that's why you guys had a lot of people. She's like, oh no, that's all propaganda. Our border's not there, it's fine. This was like a year ago. I'm like, no, it's actually not. I watched some of the live streams that were kind of being like invaded. Like, no, that's just propaganda. That's what they want us to believe. Like, well, what? Lady? This is how the left, this is how they feel, dude. Some of them feel like that. Because, you know, I live in Long Beach, there are a lot of Democrats here. She worked at the fucking passport office and she still doesn't think that there's a problem. She didn't notice the influx, the huge influx of migrants applying for passports all of a sudden when there's a line in the parking lot. Now it doesn't happen anymore at all for some reason. They changed a rule. They made something harder with getting passports in America. So something changed, dude. That line's not there anymore. It was there every time I went to the post office for like a year and a half. When I say it's the post office that the PO box is at, I saw. That's why I would go to the post office. I'd go check on the PO box. I don't get to see it all, but every time I went, it was there. It's fly to Mexico. Well, in the case of Palestinians, they can fly to Venezuela without even having a visa. They can freely go to Venezuela. If they can get a flight that is directly to Venezuela from wherever they're flying out from, right? There aren't many countries that Palestinians can go to without having a visa. But Venezuela, ironically, is one of them. They might even be able to go there if they have a connecting flight in a country they don't have a visa in. I think as long as you don't leave the airport, you're okay. But like if you have to change airports, like I've seen you have to do in some cases, if you're buying a really cheap ticket, I think I was looking at a Turkish airline flight that was going to Russia that had to change airport or some shit to another airport in Russia in that city or something. Something weird like that. That can be a problem, but as long as you don't leave the airport, I think you don't have to get a visa for that country. So they could, I think, fly to Venezuela straight, well, even with the connecting flight from Palestine, and get in without a visa, and then come up to America. But they could definitely come into Venezuela without a visa. We looked into that today. And that just happens to be the country that we're asking to come here with open arms. They're the ones that are coming here the most. There's definitely terrorists in our country now, shit tons of them. We let them right on in. After all that fucking work we put in, after 9/11, after all the freedoms that we let get taken away from us, the Patriot Act, we just let them right on in. Motherfucker. So we got all our rights taken away. And for what? So they can take more away now, because now we're gonna have another terrorist attack or some shit probably. Well, now they're gonna have to watch us all more. You know, do some kind of Edward Snowden shit on us. NSA watching all of us. Yeah, man. This doesn't make any sense while we're letting our border be this. And they've asked in these meetings, like, do you guys know that there haven't been terrorists let go into our country? And they can't answer yes to that. They can't answer that they have kept the terrorists out of our country, because they don't know. There have been so many people flood in, they don't know who the hell's here now. And most of America doesn't give a shit. All they care about is how much money they're getting in their paycheck, and they wish they could buy more groceries. That's it. like to get some penis, maybe some vagina, whatever they like. You know what I mean? Penis. I can't imagine wanting a penis. Yeah. They're weird looking. Vaginas are fucking weird looking too, though, dude. Those things are aliens. They're weirder. Worldwide jihad. That. Look at Rumble over there not saying shit. You go, guys. Let's get it to 20. 29 socials. Oh, we lost one. They hate it when I talk about them. Brett, hey, look at that. There's somebody there. There's somebody there I know. I always think it's a bunch of strangers over there on Rumble, dude. I'm not playing. I feel like it's a bunch of like people that don't know who the heck I am at all, and I don't know who they are. Like we've never. They're like, who the fuck is this weirdo? Oh look, you two got pissed off because I was paying attention to another platform. You see that? Every time, if you ever talk about how many viewers are watching, you watch. Every time I do it, people leave. If I ever talk about it, people always leave. Because people can't stand the streamer giving a shit about the people being there or not. They don't like it. They don't like the stream. I didn't even do that, dude. I talked about how many people were here, and they started leaving. Look, 18 people here. Like, fuck, not anymore, asshole. Boop. You're the asshole, Rumble. All of you. Except for Hot Chops. YouTube just sucks in general, usually. They don't have to talk, they don't have to not talk. YouTube. Which is better, but I can't get the bot up. Figure that out tomorrow. Yeah. Thing broke on Twitch for the suspension, man. I gotta give Simon his meds and food. are they interviewing kids? What is that? Love interviewing kids. Everything's blue. Everything is blue. Expensive, how little it is, and what it is. Look at my little shiny thing with my ear. Jiggy jiggy jiggy. You wanna fuck? Jiggy jiggy jiggy. It's like a fishing lure. The attractive mate. Shiny fishing lure. Women want to look sexy while they wear it. They want men to want to fuck them. And it shows that they're rich apparently or something. Look. I don't need you, fucking buddy. I got this earring. Right. Okay, YouTube, you're below quota, so I'm shutting you down. Thanks again, Patrick. Love you, man. I gotta shut YouTube down though. You're below the quota, bot 4, 10's the quota. You're at 7. Okay. So I'm just gonna flash the end screen for everybody to see on YouTube. Patrick's on there, but I am gonna be ending YouTube. Not only you're not talking, but you're below the quota. Oh, now you're coming now? It's too late. It doesn't work like that. Sorry, once it's done, it's done. Thanks again, Patrick. You're awesome. And everybody else that hung out today on YouTube. We're live everywhere else, though. It's not the only place I stream on. There it is. Bye.